A pleasant good morning to viewers locally, regionally, internationally. Dear. Pleasant good morning to you here. Stanley Hines is sitting in here with Cousin Morris. We are here at the Cumberland playing field in this third round, this playoff game for fifth and sixth between the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. Uh, it's a bit cloudy, but there's no immediate threat of rain, that is for sure. The setting here is absolutely wonderful, nice lush green vegetation around, really nice setting, an English type setting here at the Cumberland playing field. The news out of the middle is that there are two areas that their water settled, and the ground staff is working feverishly towards getting rid of that water down towards the western side of the playing field, and we just await until they are finished. The umpires have already made two inspections. They've just finished an inspection at 10 o'clock, and the indications are they would have another inspection around 10:30, another inspection around 10:30 a.m. this morning. No teams has been declared. Umpires for the game are Messrs. Mukan and Banwari. Everything is all set, waiting until they make the decision in relation to the mopping up operations from the ground staff on both sides of the field, more so on the western side. The pitch is being rolled at this moment. No team has been declared, so we just await to hear what the umpire is saying. So, morning, Cosnell. I know you are from this area. How are things?
Good morning, Mr. Hines. Good morning to the viewers around the world who are viewing us here. Yes, it's good to be back at Cumberland. It's good to be in your company as an experienced veteran in the game and have done this for many years. Yes, we had some, as we all know, the country have been affected with some overnight showers, well, for the past 24 hours. So this would have been something that we would have come to somewhat normal expect this morning. But I must give credit to the ground staff who are working currently and working to get some sort of play.
Yes, they're working feverishly down on that end there, and certainly, this is your first game or your third game?
No, it's my third game.
Third game. How things been here? Because it's my first game here at Cumberland, having been to Annisvale and Park Hill.
Right. So Cumberland naturally is the wind direction will come from through
To the
valley.
Spring Village area.
Right. So it will come down to the sea. If you see the rain set in the mountain, rest assured, 9 out of 10 times you will expect some rain. If you see it set on the seaside, don't be bothered by that, unless the gods may have it different. But the wicket in itself is just a genuine fast bowler's track. But once that pitch dries out, you would expect that spin will come into play. We have seen it throughout the tournament, where once the new ball have lost its shine, the spinners comes into attack and they will take dominance of the game thereafter.
Yes, I was wondering because when one looks at the different scores from here at Cumberland, so where Barbados got 386 for 7, and Jamaica got 234 and 138, and that is wrong one. Wrong two. It's Windward Islands 172 and 121. Jamaica 265 and 229 for 5 declared. Those are wrong ones, two wrong three. Well, it's obviously affected by rain. The Windward Islands, no. Jamaica against Guyana. Guyana 283 for 6. Well, the match was abandoned. All wrong three matches were abandoned as a result of the rain that you spoke about earlier. So when one looks at the score, there seems to be some inconsistency with the scores. One team is getting a fairly decent total, and in the case of Windwards, they're not really scoring as much or heavily as they should have.
Right, and that is true as well, Mr. Haynes, because of the commitment to the crease. This is a wicket where if you spend time at the wicket, you get credit. As a matter of fact, in the round 2 game with Jamaica, and they were actually in a position of 50 for 6, somewhere around the standard subject correction, and the number 7 and 8 batsmen, they actually came in, spent enough time at the crease, and was able to get a score to 265, which was enough for Jamaica to be competitive in that game, and they actually went on and won the game.
Yes,
Won the game.
the 265 was more than enough, and they declared in the second innings at 229 for five, and they won the game quite comfortably. Generally, the pitches at Annesville and Park Hill, once the batsmen decided to sit it and grind it out, they'll be able to make runs. But some individuals decided they're in this 2020 mode. And to be honest, to be very, very frank and honest to the viewers, a lot of them are gifting their wickets away.
Yes, we've seen that. For example, in the Trinidad, last game there, not that the players, there was good bowling from the Leeward Islands. The left arm, Nathan Edwards, he bowled very well. The spinner Emery, you have spinner, he proved a contention throughout the whole tournament, and we saw where Trinidad and Tobago, they also were 50 for 5, 51 for 5, and good batting between Beshu and Ramlal, who stood it out and actually got back Trinidad and Tobago to a total. Even though the scoring was not there with no urgency, they were able to see, because of some rain interruption as well, they were able to see that they got a total that they were able to declare first innings. When Leeward took to the wicket, they were 49 for 3 at the end of first day. Yeah, so clearly, and because of that, rain interrupted the entire last day, so clearly there was no game. And what I do believe, Mr. Hines, is that had there been some urgency in the batting, the total would have been different and give Leewards more time. It could have turned things around. They could have actually get some first innings points and been in a better position than the Windward Islands now.
The thing about it is the Trinidad and Tobago batting has left a lot to be desired in the previous two rounds. And the tail is fairly long, low order into the tail fairly long. So I believe they were taking absolutely no chances. I think that is what happened, why they took their own good time. And as you say, they prolonged their innings rather than go at it a little bit, because if one had out, all may have collapsed on them. So there's some good common sense behind it, why they did it that way.
Well,
from the history, from the experience,
right?
From the history of the tournament. That's
well, it was my first time seeing them play in the tournament.
Yeah, because the lower order and the tail doesn't contribute much, or didn't contribute much in the previous two rounds. So I believe they took that approach, which to me is a good common sense approach. Bearing in mind they may collapse again. So, in the very first game they capitulated against Guyana at Park Hill, and they ended up at 179. When they were handily placed at about 140 for about 5, and then 1 out, and that was that. Right. So I can understand.
I must say it was the tail at this time that the middle order and the tail contributed. So I see where there was a striking balance where maybe the management team and the coaching staff may have gone back to the drawing board and changed the team, because there were 3 changes to that team.
I think there's a different approach.
Yeah.
Anyway, the situation here for our viewers. Good morning to all once again. Stanley Hines here at the Cumberland playing field along with Cosden Norris. The way how the tournament was set up is that there are 2 groups of 3. Barbados ended in Group A with 45.4 points, Jamaica 26, and Windwards 15.6. Group B was headed by the Leewards, 31.6, Guyana 24.8, and Trinidad and Tobago 13.4. So here we ended up with Barbados. They are playing against the Leeward Islands at Annesville as of tomorrow. Also tomorrow, Jamaica versus Guyana in 3rd and 4th place positions at Park Hill, and the 5th and 6th place position game between Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago begins now, today, because the Windward Islands team, a lot of the players have to leave because they have exams and so on overseas. Hence, this game, this 5th and 6th place, was brought forward one day to accommodate that situation. So we are all set ready. We're just awaiting on the continued mopping up operations of the ground staff. And until such time, Stanley Hines locking it off for the time being until we come back to it about 25 to 11 after the next inspection. Right. Pleasant good morning once again from the Cumberland playing field. And this scheduled game between the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago, the fifth, sixth place position. Of course, we have had a long stoppage. The ground staff has worked feverishly on that area, and apparently the umpires are convinced in their own mind as to what time they are going to start this game. It should start, from the report from the umpires, the latest play would start at 11:15 a.m. 11:15 a.m., giving it another half an hour for the sun to pull up whatever remaining moisture there is on that western side of the field. And no team has yet been declared. The players are out doing their warm-ups. Play would start at 11:15 a.m. here at the Cumberland playing field between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands. Whenever the teams are declared and everything is set ready, I think we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Play would go up until 1 o'clock for lunch. Lunch will be at 1. Play will resume at 1:40. I'll go up to 3:40. And then they will resume at 4 and up until 6 o'clock. The indications from the umpire, 87 overs is scheduled for the day. I think it's a pretty long day we are in for here. But I haven't done the calculation, but I think 87 overs, it seems to me to be quite a bit. Cosnell.
Yes, and that's a good amount of cricket, pending that we have started so late. However, I believe all the guys are ready. We've seen the drills, the warm-ups, and it shows that they're in a fighting spirit to see who will be in the sixth place or in the fifth. However, it's good to see that some game as well. The rest of the outfield is pretty good.
It's good.
Yes, ready for cricket. Just that one area have been really affected badly, and as you rightly said, feverishly have they worked and they have gotten to some satisfactory position where the umpires feel that it's enough to avoid any sort of holding up of the game.
Yes, so that's the position here from the Cumberland playing field. So until we are ready at about 11:10, in about the next 10-20 minutes, we'll close off for the time being until 11:10 a.m. Yeah. Good morning once again, the third time for the morning. Good morning to our viewers across in Vincent and the Grenadines, local, regional, international. Welcome, welcome all to this game here at the Cumberland playing field on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. At the Cumberland playing field, this fifth and sixth place match between the Trinidad and Tobago and Windward Islands. The news from the middle. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and has inserted the Windward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and has inserted the Windward Islands. The Trinidad and Tobago team, Zachary Siwa, Nick Ramlal, Vasan Singh, Jason Agard, Joshua James, Narat Kisunath, Andrew Rambaran, Joshua Davis, Viran Bachu, and Orlando James. That's the Trinidad and Tobago squad. The Windward Islands squad, Stephen Pascal, the captain, Edmund Moranci, Devonnie Joseph, Kurt Murray, Kelshan Andrew, Corvin Gassi, Tariq Edward, Noel Leo, Jelani Joseph, Solomon Bascom, and Ethan Gibson. 12th man is Devin Tyson, 13th player Cody Grant. The Trinidad and Tobago captain is Rajiv Ramnath. So umpires Mokan and Banwari are out in the middle. The players are out, the Trinidad and Tobago team are out in the middle. It's gotten pretty overcast there. Some clouds hanging up right over our head as obscure the sun from coming through. And the Windward Islands opening pair in Stephen Pascal and Ethan Gibson are in the middle. And your thoughts on the winning the toss and it's out in the opposition?
That's excellent. It is good. You get the early morning moisture from the wicket. What I will assure you, Mr. Hayes, is that this wicket will hold up a bit, even though it has been exposed to the sun. The batsman for the Windward Islands has to know that this wicket will hold up a bit first, and as it is exposed to the sunlight more and more during the course of the day, you spoke about a little overcast cloud. That's just a passing cloud, nothing to be worried about. As you might see, the mountains, there is some sunlight, so Agard will enjoy this opening spell. Well, he should, as we've seen. He will take up from the river end. There's a river to the back there, Mr. Hines. So we normally refer to that end as the river end.
Okay, that's the river end, and then you have that's the southern end, and then the northern end would be the north leeward end, so to speak, Chateaubriand and that type of thing. Right. So I wasn't referring to the cloud in any threat of rain. It's just that the clouds have overcome the ground and it has obscured the sun, so to speak. But as you said, to the left of the Spring Village area, it is clear. It is okay. It doesn't appear to be any rain at the moment. Maybe you can play up until when it's lunchtime. And for our viewers, lunch will be taken at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. So we'll have an hour and 45 minutes play before lunch. The first ball to be bowled from the southern end by Agard. Yes, that's Agard from the southern end, and he will be bowling to Pascal, left arm, and he clips this one beautifully. First delivery has gone to the fence for 4. A full toss on his legs, and Pascal clipped it beautifully through the mid-wicket area for 4. Certainly a loose delivery and got the treatment it deserved.
Well, Mr. Hines, you've been around this game a multitude of years, and you would know that any batsman who get a full toss like that, whether it's the starting of the game or the middle of the game, you will accept that for any starting. But one of the things that Agard have to quickly do is to get into his work. If he allow Pascal to get the upper hand, it will be more catastrophic for the Trinidad team.
So Agard, after that full toss, the loosener, so to speak, as he'll be bowling from the left arm over the wicket to Pascal. 2 slips, a gully backward point, cover mid-off as Agard in. This one pitched up, and he clips it away to the right of mid-on, and he gets a single, a bit airborne, but at the same time, he well short of any fieldsman. He's up now to 5, total 5 without loss. Trinidad and Windward Islands have him in inserted to bat here against the Trinidad and Tobago squad against the Windward Islands. A 2-slip gully. We'll look at the field placing as there seems to be a rearranging of the field. So we have now 3 slips. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg. It's a 7-2 field. It's not the easiest field to bowl to. I can tell you that. You have to keep the ball outside off most times in. Outside the off stump, he lifts this into the air. He could be in some trouble here, but he got away with it. I think that is not good shot selection on the part of Gibson, and he got away with it. Throwing his bat at the ball outside the off stump, not getting the feel and pace of the pitch. Fortunate for him, it fell about 5 meters or so away from the running Trinidad and Tobago fieldsman, and he got away with it. Certainly not a good attempt at a shot at this stage of the game.
Well, I've seen Eaton play since the second round. Well, since the first round, but in the second innings of the first round, he continued to be that aggressor for the team. I'm not too sure if that is the license that he has been given to play aggressive, but certainly for us, that's not a good shot selection.
Forward defensive, a better line delivery there by Agard, and there's no run. But Cosnell, to be honest with you, this is not 2020 cricket. This is not 50-over cricket. This is 3-day cricket. And to be playing that reckless shot at this early innings, it's not what the doctors ordered. So regardless of who gave instructions to what, it wasn't a good decision at all. And whoever he got these instructions from. As Agard now left arm over from the southern end, passes umpire Banwari forward defensive, and he clips this one away to the right of mid wicket, and he gets a single and no clips to the right, no run, 6 without loss. So it's umpire Banwari at the southern end and Mukan up here at the northern end. Agard, 2 slips and a gully, having 2 slips and a gully for Pascal and 3 slips for Ethan Gibson. Agard in, good delivery and lifting on the leg stump, and he equal to the task, pushes it out towards square leg, collects a single. The end of over number 1, 7 without loss. The Windward Islands are after a fairly positive start.
Yes, it is good that you get that early morning scare from Gibson. And one of the things that both batsmen at the crease, as we see after that fall shot, Gibson was spoken to by the captain that he has to stay there. And I remember to the build-up of the game, we spoke about spending time at the crease and how important it would be. The first shot from Gibson, as you said, unacceptable. And clearly, Stephen Pascal being in the role of captain will show that he has some responsibility, and you have seen that kind of ability now being played on him.
So it's James. That's Orlando James, right arm fast medium bowler from the northern end, the Chateaubriand end, the Fitzhughes end, whatever you want to call it. And he'll be bowling into Stephen Pascal, who had a really wonderful knock at Park Hill with that 52, I think he got. James in. This one well lined this time. First ball up, well lined, and Pascal defends, and there is no run. He really played well in that innings at Park Hill in round 2 until he got an absolute beauty from Johan Lean, the Barbadian fast bowler. It's really a wonderful knock. Wasn't playing shots all over the place. He just timed it. His shot selection was very good. And unfortunately for him, he really got a beauty. And there's nothing he could have done about it. And he got his stump uprooted. James in. Outside the off stump. Too far to attract a shot there from Pascal. Allow that one to go to the wicket keeper. I think it's Kisunat is the wicket keeper. And the total remains 7. 6. That's 7. So it's 6 to Pascal and 1 to Gibson. 7 without loss. It's a nice day here. It's a little sort of cumulus clouds hanging over us, but no threat of rain. James in outside the off stump, and he allowed that one to go by. Sort of fanned at it after it had passed him. Good judgment on his part through to wicketkeeper Kisnat, and there's no run. So to our viewers again, good morning, good morning, good morning. Play started at 11:15 here at the Cumberland playing field. The Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss and decided they are going to field and to make use of the track that certainly would have some moisture. James in outside the off stump on the back foot, and he forces it out to square cover point, and there is no run. Certainly James is at a much better line and a much better length rather than as against Agard, who was a little bit sort of all over the place. But be that as it may, it's a question of how tuned and how focused you are in getting things right from ball one, and James definitely has gotten it right. His line is, you can definitely see his line, it's on outside the off stump. Any rules outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 7 without loss. Windward Islands having been inserted to bat here. That pitch certainly, as you quite rightly said earlier, would have a little bit of a give because of the no play in it since day 2, because of the sort of rainfall that we had generally here at North Leeward, Cumberland area. So definitely there's some moisture, and I think it was a sensible decision to insert the opposition. James in. Again, a similar area. Pascal allowed it to go by, and there is no run. But certainly, when the ball is new, the bowler ought to try his best in terms of making the batsman play. Especially with this pitch that definitely has moisture in it. It's a matter of getting it right on target, bowl straight, and let the pitch do the talking and let the batsmen defend themselves.
Yes, so you see that the entire over was just pitched just about our stump, over the our stump. Just about a couple of deliveries went a bit wide than he have anticipated. But James started very well there, made no over. And Pascal and himself being very watchful. He realized that he will have to carry the weight of the Windward Islands batting in this top order. So he is very, very watchful from what I've seen from his last 3 previous games.
Agard will continue from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Ethan Gibson. 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, cover, and a long leg. Left arm over. This one pushes this one to the left of cover, to the right of mid-off, and a much better choice there at a shot there from Gibson. He gets 1. He goes up to 2. 8 without loss. Windward Islands have been inserted to bat. But once you have inserted the opposition, you are looking for some early wickets.
He should. In the last game against the Leewards, when the Leewards went into bat, Agard was the one who made drawn first blood with 3 of the Leeward Islands wicket at the close of day 2.
So it's Agard, the left arm over, passes umpire Banwari in. This one driving outside the off stump, and I believe it has enough to reach the boundary. It does. Delivery outside the off stump, and Pascal played at it, took the outer portion of the bat and flew to the left of gully, down to the third man boundary for 4. Involuntary shot, but nonetheless the result is what the winners wanted, a boundary.
Yes, that 2 slip, 3 slip that they have deployed, clearly it will be the intention of Agard to move that ball across the right hander and bring those slips into play. There you see he got 4 runs for that.
Agard in, this one outside the leg stump, stifled appeal there. Slips seeming to think that it may have come off some part of him. Stifled through to the keeper, who took it quite well, and the total remains 12 without loss. The Windward Islands having been inserted to bat here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning to all viewers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, regionally and internationally. here at the Cumberland playing field in the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines as Agard in. This one tucked up Pascal with that one, but he, pretty good technique, got on top of it and deflected it down to long leg, and he gets another run. He goes up now to 11. It's 13 without loss. Windward Islands batting. The situation in Grenada with an under 15 game. Windward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago. The Windward Islands in that under 15 game in Grenada, they got 112 from their 20 overs, match reduced due to the weather conditions. And the latest that we had a while ago, they were 41 for 1 or 5 overs, Trinidad and Tobago. Agard from the outside the off stump from the southern end, taken cleanly by keeper, allowed to go by Gibson. Much better judgment than his part, and there is no run. So Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago in the under 15 tournament in Grenada. The Windward Islands were dismissed for 112. Trinidad and Tobago a while ago they were 41 for 1 from 5 overs, and certainly it's Windwards versus Trinidad here, the under 19, and you have the under 15 in Grenada. And there's also CPL women's cricket being played also in St. Kitts.
The 60s.
60s in. Outside the off stump, my goodness, was there a chance? Driving outside the off stump, and there's a valiant attempt there by Kisunat. Did not collect cleanly. And from our position, it appears as if he got a nick. Fortunate to be there still.
It's an opportunity gone begging. I'm not too sure why Ethan Gibbs is so aggressive at the ball. I mean, that was wide outside the half stump, about the 6th stump. And there's him flashing again. And even though the bat hit the ground, it took the outer part of the bat. And luckily for him, he was dropped.
Yeah, fortunate for him, he was dropped. Maybe one of these type of chances ought to be taken. It wasn't that difficult, but at this level, one should be able to take these rather than grasp them. So he grasped it, and James into Pascal. Pascal opened the face. And there is no run. 13 without loss, the Windward Islands. But certainly life, so we can call it, to Gibson on 2. Trinidad and Tobago missed that opportunity. James in, back of a length, lifting on him, and defended well by Pascal, and the watchful Pascal, and he defended it, and there is no run. 13 without loss, so a tremendous amount of cricket all over the globe. It doesn't matter where you are in this day and age, there's cricket almost every day on the television of England against South Africa in Test 2 starts tomorrow. Again, more cricket, and of course tomorrow, the beginning of some other playoff games as James in, outside the off stump, opened the face and ran that down to the left, to the right of Gully, controlled, and he gets a single 14 without loss. Tomorrow at Park Hill, it will be Guyana against Jamaica in the 3rd and 4th position, and at Annesvale, the final basically, Barbados versus Leeward Islands. Those games should commence at 10 a.m. weather permitting. As you're well aware, and our viewers, there's some tropical moisture around. So one is never too sure as to if it will dissipate or if it will pour down. We're not too sure, but be that as it may, we are hopeful that it will dissipate and we'll have time to have some cricket. James in on the body of Gibson, and Gibson turns this one. They're going for a second run. I would say in the end it's good running on the part there of the two batsmen on his body, and he defended it out to the right of long leg and to the left of mid wicket, and he got 2 runs. Good running on his part, and the total goes up to 16 without loss. Slowly but surely the Windward Islands hoping that Gibson will curb his temper and try to stay there as long as possible. James in, flicks this one out to mid wicket, field it, and there is no run. Pascal looked the most secure of the two, as against Gibson, who was definitely giving the bowlers an opportunity in terms of trying to effect a breakthrough.
Yes, I'm not sure if he's not settled at the crease or what could have been his, or what we'll normally see in our local parlance, humbug. But clearly he has showed some unsettled behavior in terms of his temperament, and he really needs to get into his business.
He needs to settle. James in. This one outside the leg stump, looking to clip it off his legs. Misses, taken cleanly by the keeper. The end of the over, 16 without loss. Here at the Cumberland playing field, I would say in overcast condition, not dark clouds, a lot of cumulus clouds over us, and it's cool conditions, so to speak, here. 16 without loss. Windward Islands having been inserted to bat by Trinidad and Tobago.
Besides, one of the things I want to point out, the running between the wicket for the Windward Islands. They haven't got many results as they would have wanted, but I must give them the credit that in the top order, Ethan Gibson and Pascal would have changed the strike, rotate the strike a lot. Haven't seen them play 2 rounds of cricket, and if they could only get more time with Pascal at the crease, we have seen an 87 from him, and you spoke of the 50 in Park Hill. So clearly, once you get that start that you would want, you will be able to set a good total.
2 slips, Gully go down as Agard will continue from the southern end in. Pascal is beaten with a very good delivery this time, one that walked across him. Certainly you can see that lateral movement across to the keeper, and there's no run, and total remains 6 without loss, but certainly a moral victory there for Agard.
Yes, he should be, and that is the natural angle for the left arm bowler to come across the right hand. And with the only new ball, that will not do much swinging. The wind direction, as I spoke earlier, will come through that valley, and he's looking much. There's no wind blowing, and so all that he will get is natural angle.
That one on his legs, and he turned it down to long leg. Another single to him. He goes up now to 13. 4 to Gibson, 17 without loss, the Windward Islands. And Agard so far in the tournament has collected how many wickets? I think he has 7. I'll get to that in a little while. I think he has 7 wickets. Yes, he has 7 wickets. He comes in from the southern end into Gibson, and Gibson walks across the crease and pushes it out to mid on, and there is no run. Yes, he's on 7 wickets. Gibson himself, despite of his aggressive play, he has 120 runs during this tournament, and Pascal has 138. So these two have been the backbone of the Windward Islands batting. Agard in, lined outside the leg stump, and he played a shot at it, missed, taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no run. So you were showing me something there.
Yeah, just a bit of correction. Agard has 6.
Well, I got this.
Who have the 7.
7 of them have 7. 7 has 7. You have Rian Edwards, Solomon Bascom, Jaden Roberts, Tariq O'Neill, Nick Ramlell, Mavendra Dinval, Isaiah Thorne. All these have 7 wickets so far in the tournament. Yeah, so 6 to Agard. In he comes from the southern end. And here he is hitting this one in the air, and a good effort there. As a matter of fact, he's taking the catch. Staying with his aggressive approach, lifted that one from Agard, and then a very good running catch taken by that fielder. We'll have to identify him, but a very good running catch, and made off, going over his shoulder, and he ran, and he dived, and he held on to it, and that's it. Windward Islands have lost their first wicket. Gibson goes, not surprisingly, caught off the bowling of Agard for 4, and the Windward Islands have just lost their first wicket at 17.
Well, if viewers have been following our live from day one, they would have seen that this was something in the making. Eaton never looked settled at the crease. Um, as you rightly said, even though he got instructions to start aggressively, shot selection was poor on that occasion. And I said, I made mention, once that wicket pulls up, it will be a problem for the Windward Islands. As you see,
The new man in is, we're trying to identify him. Yeah, number 18, Joseph. That Devonny Joseph. Devonny Joseph replaces Gibson. You can continue.
yes, and I was saying once that wicket, it will hold up a bit. That shot in itself did not have the pace that Gibson wanted, even though he had been playing for some wrong shot selections for the morning. That never had the pace on it, and that delivery that was angling into him from the left-hander also was a problem for him.
Always looking to be a candidate to be dismissed at any time. The sort of hope he gave the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers in. And here is Joseph forcing this one to the left of mid-on. They have one. And that's all they will have. And he's off the mark with one. But certainly, it was a very good catch taken by, who's the fielder? We haven't identified him.
But it was a good catch. It was always going away from him. It was going to be. It was always going away from him towards the boundary, and he put in that extra dive, which would have really helped him. But clearly, it's a good wicket. Well, the Trinidadians would like to see the back of him. He's also an aggressor in terms of the Windward Islands innings, and they've made John first blood.
Yes, so Gibson goes. He was caught by Joshua James of Agard for 4. 13 to Pascal and 1 to Devonny Joseph. Outside the off stump there from James as he continues. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a little technical problem that's been sorted out. If you're not hearing Kaznel as well as you ought to. 18 for the loss of 1. 18 for 1. James, he'll be bowled. Joseph, outside the off stump. That one's clearly some lateral movement there. Can see it from our position here, just outside the off stump. I'm moving further away, but good judgment on the part of Joseph through to the keeper, and there's no run. So you got the technical part sorted out.
Yes, very well.
Yes, thank you. So our view is certainly a little bit of a problem, but it's all been sorted out. 18 for 1, the Windward Islands haven't been inserted to bat, and this cloud cover continue to make the conditions cool. Not real hot sun, just cool. No threat of rain. Trinidad and Tobago certainly love this under these cool conditions. In. Outside the off stump again. Keeping that line on or outside that off stump. More so outside than on the stumps. And taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no run. 18 for 1 Windward Islands having been inserted to the bat here. Play having started at 11:15 a.m. due to a bit of a problem where 2 spots on the outfield where water settled, and the ground staff did a tremendous job. Feverishly took up the water, and play commenced at 11:15 as is James. And outside the off stump and driven, and there's an appeal for a run out. That one driven back to the bowler, who hurled it back to the stumps, connected, hitting the stump, but fortunately for Joseph, he retrieved his ground.
Yes, it's good backup all-round cricket there from the bowler, the James, and he was well alert. In that case, the batsman looking to steal a run, but Joshua, who is well on target, disturbed those stumps, and the Windward Islands are very watchful. And Mr. Hines, I like the channel in which Joshua is bowling. He's not giving you too much width. He's just nagging that off stump, just about off stump, where any coach will ask you to bowl. All here.
James in a bit too wide outside the off stump, but he's been very consistent bowling in that general area. It's a question of, to me, it's testing your patience. Are you going to allow all these to go by? You never know when they're going to have, we say, a fling at it, and one never knows what will happen. But I think it's a good line he's been bowling. Maybe a couple of inches closer to the stump, forcing them to play. But he's been consistent with it.
And that's what you would ask as a captain. Just knock that area, and one of these days, Pascal will bring down his bat.
Outside the off stump, and the back he goes and forces it out. Is going to deep, extra cover. They have one. They're coming for a second. The outfield with the rain, a bit on the slow side. So he got 2 for that. Joseph up to 3. He's up to 3, and it's now 20. 20 for the loss of 1 at the end of that over. I thought it's a consistent over there from James, just a bit closer to Joseph. And it was Pascal or Joseph? Pascal. And he forced it away and got 2 runs.
Yes, what I see also in that delivery, Pascal was coming across 1 to that in order to meet it, because Joshua James is hitting that nagging line out there, and he constantly left a couple of it, so he wanted to get an inch closer. He shuffled a bit across and was able to get connection and got 2 runs for that.
So it's steady start, I would say, by the Windwards, as the left-handed Joseph comes into strike. He'll be facing another left-hander in Agard from the southern end, or the 3 slips and a gully. What is clear to me is that once the left-hander comes into strike, there's 3 slips, and once it's the right-hander, there's 2. So Joseph settles, taking his guard from umpire Banwari at the southern end. 3 slips and a gully go down as Agard continue from the southern end. This one, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He picked up that line and allowed that one to go through the wicketkeeper.
Yes, I haven't seen Agard now for the second time. That's the only end he have operated from, and I haven't seen him much because of rain interruption. However, the reason I believe the captain opted for 3 slips, is that he normally straightens one back to the left-hander, so he's expecting that shape to go away from the left-hander as well.
Agard in. But this was really a good one to start with, and he picked the line up late and he allowed it to go by, but I thought the line was very good. And Joseph picked it up late and allowed good common sense to prevail by allowing it to go through. But it was a well-lined delivery there from Agard. 20 for the loss of 1. Windward Islands having been inserted to bat by Trinidad and Tobago. Match started at 11:15 as a delay due to a wet area on the western side of the ground. Here at the Cumberland playing field and northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one a bit too wide outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. There seems to be a consistent line there bowling, just on more outside than on the stumps, and just playing on the patience, I would say, of the Windwards batsmen, the early batsmen.
Well, the Trinidadians would have already done their homework, and they know that the Windward Islands players, they're very aggressive. Joseph in himself doesn't have much runs in insofar he's just tallied 42 in all of his games. So clearly he will not have that much confidence, as you see. There you go.
Outside the off stump, driving at that one, missed, taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, sort of a half-hearted appeal. And another fine delivery there from Agard.
That is what I was alluding to, where they want him to get to pitch or play it outside and away from his body. There you see the ball just holding its natural angle across the left-hander there, and clearly the excitement from the 3 slips tells you that they are waiting patiently.
Yeah, they are definitely waiting. That certainly was a very, very good delivery there, just on or about the off stump, enticing Joseph to play a shot. Again, on the stumps this time, a little straighter on that middle stump, and he defended it quite nicely. Out to mid-on, who ran around and collected quite comfortably. 20 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago having inserted the Windward Islands to bat. Conditions improving. We've seen the clouds, the white clouds are drifting to the west. And the sun, for the first time, I believe, for the morning is out on the players' back. It was cool conditions. as Agard misses his run-up, stops, and has gone back to his mark. To
Mr. Hines, you
continue
need
the
to
attack.
also let the viewers know that the Windward Islands is out of the captain Akeem, who have returned.
Didn't quite hear that.
Akeem Agis, who the regular captain for the Windward Islands team, he's not playing in this game. Stefan Pascal is the one who have take up the owner's
The roller skipper.
Yes, and he the Windward Islands will be missing him greatly because he's the leading run scorer for the Windwards. He have tallied some 180 runs from his rounds of matches. Stefan Pascal in himself is the second leading run scorer for the Windwards. So clearly, he will have to be the one that really take up the mantle and the weight to carry the Windwards to some substantial total if they have to be competitive in this game.
And he will need support from each and every individual. James in, up into the air, and he is dropped. Oh, he's caught. He's caught. A brilliant catch there. Driving airborne. You just spoke about him staying there and try to shepherd the ship, so to speak. And he drove it, and a really, really good one-handed catch at cover. A bit too much bottom from Pascal, and the Windwards have lost their second wicket at 20, and he goes for 15.
Well, that's a stupendous catch, Mr. Hines. If we were privy to the replay, the viewers would have seen that catch for themselves. That one was the timing of the jump was immaculate, and he able to get one hand in the air and was able to pluck it out the air. It is a catch that will send any batsman back to the pavilion, and there you see pressure have been placed back on the Windward Islands, losing their second wicket. Edmond Moranci comes to the crease.
Yes, it is Kyle Ramdu, I think is it. Kyle Ramdu is the one who took that catch, but certainly it was a fantastic catch, and he was airborne, both feet off the ground, and clutched it into the air, and those are the type of catches that win matches.
Very much so. Very much so. Credit must be given. And again, Mr. Hines, you look at the shot selection, and there you see pace again. I made mention this wicket will stick in the ollies. It will not come on as you want it to. So the shot selection has to be very, very particular and meticulous in terms of how you apply. Very watchful, and there you see Joshua James was knocking on the door of Pascal, and his patience that you made mention, and clearly you see one pitched up and he had the opportunity, his eyes lit up, and there you have it, don't fall.
James, buoyed by that success, this one wide outside the off stump.
Edmond Moranci.
And the new man, it's Edmond Moranci. Edmond Moranci, he's from where, Dominica? The name's a Dominicanish type of name.
I'll verify that.
Edmond Moranci, he's yet to score. James, Edmond Moranci yet to score. Joseph is on one. Yeah, Moranci. As James comes in from the northern end in. This one striking him on the pad. There's a confident appeal. But from our position, it appears as if it was heading down leg. From our position.
It clearly, but even though, the umpire who is standing in a better position, Buchan, a very trustworthy umpire, he has a track record of his umpiring. Even though the batsman was offering a shot, he actually adjusted that to pass leg stump. Very, very luckily there for Moranci.
Yes, but James is definitely buoyed up with that wicket of Pascal, the key batsman for the Windward Islands, and he's really running in a bit faster, a bit harder, looking for more wickets for his country.
And that's what confidence does.
21 on his back. James in. This one outside the leg stump. Look, striving for pace. Lost his lane a little bit there, striving for pace. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. So the decision has paid off thus far. 2 quick wickets for Trinidad and Tobago, having won the toss, and it started the Windward Islands with Gibson goes, Scott, Joshua James off Agard for 4, and Pascal two very good catches, and Pascal caught Ramdu of James for 15. Wickets fell at 17 and 20, but certainly 2 fine catches by the Trinidad and Tobago fieldsmen. James in. Outside the off stump, too wide to attract a shot, taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no run. And you can hear the clapping there, the voices. They are buoyed by those two success, and more so Pascal, because they recognize he is the key individual, and they certainly must be harboring thoughts of making further inroads before lunch, which is at 1 o'clock. It's now at just 9 minutes. They're about to 12, and certainly 2 slips, and well, it's basically 3 slips now. They have moved the gully into a third slip position, so it's 3 slips. No gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. This one driven by Morancy out to mid-wicket, right of mid-wicket, no run, the end of a successful over there for Trinidad and Tobago. Maiden wicket taken by James. Trinidad and Tobago buoyed by their success. The Windwards batting, they'll have to resettle, regroup, and come again. They are 20 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, just to give you a bit of update, you were right with the Dominican name. Morans is from Dominica. A lot of good morning to the people down there in Dominica, Roseau, or Chauffeur. Good morning to the Windward Islands, persons in St. Lucia, even St. Vincent and Grenada, all making up the Windward Islands. So I haven't forgot anybody. So the Windward Islands, they have to really settle themselves here. I believe that Morans, I haven't seen him before, have played that stabilizing inning. So I believe this is the area in which they would want him to go there and somewhat sponge up, or what we say, soak up some of those deliveries to get the innings prolonged for the Windward Islands.
So he's really the stabilizer?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Let's see how well he'll be able to stabilize the Windward Islands innings. This one really right on target there, and that wicket has certainly produced more energy now out of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Right on target, and Joseph can do no more than defend, and he defended it quite well, 20 for 2.
Well, every ball, Mr. Hines, looked like a hopeful delivery for the Trinidadians. The O's and the R's, even a ball that is left alone from the batsman is a O and a R, so they are definitely on top.
Agard from the southern end passes umpire outside the off stump, one that lifted, played a shot, missed by not too much, and taken cleanly by the keeper. And certainly the energy level has risen in the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's beaten, and it's remained 20 for 2, and certainly they're really looking as if they want to slice through this Windward Islands batting, the energy that they're putting in.
Yeah, I think one of the main things here for Trinidad and Tobago is that they have gotten a lot of cricket game leading up to this tournament, and I made mention it of the last match they played here.
This one on the outside the off stump, and Joseph can only defend on the back foot, defended it out to cover, and there is no run. But certainly one of the problems I understand with the leading up to this tournament with most countries is the weather, one, and the number of franchise matches they are playing in their own countries. So that is a problem. Using white ball for preparation for a red ball tournament. This one again on line, on length, defended quite nicely, and is making him play at every delivery. It looks like a wicket every time he delivers those balls. So here it is, they are playing white ball cricket 2020 version to prepare for this 3-day red ball tournament. It's a bit of a dilemma for the players themselves, most of the batsmen.
Yes, one of the interesting things is that from what we have gathered and stats, is that Trinidad and Tobago was the only team that would have prepared for this 3-day, apart from the Windward Islands under 19 tournament. Most of them playing the 50 over version. Trinidad, we have had a couple.
This one outside the off stump, and it's edged. They're going to have one. They're coming for a second. The return comes in. Wow. That was a risky second run there. Had he had a direct hit, I believe he would have been in problems. Yeah, but he got home via the Australian type of return, and he got to, but not a good delivery there from Agard. Joseph is taking the outside edge and flying past second and third slip. 2 runs to him, 22 for 2.
I think the problem there is that Joseph would have already settled in his mind for one, while Edmond would have wanted him to double up, as we normally say. Agard
from the southern end. This one on middle stump and defended by Joseph. The end of another interesting over. Steady over there. Could have taken a wicket. And they got 2 runs. So Joseph survives. The Windwards survives. 22 for 2. All the 2s, Cosnell.
Yes. To add another 2 to your information is that so far Edmond have only scored 12 runs so far for the tournament. I know one of the games the last game that they played here at Cumberland, he was the one sitting out. So clearly the confidence level for Edmond is one that is not there. So he will have to build his confidence coming into this game. As a matter of fact, batting so high, he would not want to go out without a good total.
I think the problem they face with is that I'll get back to that after this delivery here from James. Continuing this spell from the northern end in. Driving, full face of the bat, out to mid-on, and there is no run. Jeremiah got injured in that last game at Park Hill. Yes, that
Jeremiah.
Yes, he got injured. He got struck in the back of his head from a short leg, and so he had to sit out. So they had probably no choice but to force Morancy to go at number 4. I believe that's probably what happened. But be that as it may, somebody had to bat at number 4. Somebody. Outside the off stump to the keeper, and there's no run. And he has a wonderful opportunity to try to correct his dismal run of scores so far. He has a wonderful opportunity. 22 for 2. He is at strike. Lots of time before lunch, hour plus before lunch. It's for him to settle now and prove to his selectors that they made a good choice.
Yes. Normally we would have seen Tariq Edwards coming in at this time. I believe because of the loss of the 2 quick wickets, they would have opted for Morancy. As I said, he's more of a stabilizer. I saw him played in Arnold's Vale, and he soaked up a lot of deliveries, what the Windwards would want now. It would be a different ball game when the spin comes into play.
James. This one here. Looking to pull that one short of a length lifted, seemed to have struck him somewhere in the forearm or somewhere in that area. Bubble out on the onside, no run, and the umpire probably is walking in to see if he's okay. But it appears as if he is okay. The umpire stopped halfway and is returning to his position. He seems to be okay.
Yeah, and again, it comes back to the slow nature of the pitch. Yeah, where you see that he was into the shot quickly, because from the time you as a batsman see bouncer, you're already ready to swivel on his feet, and then he was even had to pull out. So in the process, was struck more on his forearm.
James outside the off stump, and benefited it out to him. He allowed it to go by, taken by the keeper, and there's no one. But James is running in with a tremendous amount of purpose, having taken that wicket and recognizing the key batsman for the Windwards is in the pavilion. Let me run in and give it my all and see if I can effect another breakthrough before lunch for Trinidad and Tobago.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Hines, you see that leg stump line that he's bowling to Morancy is because that right-hand channel that he was bowling at Pascal. So now the left-hander come into strike. He has to do his adjustment quickly.
He has changed to wrong the wicket.
Yeah.
Again, you're absolutely right. He's continuing to bowl outside the leg stump, which was Pascal's off stump. So he's very consistent. It's just a question for him to readjust and to bowl it now on the leg stump for Pascal, who is back in the pavilion, which it'll bring the off stump into play for Moranson. So it's a question of discipline here as far as James is concerned, and for as far as Moranson is concerned, he is quite comfortable. The ball's outside his legs, so there's no way he's not attempting to play any strokes. So he's comfortable with those balls outside the leg stump. James outside the off stump, and that one again, the slow nature of the pitch. He played at it with that vertical bat, took the outer portion of the bat and dropped well before gully, but certainly I think the pace off the pitch caught him, but luckily for him, he pulled away the bottom hand and is able to drop it, and there is no run. The end of another steady over there from James, 22 for the loss of 2. 22 for the loss of 2 here at the Cumberland playing field, and those clouds again is right over us here. Lovely setting, lot of greenery around here. Look, coconut trees and all the other fruit trees you're seeing, plus the other shrubs and so on around. Really, really wonderful setting here at the Cumberland playing field as we look in from the northern into the southern end. Here to our right, it's the beach. It's the Cumberland beach. The sea is there. If persons in the Spring Village area, I believe, tend to go and have sea baths there. I suspect that.
Of course. It's utilized well for picnics and holidays. Even now the summer vacation, a lot of children take the opportunities to do fishing.
That is a source of contention with me in terms of speaking about summer. I'll get back to that in a while. Agard in, this one driven through the onside, going to collect at least 2 here. Pitched up on the leg stump to Joseph, and he played it competently out through mid-on for 2. He's up to 5.24 for the loss of 2. You see, we have become so Americanized that anything being said, we tend to follow. The point is, it cannot be summer vacation. I tend to say vacation programs, because we have summer from January 1 to December 31st. So I have my own way of looking at it. I don't know if you'll follow what I'm saying. As in comes Agard. Oh, that one lifted but slowly across his chest. And there is now run 24 for the loss of 2. Your take on how I explain myself, why I tend to say vacation program rather than summer program.
I prefer to leave that as it is.
Okay, fair one. But that's just my take on it. Because in light of the fact that we have summer from January 1 to December 31st, how could it become a summer program? But that's just my take. We'll leave it there, as you say. As Agard from the southern end, outside the off stump, and trying to keep the line as he has done since 11:15, and there is no run. But something that we have to get the bowling figures right in terms of Agard being into his 5th or 6th over. Which one? The scores are not quite close to us, so we'll have to get it right. This is a 6th over. Is this a 6th over? Yes, I'll get to that in a while. Agard in his 6th over to bowl. This one, back of a length, defended it well on the back foot, and there is no run. But at the end of this over, he has to be replaced at the southern end based on the playing conditions. Now, the team that has exploited it tactically and has worked well for them is Barbados.
Right, very well.
They'll bowl 4
off.
So they do not have to take an hour rest, as against some other teams who are allowing them to bowl the 6 and then have to replace them. But all kudos to Barbados for tactically making that adjustment. Agard into bowl to Joseph. Back of a length, he defended, and there is no run. So what the Barbadian management, the captain, everybody, what they're doing, the 4 fast bowlers that they possess, they're bowling 4 overs each. And then they can take a little break and then come back within the hour based on the conditions. Some other teams, once he's finished his 6 overs, he has to rest for an hour.
Yes, and one of the things that they normally do very well, Barbados, is that they introduce different bowlers at intervals. So you're not accustomed to one specific bowler too long.
Agard in, this one on the middle stump, forces out to mid-wicket, and Moranci was hesitant in going for that single, but eventually he got one. He up to 6, that's Joseph at the end of the over. He's on 6. Moranci yet to score at the end of 11 overs then. It's 25, I think it is, for 1, 25 for 2, 25 for 2. As Joseph will be facing, would it be the same individual, James, from this to end? And once it's James to bowl the 6th over, both bowlers must be replaced.
Yes, the CWI and its management team looking into the safety of the players being on the 19 level, and they don't want injury to be picked up so quick. So they have somewhat used that 6 over channel.
Yeah, but the thing with it is that they could give them 4 each and allow them to come back maybe before lunch because with 6 overs, you have to stay away from the bowling for an hour. With 4, you can come back in at any time.
Well, that has to do mainly with the captain's decision.
Yeah, I think it's management who have exploited the conditions and exploited it beautifully. That's
Yes.
Barbados.
Okay.
It's cool conditions. The clouds again has obscured the sun. And real cool conditions here at Cumberland. Welcome to all. It's afternoon. It's 6 minutes after 12. As James will continue from this, there's not an end. Outside the off stump, and he, on top of it, and forced it out to backward point, and there is no run. But certainly, all kudos to the Barbados team for exploiting the situation tactically. So you will have, out the next 2 fast bowls are coming. They'll bowl another 4. Then the first 2 can come back and bowl again in fairly quick time rather than waiting for an hour. So all kudos to the Barbados team for exploiting the conditions tactically. James from the northern end. Cool conditions here at the Cumberland playing field as he comes in to bowl to Joseph. Outside the off stump and allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper Kissenat, and there is no run. 25 for the loss of 25 for 2. Windward Islands haven't been inserted to bat here. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss, and with one area that had a bit of water, and they quickly did quite a good job on it, and was able to start at 11:15. That's just 55 minutes ago. There was a delayed start, but because of that. But be that as it may, cricket is well on the way here at the Cumberland playing field as James in outside the off stump, and certainly played at that one, given the impression that he pulled away. He played at it, and it went through to the keeper. He's not going to fool me with that. He definitely played at that delivery.
Well, I think he was somewhat stuck again between 2 decisions in order to play, and as you rightly judged it, he's beaten and shoulder arms as to say, well, I did not play. But clearly the Trinidadians will be the more satisfied of the 2 teams here, as we see a yacht making anchorage at the Cumberland Bay. Very cool time to make an anchorage.
James from the northern end. This one striking him on the pad, but clearly going leg, and there's no addition to the total. The answer from umpire Mokan is negative, as you quite rightly said. Our yacht is moving in to the Cumberland Bay, where they seek some anchorage and enjoy whatever is there to be enjoyed here. And I suppose you have quite a few spots that the visitors will be able to go and trek.
Yeah, they're to the extreme
A lot of
north.
waterfalls.
Dark view waterfalls.
Yes, a lot of waterfalls.
Sometimes exploit the volcano, and sometimes take pictures from afar off.
Tourist promotion for SVG. Swan striking him on the pad. Where was his position? It seems fairly close to me, but umpire rule not out.
Well, these 2 umpires are very experienced, one being a teacher, one being a police officer, so their judgment will be on par. Both are from Guyana. I believe height there was a factor. And there we go again, Mr. Hines. The shot selection there was not called for, because they're exploiting the bowlers to the Trinidadians, and your frustration of not able to get the ball on bat is showing right there. So you see that shot, we see a vacant area over mid-wicket, and that's what he goes for.
Yes, played across the line rather than use a vertical bat, and played it straight to mid-on and mid-off. You're absolutely correct with that one. So he's coming round the wicket. That's James, round the wicket to bowl to Joseph in. Swan Yorker length, and he forced it out to backward point. No run. It's the end of the over, the end of 12 overs. It's 25 for the loss for 2, and certainly Trinidad and Tobago on top. Trinidad and Tobago on top in this game so far, and it's water break, as we tend to call it. It's just after 12 o'clock, but play would continue up until lunch, at 1 p.m. A readjustment in times as a result of the late start. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning and inserted the Windward Islands. Steady start by the Windwards before they lost. Gibson, who was brilliantly taken by James off Agard for 4. The total was 17, an ill-advised shot. And Pascal again, he's the second man out of 20, was caught. An absolute beauty by Ramdo of James for 15, 20 for 2. And since then, Joseph on 6. Moranci yet to score. 25 for the loss of Trinidad and Tobago on top in the first hour of play.
Yeah, they should be feeling real comfortable going into this drinks break, and clearly we see where common sense prevail in terms of seeing these two-piece attack. Trinidad really come out looking for wicket, and I would have made mention that the wicket would have been somewhat sticky this morning, and if your shot selection is not there, then you would have been able to lose your wicket, and clearly we see that. So we'll take a short break and we'll come right back after the short drinks break here at the Cumberland playing field. So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field, where we have the Windward Islands taking on Trinidad and Tobago. First hour drinks break just concluded. Trinidad inserted the Windward Islands after winning the toss. They're 25 for 2. Edmond Moranci, Devon Joseph, the two batsmen doing battle here at the Cumberland playing field for the Windward Islands. We will see the first bowling change for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They have done very well this morning, Mr. Hines.
Yes, they have definitely done well, and the returning figures are Agard 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20, and James 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5. Wow, been pretty tight from the northern end, and they've really posed problems for the Windward Islands team. Now there's going to be a bowling change, have to be a bowling change now, 45 minutes before lunch. Lunch is at 1 o'clock. Here at the Cumberland field, Windward Islands batting against Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. So Zachary Sewa. So Zachary Sewa will take up the attack from the river end, which is the southern end for Trinidad and Tobago. He's replacing Agard, was left arm seamer.
6-1-21.
Yes, 6-1-21. And now he's more right arm bowler. This one is somewhat tucked into. So the difference now with the right hander, he will get that delivery come into the left hander, which will be more the area which Edmond Moranci would favor. They still have deployed that free slips. I'm not too sure. Haven't seen Sewa much bowled in this tournament, so I would not be able to give you just analysis as to how, but we'll just watch him and monitoring. And they have only deployed that one mid-wicket fielder. Oh, this one swung straight across the bat. Beaten, I would say. And so they continue with that. Well, this is three slip point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. They have deployed. So clearly more of a medium pace, not the pace of a guard. So it should be a bit negotiable here for Morancy. Flashes outside there. There's not much camera personnel for those kind of flash, Mr. Hines. So it will be more of getting back to the duty of what you are sent there to do, not losing another wicket before lunch.
Yes, certainly. It's a good delivery again, and looking to play a forcing shot, missed, taken cleanly by the keeper.
One of the things I've not noticed since the fall of Pascal and Gibson, the running between the wicket. We saw in the last game where the Leeward Islands and Trinidad played. Trinidad and Tobago, Ramlal was occupying a lot of deliveries, even though he was the stabilizer, the foundation for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He had lost out on a lot of singles. In this occasion, you cannot allow the bowler to be adjusted to you alone. And again, beaten for pace this time. So as the wicket dries out, the pace becomes more and more, and quickly we are seeing at the end of that over, maiden over to start after the drinks break, the Windwards Islands at 25 for 2.
Yes, and CWI keeping on the pressure, inserted by Agard and James, and just what the doctor ordered. So the Windwards Islands scoring rate is just below 2 runs per over, against some pretty steady bowling from the Trinidad and Tobago seamers, Agard, James, and now CWI.
Seeing the first sign of spin coming in for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And okay, this is what.
Cohen. Bowler.
So Joshua Davis comes into the attack, and Joshua Davis from our commentary booth and here, right arm. See, they have started with 2 slips and a man in front. See the point there, as we say, point cover, mid on, mid off, square like mid wicket. Clearly, they are applying that pressure again. Their first up delivery was spot on, so clearly they have picked up that energy and momentum. All the bowlers. This one is down the ground. Yes, that one struck the fielder, and someone on the ricocheted off his hands and onto his chins, but he's okay, and they didn't go through for a single. So Joseph will have the left arm, the right arm spinner spinning that ball away from him, and there you see that. So I'm going to play it a bit wider from the second slip, goes through for 1. So good start here from Davis, Mr. Hines.
Flighty delivery there and taking the outside portion of the bat, and all along the ground past the man at slip down to the right of backward point. Collects 1, that's Joseph, and interesting change. Off spinner from the northern end.
Yes. They have not opted for one of their seamer chase. Not too sure what is the story coming out of that camp, but they have played Davis, who hadn't played the last game, so they have now brought in a thought slip for the spinner. Interesting. Well, a second slip is put in there. And there you go. Moranci, who pushed hard at that delivery, was able to reach the second slip. Windward Islands have lost the third wicket for 26. They're in some serious trouble now.
Yes, and he's just readjusted the field, brought in the second slip, a third slip, so to speak, for off spinner. And he pushed at it, took the edge, and flew on a very good low catch taken there, and Windwards into further trouble now. 26 for 3. Moranci was caught off Davis without scoring, but certainly the Windward Islands in all sorts of problems here at the Cumberland playing field.
26 for 3. Tariq Edwards comes in the attack, and he has been somewhat of a middle order batsman for the Windward Islands, who have cut up all the run tally, but he's now sent here to do a different job at 26 for 3.
Yes, at 26 for 3. I remember he arrived at the crease at Parkhill at 69 for 5, and he actually shepherded the rest of the lower batting order for the Windwards, and eventually were able to get up to 152. And he really played a very steady knock of, I'll tell you how many he got in that game. He got, I'll get back to that in a while. I'm looking for his score, but he actually stayed there for a long time and really held up the Barbadian bowling.
Watchful delivery for stop. Spot on. And the other thing I like the Trinidadian bowlers, they have come into the attack and no one has just been somewhat wayward. They have just been consistently on an annoying area where the Windward Islands have to play. So yes, signal his intention that he will not be hanging around there and just see looping deliveries in the air there without practicing his somewhat exercising his arms. And that one is chopped over the mid-off boundary for 4. Mid-on,
yes,
sorry.
Flighted delivery there, the end of that over. Flighted delivery there to Edward, who didn't play those shots of anger at Park. He stayed there for a very long time with Murray. And they put on a partnership, I think it was about 30 there, but he stayed for a long time with utter defense. And I think he got somewhere in the teens, but certainly he stayed there for a long time. But now we saw that shot of anger there with fielders around him. He decided, look, I'm going to take the ball by the horns. I'm going to at the off spinner Davis, having just taken the third wicket. 30 for the loss of 3. Windward Islands in trouble. Maybe he's trying to bat his way out of the precarious position the Windward Islands are placed.
Well, you have been coach and have been around this game for a long time. Do you see that as the right approach?
Well, it's a question of what is in his mind, what he's looking at. Because if you're going to stay there and don't score runs, eventually you're going to get out. So if that is his approach, based on the instructions given by coach, well, let's see how it goes, because I really do not think that is the right approach at this point in time. You should graft your way, try and defend, look for runs, because it's one thing to defend, but whilst you're defending, you should be looking for runs at least to keep the scoreboard ticking, more so the right hand, left hand combination, and try and get the bowlers off their line.
Well, we have Dave Sewa, who's continuing from the river end, and when you see that natural angle of that ball coming back into the left hander, that's what I'm saying. A blowout appeal for catch. The Trinidadians, they all went up in serious joy. I am not too sure. We are not privy to have a snickometer, but the trusted umpires of Mr. Banwari says, no, I'm not convinced enough with that.
That was a very confident appeal. I thought myself, hey, I heard a second song, to be honest with you. When they touched the top of the pad or what, something touched, and the umpire is in the best position. He says not out, but certainly it was a vociferous appeal. And umpire said, rule not out.
As a matter of fact, all the players would have already started touching each other.
Exactly. So, umpire says not out.
Well, great judgment there from the policeman from Georgetown, Guyana.
A monitor would have certainly given us a better idea. There's no two ways about it, but we can only say it as it is, a vociferous appeal by all the players. They were looking to congratulate each other, and umpire, one warrior, the southern end says not out.
Well,
just carry on.
So 30 for 3. Windwards decided. This one is dropped. Pulled away. There's a man that's just standing on the square of the wicket. Maybe for that same shot. And he got it to the man, to Ramlal, the fielder there. I believe it got to him quicker than he anticipated. And drop opportunity there. Joseph living some dangerous times here.
Yes, again, he made a valiant effort, but he did not hold on, and he got 2 runs short of a length on the back foot, and he pulled it to the left of mid-on. Should have held on to it, and he spilled it. And Trinidad and Tobago missed a legal way of getting the man out, that is caught, as against the vociferous appeal 2 deliveries ago.
32 for 3. So a lot of excitement in this over, Mr. Hines, and I would say the mental battle is being won by Trinidad again.
Yes, and Joseph will have to be very careful, recognizing that 3 wickets down, they're nowhere out of the woods, and having just gotten a chance, he should try and resettle. Mental side of life now is being played out by the batsmen, so to speak, or the bowlers are right on top here at Cumberland as Windwards continue to extricate themselves from this position.
So end of the over number 15. The Windward Islands, they are 32 for 3.
Yes, 32 for 3, a very interesting over, very entertaining over. Vociferous appeal, drop catch, 2 runs. And the thing about it, the Trinidad and Tobago squad out in the middle there, they're not too disheartened, because recognizing the umpire's decision in the final, had there been occasion for third umpire, they certainly would have engaged it and asked the umpire to have a review. I'm certain of that.
Of course, and I would not have seen the reason why they would not have opted for it. They're on top. 3 wickets down, and if you get a foot, that would be okay for you.
And based on the vociferous appeal, they certainly would have reviewed it if there was a review system in place. But be that as it may, play continues.
So Davis continues. Very watchful Tariq. Team that one. And, Tariq, who have gotten some 78 runs so far for the tournament. He has gotten 14 wickets so far for the Winners. Does his off spin with 6 catches to his name. So that looping delivery outside the Arsenal again, enticing him or trying to engage him in that lofted shot. And there is no man long on. Well, the man has been pushed back at long on. Sorry. There you see that delivery being tossed just past the leg stump, almost ricocheted. And a 5-leg fielder, leg slip fielder, was able to cut that one off. And Mr. Hines, the Windward Islands team, to be honest with the viewers, have not shown no sign of settled behavior, apart from Pascal, who showed, because I'm not too sure because the responsibility is laid on him. They have not full delivery, played straight to the man there. They have not shown any sort of settled behavior, as I've made mention, since the start of play. Getting into his work here is Davis. Been asking good questions from Tariq. Full length again, end up in a Yakala delivery. So end of the over, maiden over. they remain 32 for 3 with Windward Islands.
Yes, and the problem with it is need to have a little more batting discipline to cope with the situation as it is. They are not really coping as one would have expected. The individual is under 19 level to try and extricate themselves and show what worth you are made of, what stuff you're made of. Yes, things are a little tight. The pitch is not doing any devils, so to speak. It's for you to grind it out. And at least their first target should be try and bat up until lunch, which is about half an hour. So we got try and bat up until lunch and try to see how far they can reach and move the Windwards from the position they're in, rather than showing this type of indecision in terms of shot making, defense, because that will only spell disaster. One of them can get out at any time based on what we are seeing.
Well, this one is placed as well, a bit of overthrow there. Agard throwing that one without being properly backed up at the bowler's end. Batsmen were able to come back for a second. And the first sign of sloppy cricket there from Trinidad.
Yes, certainly the run was on and he should have looked up, and he had all the time in the world to look up, and with no one backing up he should have just held on to it. But there's no way he's going to get him run out because he had passed the crease already.
So this one, Sewa, who has kept a very tidy line outside that half stump of Devon Joseph, who has now faced up some 35 deliveries, so it's 10 runs, 10 watchful runs, but out in that you have had some very serious scare in this innings. Seems to be more comfortable with that delivery that is angling into him, as you see that he's more on his back foot and trusting the bounce of Sewa, who's a bit taller than Agard. So he gets that natural bounce, comes into the left-hander. There's another man on the deep for the pull in the likely event. We haven't seen that, but there's a man at square leg. This one is punching through cover, coming back for the second. Good running between the wicket. Good communication there between Edwards and Devoni. Seems to, as I rightly said, be compact and comfortable with the ball coming into the punches that one off the back foot, and 2 good runs coming to the Leeward Islands. They are now 36 for 3.
Yes, we have seen a bit more confidence from Joseph. The ball's coming off the middle of the bat, and he's collecting some runs, up in the run rate a bit. One off the middle of the bat and out to mid-off, and there is no run. Certainly we've seen that level of confidence from Joseph, and in this over thus far. Yes, CWI is not any real tearaway fast bowler, but his confidence level is growing as the ball continues to hit the middle of the bat, and it can only do his cause the world of good.
Yeah, we know the ball getting older, and they have not been tossed around. This one is whipped off his leg. So 1, settled for 1. As I was saying, this ball have not been tossed all over the playing field. So the shine has not really left as yet. But as the pitch get easier, get more exposed, it will get easier in terms of the pace and the bounce. So end of the over was 37 for 3.
Yeah, 37 for 3 as they try to rebuild here, but the pitch itself is not getting the real hot sun to really bake out whatever moisture is there, as we recognize again the cloud cover. No threat of rain, the cloud cover is there, and it's keeping the conditions cool. As the Windwards in Joseph and Edward trying to extricate themselves and their team from this situation here. 37 for the loss of 3. And I'm certain that Trinidad will be hoping that they can try and get at least one more, and they're being denied by Joseph and Edwards. So it will be a nice little battle over the next 24 minutes to see what will transpire.
Well, that's why they have now introduced again Davis, who's continuing. And still with these 3 slips, a single point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Looking to entice Joseph, who has been there for some 33 deliveries now. Well, some 39, sorry, deliveries. So he left away. So we've seen the first hint of spin being coming off the track there, and that's what you will get here at Cumberland. As the pitch has been used up, the spin will come into effect greatly. Full length delivery. So whether or not you have been there for 1 over or 10 overs, a full toss will be dispatched, no matter how it comes. A welcome full toss there for Joseph. He dispatched that one over mid-wicket. 1 bounce into the mid-wicket boundary. 4 more runs to him.
Yes, misflighted. I would say misflighted. And he got to the pitch of it and slammed it over mid-wicket powerfully for another boundary. And to me, it's a question of easing the pressure by getting that boundary and utilizing the full toss and making full use of it. And he says, thank you very much.
41 for 3. Well, he's beaten. And a good combat delivery there from Davis. He has shown great strength. Tossing it up in that area. I've got his reward already. Caught in the second slip there. Edmond Moranci was caught without scoring. So they have continued to trust with that turn. Now we've seen turn being included in his artillery from the wicket. This one is driven straight to the fielder. A good run by the winner. Good communication. Carrying his score to 42 for 3.
Yes, I think it's a pretty good over we are looking at here. Full toss, 1 flighted, he defeated Joseph. Then this another flighted delivery. He pushed it out to mid-off and ran quickly for a single. And the run in between the wickets is good with the right-hand, left-hand combination.
So a moral victory there for the Windwards in terms of the over. For this one end of the over, they are 43 for 3 at the end of the over. And this is what I've been talking about. Once you spend time at the wicket, the batting gets easier for you, Mr. Hines.
Yes, and the longer you can stay at the crease is far better for you and for your team. Because what we are seeing, the loose deliveries are being punished and they're defending a good one. Yes, a moral victory a while ago with a well-flighted delivery and almost dragged Joseph out of his crease, but fortunately he survives. And I'm sure the Windwards management will be hoping that these two will survive, so to speak, punish the loose deliveries, and stay there up until lunchtime, drew in 20 minutes at 43 for 3? Yes. So the right-handed Joseph, that's right-handed Edward on 5 will face Siwa from the southern end, and being supported, Joseph being supported on 18 by Edward on 5.
First time we're seeing Edwards facing up to Siwa. First time we are also seeing that the Trinidad and field and team there only have 1 slip in from this attack. So they have opted for somewhat of a third slip, floating slip, we will see. So I've got a point, cover, mid on, mid off, and square leg, and a third man. So good cool morning here at Cumberland. It's Wednesday morning. So it's been a morning of excitement for the Trinidadians. They have gotten the better part of the morning so far. They've won the toss, so they have started out on the right foot. They send the Windwards batsmen to do battle, and they have lost all the wickets. They are now 43, somewhat of a rebuilding process for the Windward Islands. Sewa, slower, much slower. He's a medium pace bowler, but he has varied his pace very well. Even when you've been bowling to Joseph, we have seen those cutters, and now this one is much slower to the right-hander, which caused Edwards to play much later. And something we have seen with much of the bowlers throughout the tournament, a variation of pace, good thinking. Let's see. Have you been privy to see any hundreds being in terms of this tournament? We've had 100 from Jamaica, where we've seen Wedderburn, who came in when Jamaica was in a spot of bother, and he stuck it out right here at Cumberland and was able to play, make 100. End of the over here, same place at Cumberland, 43 for free, the Windwards.
A steady over there from Siwa, online, on length, and defended well by that's Edward, and it's no addition to the total. Yes, Don got 100 for Barbados. I think it was here. He got 100, and Wedderburn got one. So I wasn't privy because it's my first game here towards in this tournament. The thing with it is I'll be pleasantly surprised, I would say pleasantly happy if a Windward Islands batsman can get it, or conversely, if a Trinidad and Tobago batsman will also get one. I think Ramnath got 100 in the last game, so it's 3 centuries thus far.
Well, it seems to me like Cumberland is a batting paradise for hundreds.
Well, it's just fortunate that they're concentrating far better, maybe because of the surroundings why they're getting 100s, rather than the other grounds. And the pitches are just the same, all them are about the same thing, but unfortunately, they're not carrying on towards getting a century at Arnesville or at Park Hill, and they have gotten centuries here at Cumberland. Maybe you'll see another one here. Who knows?
Davis continues. This one is Chuck. And the thing, Mr. Hines, is that they have gotten starts on different grounds, and they have not accumulated these starts. Like Pascal, in his second innings in the first round, he was kicked out for a knot in the first innings, and in the second innings he scored a half century in that game. First time we've seen a hint of sweet umpire Mukan decided I will not have none of that, as it was going down leg, so they go through for a leg bye. So it's 44 for free. So we see now one slip now for Edward, a leg slip, silly point, short leg. Who comes right over that one. Just as the cloud is coming over us and shelters, I'll leave that open area now for a serious beam of sun, Mr. Hines. And just as how Edwards covered that one safely, we are safely here. Preparing for ourselves. This one is a full toss. Rushed onto him. The second time we've seen a full toss there from Davis. No ball signal this time above the waist. Rightly called by the umpire.
Yes, correctly called by umpire from this end here. Full toss above waist high, and he pushes it or slams it away towards the offside, towards square cover points, and he collects what, 2 runs? So that's 3 to the total. 47 now for the loss of 3. Loose delivery.
So come out very well. Good morning to the folks in Trinidad and Tobago who's watching us. Trinidad and Tobago celebrating their 60th anniversary of independence the 31st of this month. So they will be a bit upbeat and in a good mood. Maybe the steel pan, one of the instruments that is known for Trinidad and Tobago, very synonymous with Trinidad and Tobago. Loud appeal again. Not convinces umpire Mukan as Davis bring it over to an end. The Windward Islands, they're 44.
47? 47.
47, sorry. For
yes, another interesting over there from the off-spinner Davis from the northern end. One full toss over the waist high, and 2 runs came out of it. And there were 2 appeals for a decision to go their way. They were answered in the negative by umpire Mukan, as the 2 should be right now looking to battle for the Windwards with another 12 minutes before lunch. Is to try and see off lunch. Try and see this inning so far up to lunchtime, which is the next 12 or so minutes, rather than attempting to play too many risky shots and gift another wicket to the Trinidadians. Yes, 2 very, very good catches taken by the Trinidad and Tobago innings thus far, and a very sharp one at short leg. But there's a bowling change at this southern end. That's it, the leg spinner.
Yes, Vincent Singh comes into the attack. So a good ploy here by the captain, knowing that it's lunchtime, so it exposes the risk greater with that ball coming into the left-hander. So there you go, bowl him! First delivery. He had no time of watching him. He did not even wait to see what would have happened. And the first ball out of Vincent Singh's hand, it sends Devon Joseph back to the stand, a reckless cricket shot.
Yes, certainly a reckless shot there by Joseph. Flighted, he didn't know what he was doing, and he just, with head into the air, he just threw his bat, missed, and the stump was hit, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. Windwards lose. I just made the point to try and bat it out for the last 12 minutes before lunch. That should be the target. Rather than that, he played this loose shot, and he's walking dejectedly back to the pavilion, bowled by Vincent Singh for 18.
Well, this brings Kurt Murray to the middle order batsmen who have played very comfortable and watchful.
Yeah, he got 43, I think, and that he's the one who actually shepherded the rest of the team. Murray was LBW O'Neill for 43, 132 balls, 4 fours in that innings, and they moved the total from 69 for 5 up to 152. He was the architect of the recovery.
And in the last match he played here, Windward Islands was in a spot of bother, just as they are now, and he was one who stabilized the innings to get up to 100 runs or so. And again, he himself and Edwards is here to somewhat salvage, bring some sort of stability to the innings for the Windward Islands.
Yes, and the stabilizer has been dismissed already, so it's a question of him now taking over the role of being the stabilizer. And Windwards certainly in an even more precarious position now at 47 for 4, just before lunch, 10 minutes or so before lunch, and Trinidad with vultures around the bat, slip, back, silly mid on, silly mid off.
Well, they are close to the beach, and the hummingbird, it's a national bird, so they will be able to lurk somewhat, per se, for the next scalp. And Kurt, I believe, will not be able to create that opportunity. This one is cutting and cut hard. It's off the mark. Will not reach to the boundary. We'll get 2 runs. This one is cut out to cover. So even though we are losing wicket, I'm going to pounce on those opportunities for a loose delivery. This one is getting out to the cover boundary for 2. Carries the total to 2 more, 49 for the Windward Islands, 49 for 4. We're coming back to that shot from Devoni. As you rightly call it, an ill-advised shot going up to lunge. And the stroke of lunge, it leaves much to wonder. Was he looking forward to see if he could have threw that over the riverside? This one is short, pulled away by Kurt, who comes back now for the second round. Vacant, a lot of acreage out there in the mid-wicket boundary. He pulled that one, 2 more. So a bit too short there from Vincent Singh, who have got his first delivery, a first ball that was well pitched up. And ever since, he have bowled a bit too short. But Kurt, who has been in a nick of form, we will see, coming off that 43 from the last game, will see himself now as a middle order batsman, as bring Vincent this one leave alone. Brings it over to an end. The Windwards, they are 49 for 4.
6:51.
51, sorry.
Yeah, 51. The 50 came, according to my calculation, about 97, 98 minutes. Slow going, but they are under pressure. It's a question again, I'll repeat. Edward and Murray should try their best to see the Windwards through to lunch without any further loss, because another wicket will certainly put in the cat among the pigeons, as the Trinidad and Tobago with vultures around the bat, silly mid on, silly mid off, slip, backward short leg, straightish mid wicket, as Davis will continue to apply the pressure here to the new man in, who is Murray.
Yes, and clearly you see that's the intent there of Edwards, knowing the Edwards who plays very calculated with his deliveries. So we see that Davis now, who seems to have some sort of foundation into it. This one is magnificently driven out to the cover boundary. It was lofted in the air, had enough airtime, and he watched it right on, and it was well driven past the lone man there at cover, and all he could have done is to fetch it there on the cover boundary. A welcome boundary for the Windward Islands. They move up to 55 for 4, and even if it is lunch, that one was solved up very, very well for Edwards.
Yes, a really gorgeous cover drive there, flighted, and he got to the pitch of it and just drove it sweetly to the left of cover point to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot indeed, 55 for 4, and that should give him some confidence.
Well, let's see how Davis respond. This one, he's resting it there somewhat, as if you were not accustomed to cricket. It appears as if you just take it and just rest it down there. All the oohs and the ohs and the ahs. But Joseph knows just what he's about, and he's been doing it very well for the Windwards. But Davis will feel more confident that they are 55 for 4. And good work so far again by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, a well-flighted delivery there from Davis, and equal to the task was Edward. He defended really well indeed. So as they are really and truly pressing for their 5th wicket before lunch.
Well, this one. So we're seeing how meticulous his approach has been. Even a full toss there was pushed down to ground for just 1. So you want no undue risk to see. He wants to be there after lunch.
And 56 for 4, and certainly Murray, who is going to take strike now from the off spinner Davis. 56 for 4, as the battle really continues, and it's an intriguing 5-6 minutes, maybe another 2 overs after this before lunch, as Windwards try to fend off the attacking Trinidad and Tobago spinners.
And that's what you will get from Murray. I don't think Murray will show any aggression to see before lunch here, unless he have an absolutely loose delivery that he have to capitalize, and he's satisfied that he can maximize on it. So clearly the intent is there, and that's why, as you rightly call it, vultures for the Trinidadians are lurking around the back to see even any hint of hope to take a catch or a run out.
So another pretty good over there and a fine shot there from Edward. Got a boundary for it, as they should recognize it's just about 4 minutes, probably 2 overs. Try and see it off. Do not lose another wicket, whilst the Trinidad and Tobago in Singh and Davis will be looking and doing everything in their power to try and effect another breakthrough.
Vincent Singh. We look at Edwards, and his bat lift is very high. He has a very high bat lift. So I'm not too sure if that is because he's a tall fella, and it comes down at that delivery and cools it down very, very, very hard. Vassan would somewhat be pleased with what he's seeing from shoulder and arms, and he has in his artillery the googly down when that comes back into the right hander. So Edward has to be very watchful for that one as well. Long strides as Edwards defends, doing battle for the Windward Islands, and letting the Trinidadian know that it is hard work out here. That's the one that I'm talking about, the one that comes back, as you see Vincent holding his head, and well judged there from Edwards, and that spun back just passing the off stump, but not enough to do any harm or damage to Edwards' wicket. So we'll stop there from Singh, and quiet over for Trinidad and Tobago. Windwards should not be disturbed whether or not it's a quiet over or not. They should be looking to see lunch in any time. This one again is passed out as the umpire signal for, yes, I think they were getting another over because it's operation of the spin, and the over it is going at a very quick pace. So we will see.
This will certainly be the final over before lunch, as the Trinidad manager is passing, he is smiling away. We recognize they have gotten 4 wickets, and quite rightly so. Cool conditions continue here at Cumberland. Another testing over there from Vincent Singh, the leg spinner from the southern end, and certainly with the off spinner from this northern end, would be the last over before lunch. As I said, the vultures are around the bat here, as Edward would be facing Edwards, as he should be trying to defend up until and get in and have lunch.
Well, I think more this idea, since the vultures are wrong, he was dropped anchor here for the Windwards. So not much will happen for, I believe, this one is crushed into his pads.
And interestingly enough, Murray says, is Murray facing down the bottom end there?
Yes.
Yeah, and well, Edward decided he's not going down there, but there certainly was a leg by, and he decided, no, I'm not going to face these final 5 deliveries.
So clearly anchor have been dropped.
Anchor has been dropped.
So it's what we call somewhat of a bowling practice for and batting practice as well. Net session for both the batsman and the fielder, because lunch is coming up. You don't want any injuries, but this time Murray, who have dropped anchor, saw an opportunity to capitalize and caught the Trinidadians off guard. That one, a full delivery, low outside his off stump, and he capitalized well and got 4 more runs for it.
Yeah, but the Trinidad and Tobago team won't be too perturbed with that boundary, because once he's playing shots, you have an opportunity towards affecting a wicket. But the thing of it is a very good shot, flighted, good offside shot to the left of mid-off to the boundary.
How could Davis respond? Sweep this one down to final leg. So a bit of anchorage have been lifted up there by, as there you see, interestingly, the Kurt did not reach the line to cross his bat. you already saw the arm of the umpire, but because the ball has gone so far, he was able to return again and touch the crease there and got his 2 runs.
Lapse in concentration there.
So, Davis. This one, he was teased outside of our stump again. He let it go through. The umpire taking a look at his watch to determine what could happen.
I think this is the last over definitely before lunch. And my watch is 1 minute after 1.
So, end of the over. As the umpire called lunch, the click of the bells, as you rightly call it. I've been around the game for many years now, and I really trust your judgment. The first session, I would say, I've gone to the Trinidadians, but good recovery at 60-4 for the Windward Islands.
The score is get the score right there, Osner. 62 for 4. With Edward, how many not out? And Singh bowling, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for what? 1 for 4. And Davis.
Davis has done very well. He has
and Davis bowling, final bowling figures before lunch.
6 overs, 1 maiden. 1 for 24.
Yes, so play started a bit late here at Cumberland due to a wet spot on the western side of the field at the Cumberland playing field. In this game between the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and inserted Windward Islands. They lost their first wicket at 17 when Gibson needlessly gave away a wicket. He was caught Joshua James off Agard for 4, 17 for 1. At 20 for 2, the vital wicket of Pascal, who was caught by Ramdu, a magnificent catch off the bowling of James for 15. Airborne, both feet off the ground, 1 hand into the air, and it stuck. And he went for 15. Trinidad and Tobago were buoyant. Then a third wicket fell when Morency, he was caught off Davis at short leg without scoring, 26 for 3. Then a stubborn partnership, 4th wicket between Joseph and Edward before Joseph was bowled by Singh, a reckless shot, trying to hit the leg spinner some way into that area where the yacht came in a while ago looking for anchorage. Missed and was bowled for 18. Since then, Edward on 12 not out and Murray on 10 not out have taking the winners total from 47 for 4 up to 62 for 4 at lunch, with Agard 6 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 20. James 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5. He was very tight. Siwa 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. Another tight, steady spell from him from the southern end. Davis, the off spinner, 6 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 24. And Singh 2 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 4. So at lunch, the Windward Islands here against the Trinidad and Tobago, the Cumberland playing field, has come in for lunch at 62 for 4. A session belonging basically to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and rightly called the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. They really came out and after winning the toss and enjoyed the better of the pitch. We made mention that the Windward Island batsmen never show some sort of stability until we saw the last 2 wickets that have fallen show some sort of level of concern. But from Ethan Gibson started, he showed his aggression and clearly it put the Windward Islands on the back foot once he got an early exit from the crease. The Trinidad bowlers continued to knock at the door of the Windward Island batsmen, and they responded and gave their wicket to the, I would say, with some great catch as well from the Trinidadians. So all-round cricket performance from the Trinidadians. As you rightly said, they would have won this first session.
Yes, first run to them. So at lunch here at the Cumberland playing field, Trinidad and Tobago inserting the Windward Islands, who has come in for lunch at 62 for 4. I'll be close off until after lunch at 20 to 2.
So, welcome back to the Cumberland playing field. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Good afternoon to those of you who have just joined us. Cumberland playing field in northwestern corridor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is seated between the farming community of Spring Village and Coast Hill, that is top of the hill. So, it's a area now, fishing area. So we have Trinidad and Tobago. They're taking on the Windward Islands. Is this 5th and 6th place round here at the Cumberland playing field CWI under 19 cricket tournament. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss earlier on. It sent the Windward Islands to bat and have an all scare before lunch due to a late start. They are 62 for 4 at the close of lunch and the stroke of lunch. We had Pascal and we had Gibson, Joseph Moranci, and Edwards and Murray, who is at the crease doing battle now. The first wicket went at 17, and that was Gibson, and 20 for 2. And then we had 26 for 3 and now 47 for 4. So at the crease, Gibson and Edwards and Murray, who is doing battle. We have Agard, who's gonna come back, who opened the attack for the Trinidadians. He's gonna start the attack just after lunch, and it will be Edwards to face up. It's coming around the wicket, and this one's straight. So right after stroke of lunch, the Windwards get things on its way. And this partnership will have to take the Windward Islands close to T if they are to lose any wicket further. The wicket has been exposed to a lot of sunshine since it started playing. There have been no rain interruption. And so we are expecting the wicket to be true somewhat, bringing in the pace. The Trinidad and Tobago attack has started with 3 slips. Now they have only deployed 1 and somewhat of a short gully. There's a backward point. There's a man at cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. As he got with his second delivery, this one is opening up a diving effort there by the man at gully to save that one. Certainly save about 2 to 3 runs because there wasn't a push at that one. As Egad threw a few words at Edwards. Edwards, who have really tallied the innings so far for the Windwards. We'll see. Caught Murray doing battle. And the Eagle coming around to Kurt, somewhat stifling the angle of the ball. So he's bringing that ball into the left-hander. We have Mr. Hines, who is still with us. He haven't gone back home as yet. I believe he was enjoying the scenery more. You've been around this area a lot of times, Mr. Hines, so there is nothing much for you to enjoy different. So I will not guide the viewers or the listeners to believe that it's your first time here. So Egard continues this full length delivery. So good ask, good watchful response by Murray. A lot of clapping and cheering going on. The Trinidad and Tobago team will feel much more happy to see 63 for 4. Good recovery. Most of the teams that we have seen played at Cumberland here have had all the scares and losing all the wickets. And this is a sharp run. Well, this one is a powerful throw by Ram Naran. Left, way off target, but well backed up there by, yes, that looked like number 14 on his back. Yeah, Siwa, that is, who backed up that one. So Murray off the mark after lunch. And so shielded by Edwards, bring the over to an end at 63 for 4. First over after lunch, quiet.
Yes, a pleasant good afternoon to you, Gosnell. Pleasant good afternoon to listeners and viewers to this CWI Rising Stars on the 19th, 5th and 6th place position Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. 1 over after lunch, where Murray goes up to 11, Edward on 12. Edward should be 13. 2 runs in the over. Edward on 13, Murray on 11 is 64 for the loss of 4. Before lunch, the Windward Islands reached 62 for 4, 24 overs in 105 minutes. And with 87 overs, been asked to be bowled during the 87 overs. We're playing right up until 6 o'clock, weather permitting. We make that one very, very clear to our viewers. Because to our left overlooking the Spring Village, some dark clouds are banking up there. Now, from this to Northern End, is Vincent Singh into his third over. And he first delivery, defended out there by Murray. He's up in 11, 64 for the loss of 4, Windward Islands. Singh the right arm leggy with 2 slips, silly mid off, backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And a deep square leg in. Driven back to the bowler, no run, 64 for 4. Well flighted delivery there by Singh, asking him to use his feet, and he did that quite nicely. 64 for 4. Singh. Driven by Murray up to James at mid off, and there is no run. 64 for 4. At lunch, Windward Islands resumed. At lunch, Windies went in at 62 for 4. Singh in for our defensive, well-flighted leg spinner. Murray equal to the task, defend quite well, and it's a question of resettling after the lunch and interval, which is both batsman and bowler. But find Singh is right on target, and the batsman equal to the task thus far. Singh in, defended, out to city mid off, and there is no run. It's always a little more difficult for a batsman to resettle after an interval, after a water break, than a bowler. Far more difficult for a batsman. So I like the way he has settled thus far, Murray. Singh in, full toss and driven straight down the ground. Well, half stopped, and there's some hesitation here. My. There's some hesitation there. It's half stop. Murray came charging down, and Edward sent him back. Both of them are ball watching, which is a cardinal sin. And everything that started well ended well. No run, no wicket. So the win was lunch 62 for 4, 24 overs of bowl by the Trinidad and bowling attack in 105 minutes. 2 runs after lunch, as the Trinidad and Tobago shifted their attack to Agard from the southern end and moved Singh from the southern end and brought him to the northern end. 2 slips go down. Agard will continue. There's rearranging of the field here. We'll get to that in a while. 1 slip and a gully. So it is Edward who will be facing the left arm around the wicket. This one a bit airborne, on a good line, good length, and he pushed that one a bit airborne for about 5 meters or so. But safe in the end, it went out to cover, and there is no run. So they're feeling the way back after lunch. As I said, some clouds really hanging around here, Cosnell. You are really from this area. I have a good idea about this area as well. But you're just hoping that everything will blow over. Agard in, this one back, and he forces it out to cover, and there is no run.
Yes, the clouds are cool, somewhat cooling the atmosphere. If you look at the mountainside, it's not as clear as it was. But what you see there is that's just an evening look. Most of it will just stay like how it is there. Sometimes you have heavy showers in the mountain, and Cumberland is well poised with cricket. So that's how it will start for the rest of the afternoon, more likely.
Agard into Edward. Right on top of a good line, good length, back to the ball on the onside of the pitch, and there is no run. 64 for 4, Windward Islands have a minute insert to the bat against Trinidad and Tobago in the 5th and 6th place playoff Cricket West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament here at Cumberland playing field on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He got in again, right on target, defend well. No addition to the total, but certainly with this tropical disturbance that is right over the islands, to me it's a matter of time before we actually start to feel the effects of it in terms of showers, thunder showers, lightning, thunder. That is how it appears to me looking at the weather bulletin. So we're just hoping that at least for today it will be over, or it would not come in that quickly. Again, right on target. Like he's put a penny out there, so he's delivering the balls right on that penny every delivery. And Edward defending, and there is no run. But certainly, some realities we have to face, and it's not a matter of hoping that it wouldn't come. It's a matter of when.
Okay.
That is what I have seen.
Trust the science.
Yeah, well, you have to trust the science. As hey God. Striking him on the pad is a confident appeal. Not out, says the umpire, but certainly he deceived him with a slow delivery. He was struck on the pad, and there is no run. 64 for 4 at the end of a pretty steady over, culminating with an appeal for an BW, the final delivery.
Well, that one pitched outside leg, as the umpire rightly judged. Umpire Banwari in deciding. See that Egan held that one back with a little cross seam and spun it. So you see the signal there from Edwards that one was spun across, more like of a off spin in the left arm orthodox manner. So umpire was able to rightly judge that one as not out. The height also came into factor, as Singh will do battle now.
To Murray. Sing into Murray, and Murray on the back foot forces it out. Interesting feel here. Now we have two short legs like vultures, as I said before, in front of the bat and the offside, asking him to come on the front foot. So if he plays far the front, when any bunks, they will come right into the picture. Singh will have to be keeping his line outside the off stump and going back to force it. Took the outer portion of the bat. A false shot there by Edward, but he gets 2 runs. Back he goes to one that he should have come forward to. It's Murray. That's Murray. He goes up to 13. Singh is on 15. 66 for the loss of 3, but certainly they are rearranging the field again. So we have, again, even more vultures are around the bat. So it's a gully, slip, 2 silly mid-offs. Singh, the left arm leg spinner. Back he goes and force it out to the left of mid-off. They're going to get 1. And Murray gets another single. He's up to 14. 67 for the loss of 4. So it brings into picture Edward, who's at 15. The men out. Pascal 15, Gibson 4, Joseph 18, Morency a duck. Then trouble the scorers. Forward goes.
Well, interestingly, you see those are 2 silly mid-off that was there. Now Edwards, who is more of a hard-hitting batsman, they don't want to risk that opportunity in the likely event Singh has to pitch one up just out to the yard. We see the man go back on the deep square boundary. So clearly they are looking for him to play against the spin somewhat.
Singh in on that leg stump coming across Edward and defended, and there's no run. Heavily biased field with a 6-3. 2 silly mid-offs, sort of a second slip, backward point, cover, mid-off. Those are the 6 on the offside. Back he goes and cuts that one in the air, pass, backward point. He will get at least 2 more. 1, they're crossing for a second. Edward goes up by 2 to 17, 68 for the loss of 4. Very interesting over again from Singh, and these Windward Islands batsmen are deciding they are not going to give their hands away. You will have to fight to get us out here. That is the impression I'm getting.
Well, yes, and I see in that over there a bit of flirting with danger because those two they have gotten four of the overs, and Murray and Edwards cut. They somewhat came off the edge instead of proper timing on that shot, and what we really see is that Vasan Singh is asking them to create their own strength or manufacture that strength. But good ask, good that they're still there for the Windward Islands.
A guard from the southern end. Cool conditions here at Cumberland live. Sky is. Get to that in a while. Forward defensive. That's Murray. And he remains on 14.68 for 4. But certainly, we cannot help but saying that there is this cloud cover that is over us here. Dark clouds, white clouds, all mixed in. Prelude of things to come, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, but it definitely is going to come. It's a matter of when. Let's hope that they'll be in Kozegad, driven out to mid off wide, going to come for a very sharp single. As Murray goes up now to 15.69 for 4 upside down. You know the bingo term when you're having these bingo games, upside down 69. You know what is the wobble?
No, sir.
Number 8.
Okay.
Once you're into a bingo game and you hear about the wobble, you know it's number 8.
Oh, okay.
As well ball, right on target, giving him little or no room to play any attacking shot. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. They have these things that they do call, different names that they do call, you know, so it's like when you're wrong these things, you have to learn to know what they say, what they mean.
Oh, very well.
As Agard in, this one turns it away on the onside. The good thing about Agard, he's right on target.
Yes, and clearly he's asking question, and his variation again comes into play. That previous delivery was a slower delivery on the leg stump line. So if Edwards was to play any foul shot, there's a man that made a wicket there awaiting that foul shot or miscued that shot, we will see.
Interesting feel. They have a wide long on. I believe it's for that slow delivery. In the event, he go for a big one. Again, right on that middle stump. He can only defend, and there is no run. But interesting enough, there's a wide long on. The thing about it's 6 and 1.5 as the other. Because once the field is out there, I do not think that Edward and Murray will looking for any big shot. If he is in at mid on, it will be tempting to them to go over his head. And as I speak, they have brought him in. Clips away to short square leg, no runs, total remains 69 for the loss of 4. 69 for 4. As I spoke, apparently they heard what I was saying. And they actually moved the individual from wide long on into a mid-on position, which to me is more like it.
It's good thinking from the captain because it was the last ball of the over as well, and they were asking Edwards to play a big shot by bringing back up the long on fielder. But Edwards, who has been very watchful after lunch and pre-lunch session, clearly shows that he's not enticed in any way by the Trinidadians. You know that Trinidadians are known for their chili food, their hot food, but it's not served up there for Edwards as yet to enjoy the delicacies.
Interesting field placing again. The vultures come around again, but apparently they have moved one. They have moved one from gully, from second slip to gully, and I'll get to this after this delivery. This one, that's Edward, Ed Murray. Murray played at that one. He took the leading edge and fell short of the man at first slip. Fell short of him, but it was a moral victory for him having beaten the bat and taken the edge. Lack of bunks, why did not go to that first slip. So it's Edward now on 17 to face Singh. This one. That one was struck very, very powerfully, and we had to get out of the way.
Well,
Straight. You didn't want anything better than that. Straight. Straight. We just had to shift my carcass, so to speak. And it's over our head for a really good hit for maximum. So Edward goes up to 23. A very, very good shot. Timed it beautifully and lifted it.
That was an excellent shot. Shared timing was in that one. He did not overhit it. He did not try to put anything extra. Just played through the line and a correct cricket shot there.
A lot of power in that. Straight into the pavilion here where we are doing the live streaming from for our defensive. And there's no run. 75, I think it is. 76. 77 for the loss of 4. Certainly well exhibited and executed shot there from Edward. Really launched into that leg spinner there from Singh. From this, the northern end. For our defensive, back to the bowler. No run, 77 for 4 Windward Islands. And these two are trying their best to extricate the Windward Islands. They have so far put on 30 for this wicket, and they need to build and put on something substantial.
Yes.
A wicket or two can change the whole setup, so they'll have to keep batting. Sing in. Back he goes and forces it beautifully through the covers. To the left of cover. It's going to go close to the boundary. We'll wait to see what happens. The umpire signal for certainly. Back he goes and slams that one to the left of cover. And we weren't too sure if the field had stopped it or not, but eventually signal a boundary. So it's 4 more to Edward. He goes up to 27, 81 for the loss of 4. 2 fine shots in this over so far from Edward.
Yes, I think the fielder got to it in time, but the actually flick it over the fence instead.
Yeah, Trinidad will have to rethink their fielding position based on the fact that Edward seemed to be taking the fight to Sing. Allow this one to go by. End of an over, very expensive over, 10 in the over, a maximum and a boundary. And Edward is easing the cause of the Windward Islands. 81 for the loss of 4. A partnership number of 34. Very valuable 34.
Yeah, much better looking scorecard in sense of where they were. They will be somewhat satisfied. I think what the captain need to do is to somewhat try to curtail the run flow from. You cannot stop a boundary, you cannot stop a 6, but what you could do is to put the restrictive measures in place to get Edwards out strike as much as possible.
The thing about it is a matter of keeping pressure, and he need his bowlers to bowl a lot of dot balls and put back the pressure on the Windward Islands batsmen and see how they will respond when the runs will have been dried up.
Well, Agard is doing that from one end. So when they have dried it up on Agard end, they are making it count with Vincent Singh.
Agard in. Looking to play that one through the offside, took the inside portion of the bat and ran out to square leg. No run. A moral victory there for Agard.
Yes, and that's what you talked about with pressure, because Agard have been bowling his 3rd consecutive over after lunch, and he have not conceded not much runs after lunch. And so Murray, who have played a little wide-ish from his body, was able to see that go down to square leg.
Agard in, out, he forces this one. There could be danger here. If he's out, that has to be out. That has to be out. He opened the face, ran it to the left of backward point, who is a left-hander. And he had a shot at the stump. It knocked it clean out of the ground, and even from our position, you can clearly see he was out of his ground. So Windward Islands, I made mention a while ago, a wicket or two can change this whole complexion of the way things are going. Certainly a needless run out there from who is out there? Is Edward? Yes. No, Murray. Is Murray is out? So Murray has gotten run out for 16, but really and truly An excellent execution there and a direct hit, even from our position. We could have clearly called it, and I did call it in the umpire. Didn't even wait for the finger to go up. The guy, Murray, started to walk towards the pavilion.
Yes.
Trinidad then back in it, 81 for 5.
Yeah, good pick up there from Rambaran, and I'm not sure as to what was the intent there of Murray, because clearly it did not evade Rambaran at point, and it was to his strong side, his left side, and he had the bounce with it, so he was able to, it's just a matter of if he hits the stump. As a matter of fact, Murray was already 1/3 down the track, so just the direct hit which he got, and was able to execute that.
Yes, and as I was saying, the new man is Neil or Leo. So Leo joins Edward at 81 for 5. I was saying 1 or 2 wickets can really change the whole complexion of this innings here. And a needless run out as far as I'm concerned, because there was no run there. It was just suicidal, and he paid the price. As the left hand.
Murray was one of those batsmen you could have counted on in terms of staying at the crease. And
he has stickability.
Yes, yes.
81 for 5. Windward Islands here against Trinidad and Tobago, the Cumberland playing field. We're down now to start to look at the lower order of the Windward Islands batting. Outside the off stump to Leo and allowed it to go through to the keeper, and there's no run. So Murray went run out for 16, but is wondering who called him.
I believe he called himself, because clearly there was a loud shout of no from where I'm sitting here. I don't believe the Trinidadians would have said no.
He overcommitted, gave Rambaram stumps to aim at, and he made no mistakes, and he went to his good side and he plucked the stumps out. This one clipped away down to the boundary for 4, losing his line, and Leo off the mark now with a 4. Leo off the mark with 4, 85 for 5. Badly lined. Maybe the right hand, left hand combinations created the problem. And he got a much needed boundary for the Windward Islands. So just lost the solid looking Murray for 16, run out by Rambaran.
Yes, and Leo is one of the batsmen I've seen also for the Windward Islands who have had starts and have not capitalized on these starts. He's not going to give his wicket away cheaply. Yes, he has played some ill-advised shot in a couple of games, but I believe that once he gets a start here, he knows his work, what is cut out for him, and this is for me the partnership that could tell where the Windward total will head.
Yes, in the last game he got 21, 50 balls, 2 fours at Park Hill against Barbados, and pushes this one, stopped by the bowling, is no run. 85 for 5. They got a partnership between himself and Murray of 54, and move Windwards from their position at 69 for 5 to 115 before he was bowled by the left arm spinner for 21. He faced 50 balls, which is a lot of time to spend in the middle. So the end of the over, 85 for 5, and Trinidad and Tobago looking to maybe, I believe, is try to get Edward out and really try to restrict the Windward's score, because bearing in mind the forecasted bad weather to come in.
Yes.
Try to see what they can do between now and this afternoon. But they're being denied by Edward, who is playing a good innings. 27 just struck Singh for a 6 and a 4 a while ago. But Singh will continue his perseverance. Outside the off stump, and he just stabs it out on the offside, and there is no run. But certainly the skipper seems to have faith in Singh, and he's allowing him another over. See if he can get, as we say, revenge for the maximum and the boundary struck in the previous over. Singh in. Forward defensive.
Well, he's 2 right-handers at the crease, and he will be trusting the leg spinner to create that discomfort for not so Edwards, but because Leo has just joined in the attack.
Singh in, flatter trajectory, defended on the back foot, and there is no run. And look, my eyes are focused in that area, because We really will love to see an uninterrupted day, uninterrupted play for the rest of the day. As Singh, back he goes and forces it out to backward point. Misfielded there, they're going to get it easy too. That is the problem of us. Some sloppy work out there by the Trinidad and Tobago.
Started with Agard there at backward point. I'm not sure if it is the fatigue there from Edwards. He's been bowling a 3-over spell after lunch. So that one slipped through his leg and then the overthrow.
Yes, so, but it's really sloppy. He should have stopped it. Didn't stop it. Ran past him. They were hustling for a 2. Then the overthrow was wide of the keeper. No one backing up. And they got an additional run. So he ended up with 3. It was 88 for the loss.
Well, I don't think the Windwards Islands will be that disturbed by that.
88 for the loss of 5, the Windwards Islands. But sometimes these things have a way whereby the overthrow, there's a good old saying, you do not run on overthrows.
Not if you're in a position to win.
But you never know. He has exposed Leo, the new man in. What the future holds, we don't know.
True.
Sing into Leo. Leo stabs it out on the offside. No run. 88 for 5. 1 ball remaining.
He starts first up with the googly to the left-hander. I believe he should have somewhat left that for as a surprise delivery.
Thought he might have bowled the leg spinner just around middle with the 2 men catching it off and the leg gully. Anyway, Sing in. It's exactly the right spot he bowled that delivery there. Right on the spot, and he defended it airborne for a short while, but still short of the still limit on, and the total remained 88 for 5 as these two, more so Leo, will have to try and settle to support Edward as the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers haven't gotten a wicket unexpectedly via the run out route, and they are now 88 for 5 as the Windwards continue the battle here.
So it's a good start here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Seems to be a bowling change from the southern end.
They're the one who effected the run out.
Well, if things go his way, haven't gotten a run out, he'll probably take another wicket. Sometimes these things do work out. I heard some rumbling upstairs a while ago.
Yes.
89 for the loss of 5. No, 88 for the loss of 5. Flighted delivery there, and Edward defend, and there's no run. They're hitting the 2 of the bat. 88 for 5. Rambaran from the southern end, left arm wrong to bowl to Edward on 30-3-0. Forward defensive, good line, good length. And the thing about these Trinidadian bowlers, the moment they are on, they are hitting the good line, good areas consistently.
And that's the thing that the Windwards Islands have to pick up on, is that no bowler is just going to come there and give them loose deliveries.
Forward defensive. On the onside, and there is no run. The bowlers generally, if one looks at James, 6 overs, 4 minutes, 1 for 5. Siwa, 4 overs, 2 minutes, none for 7. They've been very, very tight. Forward defensive on the front foot in the approved fashion is Edward, and there is no run. No loose delivery, no warm-up delivery, right on target. Forcing you to defend. Rambaran from the southern end. Back he goes and forces it out to extra cover, whitish mid-off, and there is no run. The battle is really joined by Rambaran as he goes into the well-set Edward. Our Trinidad would love to see the back of him. In the air, I just said it, and he is very fortunate. He pushed it into the man that mid-off, and he spilled it.
My goodness me. That is
unbelievable.
So unbelievable. Words cannot, and it's a, as we will normally say, it's a dolly catch. I believe overconfidence in that case, because the man there, I think Davis it is, cannot believe it is standing at these stumps there with hands kimbled to his hip as to what have I done. Davis Edwards was the man of the moment to get and look at the opportunity gone by. Yeah, he's still in awe.
As I was saying it, a wicket or two and the man to get out, they were hoping to get out. It's Edward, and he gave them the opportunity, and they spilled it. Swing in. This one clipped out to straightest mid wicket, and there is no run. This is the thing about pressure. Once you can keep batsmen under pressure, they're likely to play false shots. And he got the opportunity, and he just didn't make use of it. Singh in, defensive by Leo, and there is no run. So 30 to Edward, Leo on 4. Singh continues, and this spell from this, the northern end or the Chatibelair end, the Fitzhughes end, whatever end you want to call it. Forward defensive, and they're going for a sharp single. Forward defensive, it fell well short of the man there at silly mid on, and they got a single. He dived at it, but it had passed him. So sometimes these things stick or they don't stick.
Hopefully the Windwards would not want it to stick.
Haven't seen what happened in the previous over.
Well, it brings Edward back on strike.
89 for 5. Edwards back on strike. Singh in, he forced it out to deep cover, exploring the possibility of a single, but Leo says stay your ground. He had to return to the crease. 89 for 5, but he waited on that one. Slow turn, and he waited on it and pushed it to the right of cover. Sharper batsman would certainly have gotten a single.
Of course, a single was on. I think Leo was up to the task.
Singh in. That's one strike him on the pad. Maybe I heard a double song.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what happened. Certainly, I think I heard a double song.
Yes, the umpire signaled to the bowler there was a click.
Yes, I think that's what I heard myself. So maybe that would have saved him.
Yes, of course. Because it's a goalie, the one came back into him.
Singh to Edward. He waited on that one to turn and then open the face and ran it down to a short third man. The end of a pretty good over, good testing over to the well-set Edwards. 89 for the loss of 5, Trinidad and Tobago, as you will continue the commentary.
Yes. And, good going by the Trinidad and Tobago team. They have knocked on the door since after lunch for the Windward Islands and have got just reward. Very lackadaisical cricket, I would say, by Murray, or lapse in concentration somewhat, causing him to be run out. And a welcome run out there for the Trinidadians, who know.
But there was a second lapse. The fielder, Davis, dropped the catch. 2 laps, and certainly one went for Trinidad and the other one went for the Windward Islands.
Rambran to continue. This one is cut between point and cover. Past the man of cover, they will come back for 2. And that's the thing, the Windward Islands have been getting the runs. They have not fallen short of getting the runs. But the wicket column is the troubled area. Since I've watched the cricket so far, the Ethan Gibson and the Murray is the 2 wickets I've seen unjustly given away by the Windward Islands. The others were well done. This one is beaten. Leo trying to be very meticulous with his stroke and beaten outside the stump as the left-hander, left hand with that ball angling into him. And, bowled him! Just beaten outside the half stump, a little bit straighter, and Leo, who played down that line, seemed not to put any emphasis in the shot. He is sent back to the ground, to the stands at 89. The Windward Islands are 89. 91, sorry, viewers. We always have to be up to date with the scorer. 91 as Gassi comes out, and Leo Is the batsman gone? And, that shot have no sort of defensive mechanism in it. It's just allowed to hit the stump, I could say, from where I'm sitting here.
Our fellow commentator tend to say wickets will fall in clusters, and it has been the trend during the tournament. So we are seeing the cluster here by 2 quick wickets here after lunch, and it could have been 3. But when Trinidad had gotten another wicket, and they're slowly but surely clawing their way back into dominance in this game at 91 for 6. It will take some serious batting by the lower order tail towards giving Windwards a respectable total and not being dismissed before, let's say, before tea.
So it brings Gassi to the wicket. Another left-hander. Windies Island's packed with left-handers.
He played some aggressive shots up at Park Hill, I'll tell you that.
Well, I guarantee you that he will not stick around and see runs to be scored and stick around, because that's the nature. He plays shots. We have proven to be a handful for the Windies Islands total. And once he able to get some loose delivery, he will make use of them.
Aggressive off drive, as I told you before, certainly an aggressive player. We'll see how he would stand up and fare against this Trinidad attack.
So, bit slower in the air, so he had to wait on that. So end of the over, successful over for the Trinidadians. It's 91 for 6. A bit of trouble there for Windwards.
Yeah, the win was in trouble here. It's a question of Edward looking to try and shepherd the rest of the batting. He is on 30. It's a question, would he be able to shepherd the rest of the batting, because he really down to the lower order and into the tail. That drop catch might be pivotal in the terms of the overall final position for the Windies Islands, with Edward still at the crease. So the battle continues. Are they going to find themselves getting up to, let's say, I would put a figure, maybe our 150, thereabout?
Well, I will assure you, I'm not sure about the scoring, but with the resistance with the tail, we've seen Bascom held up his end on many occasions when the Windies Islands need him. So if for some stroke of luck that Edwards is there until Bascom comes, then clearly he will have someone to bank on.
Yeah, but you can't depend on a number 11. You have to try and bat now, along with Gassi and the others. So I would not reach that far. Because if you're coming down to number 11, no, sir. You need to bat and soak up a lot of deliveries and try to, as we say, edge the total closer and closer. The target should be 150. As you know, should be taking small steps. The next target is 100. After that, they should be looking for 150 by sitting out there and bat as long as possible.
Well, as you see, change of glove from Edward. Seems to be affected greatly by the heat that is here. Not so much the sunshine, but the heat. And sync continues. And, I wonder if Edward will be looking to be attacking at any time, knowing that he is somewhat losing wicket at the other end.
I think he's trying to curb his aggression, because you can see he actually was winding up to put that one at a far distance, but he resisted and he defended. I do not think he will continue to defend these flighty deliveries.
Well, let's see. This one is played out to cover, cut away here. It will run close to the fence as a snail in. It is now recovered by Siwa. And powerfully returned right over the stumps for the keeper. And they were able to come back for 2. So seems to me like Edward's playing on a different track from the other batsmen.
Yes, definitely. He is in control. He's been there for a long time, and what he needed is support from the other end, but he's not really getting it.
Singh, who has been a bit off, inconsistent, I would say, in terms of his line since after lunch. Not that he have given away many runs, but in terms of allowing the batsman some twos and threes after lunch. So Edwards will more favor Singh in this attack, as this one is sheltered it right on the pitch.
I think he's waiting for the shorter deliveries so he can pong it somewhere between cover and extra cover. Or if it's too full, to cart it somewhere over the boundary. I think that is the waiting game.
Well, I believe we need to put on some helmets up here, Mr. Hines. Okay. This one is swept behind square. It's going out to the fine leg boundary. He will pick up another 4. And a great piece of batting there from Edwards. 4 more for the Windward Islands.
Yes, just as I said, he's waiting on the loose deliveries to try and punch on it, try and get some runs for his team. If it's really overtossed, he will try and put it, as you said, get some helmets here. And he got 6 runs in that over, and just what the doctor ordered. So what is really needed is a determined approach by the other batsmen to give him full support. That is what Windwards is hoping for in the form of Gassi for the time being, to give him tremendous support to see how far they can advance the total. As I said, small steps is the way they ought to go. And in so doing, I think they can still reach that formidable, that total of a 150.
Well, 97 for 6. 97 for 6. Rambaran continues. As Gassi, they have now deployed a short leg, a 1 slip. This one is played down the ground. There is no run. Fielded by the man at mid-off. Rambaran has been, well, you have captained the team the last time. I'm saying that now does the captain work for Trinidad and Tobago. This one in a portion of the bat. Chickle past the man at short leg as he goes for a drive. So something that the Trinidadians would enjoy, seeing the aggression by Gassi. This one is placed past the man at 4 slip. Nobody seems to be going for that. So come back for 2. So easy 2 there. Gassi goes off the mark. Score moves on to 2, 99. This one is lofted, full toss out to the man at mid of wide. It now goes to the fence close, and it reached now to the boundary. That brings up the 100 for the Windward Islands with that shot. 101. 103 there.
Yes,
for the Windward Islands.
Made good use of it and slammed it to the boundary for 4. The 100 and 150 minutes.
150 minutes, rightly called. Well, this one is close and he's gone. Looking to sweep a straight delivery, and after hitting a great shot, well, he goes, and that there brings up the 5th wicket for Rambaran in the tournament. And boy, Windward Islands sinking even further in trouble. They have lost their 7th batsman.
Yes, a ball foolishly into him, looking to sweep it, cart it somewhere towards the sea. Maybe go looking for a dip at the beach. Missed in front, an umpire, Bandwari, lifted a finger and sent Gassi back to the pavilion for 6. A boundary, another 2, and then he's on his way back to the pavilion. 103 for 7, and the wicket continued to fall. But
yeah, just as you call it. Just as you call it. No time at the crease. They have not done great adjudication to see whether or not he could assess further and get any more out of it.
No real purpose to try and defend. And to me, I will call it match awareness.
Yes.
Edward is in. let me stay here and survive. It doesn't matter whether I get 1 in 5 minutes, 2 in 10 minutes. The aim is to survive, to give all support to Edward. But Trinidad and Tobago are gradually eating away at the Windward Islands innings. And as I said, they target the small steps. They've already got 1 to 100. But the problem you're faced with here now, it's a question of how long will they survive?
Well, Ramlal, left arm spinner, again comes into the attack, leg spinner. This one is spun away from Joseph. So Ramlal, and it brings Jelani Joseph to the crease. All kind of things happening here, Mr. Hines.
Action.
This one's much slower, flighted.
The thing with it is, Edward would have to make up his mind what he wants, because he finds himself wickets are going bit by bit, so he have to not give his hand away, but see how quickly he can score.
Good work by the Trinidad. As you see, this one is lofted over cover, taking the outer portion of the bat, coming back for the second. And he will need to take most of the strike. That is important as well. Not at a case where you want to shield batsman as yet, but he will have to take most of the strike if he have to see a substantial force in his total.
Well, the word substantial is relevant in this situation here, the way things are happening. So the question, as I said before, he will have to decide what he wants. Am I going to attack? Am I going to defend and look at wickets falling at the other end? So it's for him to determine in his own mind what is the best thing to do for his team.
Is that one soft?
That delivery, I believe he should have certainly pounded it towards the boundary through extra cover, because certainly he's right on top of it, and he should have, not in the air, slammed it on the ground for another boundary.
Well, there's a sweeper now that has deployed some 10 to 15 feet of ground of the point boundary. So turns the strike over to Joseph. Jelani Joseph comes in for his first delivery to be solved up by Ramlal. So it will be interesting the field set they will have for him. It's not as compact, and he seems signaling to mid-on and mid-off to come up into the 30-yard circle.
Which is the correct thing to do.
So he's forcing him to go over with his big shots. Faster delivery, could be close, and not off the head, and there goes that dreadful finger. And boy, wasn't he set up with Joseph looking for a delivery that would have lofted in the air, but it was skid on, and the umpire, who have been doing an exquisite work so far for this day, they have no reason to doubt that would have gone on to hit the stump.
Yes, certainly it was set up, and he bowled a quicker delivery and caught him palpably LBW right in front, and umpire Mokan had absolutely no hesitation in raising that finger. The Windies have lost another wicket. It goes right back to what I'm speaking about. What should Edward do? Wickets are tumbling here at the Cumberland playing field. 106 now for 8, and the way things are going, it will appear as if they're not going to bat up until tea. The way things are happening. The new man in his home.
Bascom.
Is it Bascom?
Brings Bascom to the crease.
The individual you were calling for?
Yeah,
okay.
At least you've seen Bascom.
Well, we'll see what happens, how we can survive under this relentless Trinidad and Tobago slow bowling, spin bowling.
Well, he's on a non-strikers, and it was end of the over there. 106 there. Well, all kind of action is happening there. I want to get that total right. Seems as if
since lunch they have lost 4 wickets for 39 runs.
Unacceptable batting there. And Rambaran.
It could have been worse had they taken Edward that catch.
Well, of course. Well, they play skillfully, shielding that as an opening batsman will.
What would you have done if you were in Edward position?
Well, I would have looked to maximize as much as possible. This when he pushed down the ground, so he decided to take none. So you clearly see that he's going to shield the innings here and not exposing his tail enders. But I believe that Bascom have the credibility to see himself. I've seen him play on 2 rungs matches, and he have really held the innings, glued the innings together in the lower order. He's not the batsman that would play rush shots. Sometimes I see him bat and it appears as if he's doing his net session. He's not too eager on scoring unless there's opportunity for it. All kind of excitement happening there. Mr. Hines delivered down the leg side. The Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper was just waiting for Edwards to lift that leg, and he fell right over on his back.
Yes, I think what happened, the wicketkeeper was a bit too quick in taking the bail off. But the moment he stumbled or overbalanced, if he had waited, he probably would have gotten him some.
And then umpire Mokan decided, no, that's not it. So with address to the stumps.
Yeah, some part of him was grounded.
Yes.
So it's obvious the umpire would have to say not out, and correctly so as well.
Well, he's been grounded for the Windward Islands batting so far. And as solid as he is, he's not going to loosely, just his one lofted shot. So end of the over, an over in which he could have gotten on 1. So he exposes Bascom now to an entire over to Ramlal, which Ramlal will be happy. And I believe that mid-over conference will be about try to see if he could get off the strike as quick as possible.
See how best he can defend his wicket. At the same time, whilst defending, if he can get a single, fine. So it's a question of, does Bascom have the capability of surviving the spin bowling attack here from both ends, both left-arm spinners. One is bowling a flat, which is Rambaram, and the other is flighting in Ramlal. Would he be able to survive? We just wait and see.
You see that Ramlal still haven't deployed back those mid-on and mid-off feeler. The only feeler that is out, interestingly, is the deep square leg feeler. He bowled him! Bowled him, a faster delivery. Ramlal celebrates on the ground with his line on his back and inside edge onto the pad, onto the stumps. And there you have it. The Windward Islands, they are in dire trouble.
I told you about that, you know. Can he survive the spin bowling? That was the question I posed to you. And it's proven that he has not survived one delivery, and he is on a hat-trick. The last delivery from the previous over, he got Gassi. Not Gassi, he got Joseph, LBW. Now he has bowled Bascom with the very first delivery.
Well, I wonder what would have been the instruction given here to the new batsman, which is Andrews, Kelton Andrews. And
Windwards are definitely in real trouble here now, and as I said, can they survive up until T? Because it has given the Trinidad and Tobago team the time in the world to try and get first innings here before the rain decide to come tomorrow. But giving them a lot of time. You have what? Another hour and 5 minutes before tea, plus the time after tea. 87 overs to be bowled in the day, so Trinidad and Tobago will have enough time to try and go past the Windwards total, or give Windwards enough time to dismiss them this afternoon.
Well, it's cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties.
Something is very certain. I don't believe in glorious uncertainties. I believe in glorious certainties.
Well, in this case, it will be a glorious certainty that the Windward Islands will be bowled out.
That is a fact of life. It's a matter of time. Can they survive? That's my question. Can they survive?
Well, let's see.
Even this over? Can they survive this over?
Well, I believe they will. And Jews. So, you see, form push can't pass the bowler. Now the vultures are back in, as you call them. They're lurking around that bat. And sensible bowling there from he stopped that hat-trick delivery. Oh, there you see that gone across the right hand Andrews. I don't even think he ever close to what is happening there.
I don't think he have a clue as to what happened. The flighty delivery, pushed down the line, it went past him. Fortunate for him, he didn't overbalance as wicketkeeper Kisunat had the bail off in a flash. He has survived, and it's all a question now. Still, can he survive the rest of the over and allow Edward to have more strike from the opposite end?
Well, oh, he read that one off the pitch.
Slow delivery, well flighted.
They have now placed the man from that was a silly mid on to short leg. So they are looking to let him play more on the leg stump line, see if he could pop that one in the air for a slip. There's a short cover. There's a point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. There you go. There you go. Natural tail ender shot, we will call it here. Where you see it in the air and you go for it.
Natural number 11 swipe. Agricultural shot. Looking to hit it somewhere.
Back in the plantains,
maybe in the plantains, as you're quite rightly saying. But a typical number 11.
Ooh, good, quicker delivery at the end of the last ball, and it was dead on target, but he got his bat down enough to survive this over.
Yes.
Excitement here at Cumberland.
It hit the middle of the bat. The number 11 in Andrews hit the middle of the bat.
Still finding the middle.
Still finding the middle. And he survives, which gave Edward an opportunity to face more deliveries to try and push the total up. From their position, and they are really, really struggling since lunch, from 62 for 4 to 106 for 9. 5 wickets would have fallen for 44 runs.
I think what the captain should do now is to try and restrict the field from having that single all in and force Edwards to go over the top. Do you want to restrict runs? There you go. Down the ground, it could be taken, dropping short of the man Orlando James down there at long on, and they took all his single, and just what they see him at the non-shaker and holding his head as to, my gosh, what did I do?
Well, he tried, I believe, to look for maximum, didn't succeed, and he took a single off the very first ball and exposed Andrews.
Well, and just block the second one.
Maybe he knows something that we don't know about Andrew's ability.
Maybe you have great trust in him. And, Andrews haven't been exposed much to this. Oh, well, and just whip that one. Whip that one. A bit of mid-wicket confusion. As you see, Andrews coming off the mat now. A loud cry of no from him at the non-striker. Actually, the ball almost reached close to the fence, I would say.
I think Edward is confused. I think that is what has happened. Because there's clearly even 1.5 in it, and he decided, no, Ollie.
And this one, he whacked away wide of long off. They're coming back for 2 safely. Good running. And that's the reason why he should have taken the most of the strike. He's the most seasoned batsman. And,
I think he's confused. He really doesn't know when to run, what to do. I think that's basically what's happened to him because...
Well, maybe because of the all single, the first ball of the over, somewhat got confused, as you rightly call it. So I believe now they should be looking, as you see, there you go, long on, long off.
Yeah, the thing about it that he may very well put himself under pressure to try looking for a single here now. So what the Trinidad captain is bring the field in.
There you go, just as you call it, forcing a single sweep that wasn't there. Almost caught himself in a tangle for a sweep shot and brings you over to an end, no run. Now Andrews have to do battle for Ramlal.
And that's what, 110?
Yes, 110.
Try to see if they can get another 40. Look at the 150. These small things, you have to be ambitious. If you're batting with a number 10 or 11, you have to be thinking ambitiously in terms of looking for run. But the problem, Andrews may very well surprise all of us. Well, may very well survive, and apparently there's a water break at this particular point in time. And the
In
Windward.
all of the excitement, the umpire decided to cool things down.
Yes, I think the umpire decided to cool things down. You're absolutely right with that. So the Windward Islands resuming at 62 for 4 since lunch. They have lost.
So they have lost Joseph. They have lost.
They have lost
Leo,
62 for 4. Murray was run out needlessly by Rambaram for 16. Leo was bowled by Rambaram 7. Gassi LB Ramlaram 6. Joseph LBW Ramlal North. And Bascom bowled Ramlal North. Andrews not out 1. 42 not out. It's Edward. So.
Well, Agard, who has led the attack, he's got 1 for 27 from his 10 overs, just 2 maidens in that. Joshua James, he got 6 overs, haven't got any for 7, but very economical. Davis got 1 for 21 from his 6 overs, 1 maiden in that. Zachary Sewa, I believe, did very well as
Zachary
well as
what?
Sewa. Yeah, he got 4 overs, none for 7, and 2 maidens in that. Rambaran, he got, and that's 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. And Vasant Singh, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. And Nick Ramlal, who have really caused the tail end to be perturbed and disturbed, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 3. So exciting piece of spell. Some 2 extra. Excellent bowling. Just
the extras are how many?
2.
Though no ball, 1 was a no ball or 2 no
A
ball.
leg by and a no ball.
Leg by and a no ball.
So disciplined bowling there, and it's really pressure at 110 for 9. If you're just watching us, yes, and you're from the Windward Islands, sorry that this will have to be on your television screen or whatever screen you're watching. But the umpires have decided to cool things down with all the action that is taking place. And Mr. Hines, I believe the batsmen now for Trinidad should be looking at to coming out to bat.
Yes, I think they are looking forward to batting because they recognize they're down now to 9-10 Jack, 11. And what they need is to have Andrews facing as much balls as possible, which will certainly increase their chances of dismissing the winner. It's total 110 for 9, really and truly a paltry score. Track is slow, but a couple of them are giving their wickets away, to be very honest. And the Trinidad bowlers relentlessly bowling the spin, bowling at them and creating problems. And it's really left now to see from Edwards to see how far he will be able to advance the Windwards total.
Well, the advancement of the innings will depend on how Andrews tailor this over. And same with ball in hand, tossing from left to right or
That's
right
Ramlal.
to left.
That's Ramlal.
Ramlal. So Andrews doing some repair work to his glove, adjusting to make sure he's got better hand grip. Now, the few spectators who are here supporting the Windwards are a bit disappointed with their performance, I believe, Mr. Hines.
Yes, the wicket doesn't hold any terrors, to be very honest.
Just as the doctor ordered, Ramlal, a faster delivery, got that one down to third man, and it brings Edwards on strike for the Windward Islands.
So Andrews goes up to how much? 3?
That's the first one for Andrews. Yes, Andrews goes on to 3, sorry.
Yes, Andrews on 3. Brings Edward into strike, and he should try and see how much runs will he be able to muster from the 5 deliveries and try and farm the bowling for the next over once he survives this over.
Yeah, but Ramlal has been very, very smart with his bowling. He has slowed some up, and he acts at a big shot. We haven't seen proper timing shot from Edwards when it comes to Ramlal. This one is played down the ground. Something as a coach and manager you would have liked to see ball played on the ground if you're going to play those big shots.
But if he previous over he took the single off the first ball, he has confidence in Andrews. Why not run?
This one is lofted and got the maximum it deserved, and in the back of our stand there, and some of the spectators there are in mortal danger with that shot.
Yes, flighted, looking to buy the final wicket here as Ramlal, and It had got enough power in it, enough strength in it, and went over mid, long on for a maximum. He goes up to what, 49, I think it is? 49? 46.
But I don't think he's going to flight anymore like that. Down tongue again. This one's cheated with the stain. And that brings up the 50, a well-deserved 50 there from, a lone victory, you'll say, from Edwards, who have been dropped by the Trinidadians. Excitement to this over starting.
Yes, 2 maximums in the over from Edward, and he decided, I am going to launch an attack. I'm down to number 11. Doesn't make any sense to hang around.
Well, sensibly played. He got a single, so he's off strike, and now exposed Andrews to face some 2 deliveries.
But
So-
I would not have run there.
Okay.
I would have stayed and bat and faced this 1 delivery and gave him 1 to face.
If he got the opportunity to get a 1.
Right.
Because I think just if 1 delivery is to be faced, the captain would have brought the field in and forced him to go over. So let's see how this plays out.
Because you're exposing your more vulnerable partner.
Well, I think Andrew should read the book by now, what is expected of him, to block these 2 out, or if he could muscle it over the fence.
I think they're making a mistake. They should have the field in and tempt him to go over.
This one. Well, yes, it was the last ball of the over.
Yes, I thought they had
Yes.
2. But
So-
certainly I thought they missed a trick. They should have brought in the field
Yes.
and let him light up his eyes to be able to try and play a big shot.
Well, Andrews have different ideas. End of the over, 124.
124.
124 for 9. Again, if you just turn on your screen and you're seeing 124 for 9, yes, that's what we have here at the Cumberland playing field. The Windward Islands inserted to bat earlier on this morning after all the disturbance. And Rambaran, who will continue. As this one is played on the mat of the chalk. And Rambaran. There's no sort of urgency in getting a single with the first ball. No, from Edwards. So, good partnership being developed here. This one is beaten. He followed that one and it was spun across him. Well, luckily for him, it wasn't ricocheted into the off stump, but he was handsomely beaten. This one will is a full length delivery down the left side. They will get a golf bounce, as we will normally call them, and they come back for 2. Man from square have to run all the way around to fine leg. Yes. Got
Well, it's all good for the Windward Islands, but I think they're missing a trick trying to dismiss their last pair for the Windwards. They're giving them runs.
This one has got the single that is deserved and wanted. As Windward will be happy to see Andrews coming into strike to just see off what is left for the over. And you rightly call it, because if you don't have the patience to allow the wicket to come to you by you trying to attack the wicket, you're leaking much needed runs, because it's 124 runs now. Could quickly ease up to 150. This one down the left side.
Bowler lost his line.
So end of
Should have
the
been
over.
on the stumps rather than outside leg. On the stumps will pose more problem for Andrew, and he has survived. 127 for 9.
Yes. So
127 for 9. Play continues here. We're going to see Ramlal continuing. Ramlal continuing from the northern end. The ball to Edward, who is on 56. 56. 56. 127 for 9. This partnership have added 21 invaluable runs as far as the Windwards is concerned, and they're hoping to get more through the power hitting of Edward. This one outside the off stump, and he just pushed it out calmly to cover, and there is no run. CWI Rising Stars under 19 tournament match here between the Windward Islands and the Trinidad and Tobago here at the Cumberland playing field in the northwestern part of St. Vincent and Grenadines. Ramlal in for our defensive, a flighty delivery. He defended it well, and I think he's biding his time. I think that is what happened. He's biding his time. You know, T is far away. No matter biding his time to try and go for another maximum or two. As Ramlal with deep square leg, deep long on, deep long off. Flighted, and he allowed that one to turn into him. And there is no run. 127 for 9, but certainly there's a deep extra cover, there's a deep long on, there's a deep long off, there's a deep square leg, and there's a deepish cover, deepish backward point, slip, short square, and mid wicket. Ramlal in. Back he goes, there's an appeal by the wicket keeper for caught behind. He alone appealed. Umpire Mukan says not out. 127 for 9, the Windward Islands here in battle against Trinidad and Tobago in the 5th and 6th place match at the Cumberland playing field here in St. Vincent. The bowls, and this one driven out to deep extra cover. Doesn't need all that power because he just stopped it and moved for a single.
Yes,
Keep
clear.
his energy.
Now the field comes in.
The field will come in, but he's shown his power. He can easily go over their heads for maximum. So it's cat and mouse game. Let's see what is going to happen here. But he's left the square leg out, the mid wicket out. Any bowls for our defensive? Well, inadvertently took the inner portion of the bat and ran past his leg stump. And a single, he's up to 57, 128, 128 for 9, the end of the over. And certainly that's what he needs to do, farm the bowling and try to see what can happen.
Yes.
Because the Trinidad and Tobago team, like the seemingly doesn't have answer as to how to get Andrews and strike more often than not. Was at the same time, and Edward is pouring his way with some big hits.
Yes, I think if I was to be in that position, I would have lofted a couple of deliveries to Andrews, inviting him for a big shot. And
that is what they need to do.
Yes, you could end up getting miscued shot.
Rambaran in, driven to cover, and it's past the cover fielder. He's going to get one. That's all they will go for, just one. They're going for two. Has it gone to the boundary? The fielder is nonchalantly trying to retrieve the ball down a deep extra cover. So it's 2 runs to Andrews. He's up to 5. 129 now for 9. 129 for 9. That's exactly what I'm saying to you. They seem lost as to how to dismiss him.
Yes.
As Rambaran in, forward defensive, out on the onside, and there is no run. 129 for 9. Very frustrating 10th wicket partnership of 23 as far as the Trinidad and Tobago team is concerned. Rambaran in, and hits this one into the air. That's gone. That's gone. It's gone a mile.
Well, he backed his strength on that shot. He knows that even though there's no wind, that is against the wind, but he got it right in his arc. And the frustrating and agonizing partnership continues. I think, as you rightly call it, they're missing the trick. They're trying to move out Andrews and focusing on getting Andrews on the strike, whilst Edwards is really calculating the total.
Yes, and it definitely seems a bit befuddled as to what is the next move, as to how to dismiss this number 11. As 6 runs there to Andrews, he goes up to 11, 135 now for 9. As I said, I keep saying that 150 should have been their target. They're getting closer and closer. And here's this one, to the right of backward point. 1, 2. Looking to slash that one. Went to the left of cover. Seems to be James. So forward defensive, they're going for a sharp single. Return comes in. Not out, says the umpire. A sharp return comes in. A confident appeal for a run out. Not out, says umpire Mukan. As the end of the over, we are getting confused here now. It's 62 to Edwards, and Andrews is on 5. Andrews on 2. So Andrews on strike is 140. 139 for 9. Rambaran in. This one he defends it quite nicely. 139 for 9, the end of the over. And I really think they're not really thinking clearly enough in terms of trying something more potent in dismissing this 10th wicket partnership here.
So what was 103 now becomes 139, as you said. You will now inch closer to the 150 mark.
Yes, I thought that might have been the target initially. 150 certainly should have been the target. They're just 11 runs away from it at 106 for 9. It didn't appear as if they would have gotten anywhere near this total here. But I think some kind of strange thinking on the part of the Trinidad skipper has allowed this partnership to build from 106 to 139 for 9. And there's a bowling change at the northern end. It seems to be James. Agard. Oh yeah, Agard. Okay, that's Jason Agard. I'll be bowling first time from this northern end, left arm wrong. I'll be bowling to Edwards, who was on 62. Maybe he should leave me to harboring thoughts of getting 100.
Well,
why not? Why not?
Once Andrews decided to stick around.
So why not?
It's a shortened length, more shortened length now from Agard.
We'll wait to see his field placing. He got the left arm wrong. Then he'll be bowling to a widespread field here to Edward. Any bowls. And Edward hit this one powerfully down the ground for a single. No, he decided he's not going to run.
It's too early to expose Andrews to Agard.
Driven powerfully down the ground to long off. He didn't take any run. He remains on 62. Andrews on 2. Andrew on 2 and 139 for 9. The left arm medium fast. Jason Agard from the northern end. Windward Islands, somewhat of a recovery.
Yes.
Any bowls. Full toss and hits this one out to deep extra cover. No run. And he certainly missed that gift. Full toss. I see he's shaking his hand, probably thinking that should have gone somewhere in the planting field.
Yeah, but I think the delivery was a bit on to him quicker than he anticipated. He tried to hit it too hard. I think he immediately looked at the square to see if it would have been a no ball.
Agard from the northern end. And he lifts this one. You're going to get one. They should be coming for a second one. Yes, 2 more runs to Edward. He goes up to 64. It's 141 for the loss of 9. 141 for 9. 64 now to Edwards. And I believe this partnership is worth what? 35. And I believe he probably has about 30 odd bowls. Forward defensive. And there's no run. So this is what I'm saying. They're missing the trick. 3 deliveries has gone. What do they do now? They're allowing the feet to stay where it is. A boundary is a boundary, you can't stop it. A maximum is a maximum. So put pressure on him for him not to get the single and farm the bowling so that Andrews will have to face the music from the opposite end. He got in for defensive and no ball, and they're going for an easy single. That's exactly what I was saying. Easy single. 143 for the loss of 9. 65 to Edwards, 2 to Andrews. And they have 2 deliveries to bowl. 2. The field should definitely come forward. Force him to try and hit a maximum again.
Well, they've brought the field in now for Andrews, who's not going to look for play any shot.
Andrews is going to defend. There's no 2 ways about it. In. Forward defensive in the
Solid.
approved fashion. Forward defensive, and you can see that little bit of a flare from him. Defending and saying to Agard, my bat is as broad as the pitch itself. You're not going to pass here.
Take something special to slip through.
This is the Rock of Gibraltar batting at number 11 here for the Windward Islands. 143 for the loss of 9. Agard to bowl to Andrews in. Outside the off stump and taken cleanly by the keeper. No run, the end of the over. 143 for 9 at the end of that over. The Windward Islands, Pascal 15, Gibson 4, Joseph 18, Morency a duck, Murray 16, Leo 7, Gassi 6, Jelani Joseph a duck, Bascom a duck, Andrews on 2, and the pillar of the innings, Edwards on 65, as Trinidad and Tobago being asked to grind it out here at the Cumberland playing field due to this stubborn last wicket partnership between Edward and Andrew.
Yes, and for the first time you see that the pressure has somewhat been turned back onto the Trinidadians, even though they are still in control of the game. That agonizing partnership, last wicket partnership now, has now caused another bowling change where you have Siwa coming back into the attack.
There's no way of trying to dry up the runs. It's a question of trying to dismiss this final wicket here. Again, I believe the skipper, maybe due to inexperience, has really lost the plot a bit here. I think that is basically how I will put it down to that. 143 for the loss of 9. Windward Islands resuming at lunch at 62-44. Seawag in. Forward defensive, and there is no runs. A partnership of 37 partnership. And since launch, they have scored 81 runs. Good going, good scoring. Back he tucks this one on the onside. They're going for one. They're looking to get a second one. But this time the fielder was fairly quick onto it, and he stops it. And just now they have 4 deliveries to bowl to Andrews. This is just what the doctor ordered as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. How are they going to try to dismiss him? Would the field be widespread? Would they bring in the field a bit and keep him to face the 4 deliveries?
Well, that's clearly what you see there. The field is now back in. And he has grown in confidence as well, as you see that shot is well punched back past
of a length, and he is right on top of it and defended it nicely past the bowler. No run, 144 for the loss of 9, 144 for the loss of 9.
And you see, more strike is given to him as he become more confident in his approach, and the pressure is put back onto Trinidad and Tobago.
Seawag in. Forward defensive, very confidently forward defensive, and must be frustrating for the Trinidad and Tobago squad. 144 for the loss of 9. As Siwa go back to his mark, fast medium from the southern end to bowl to the number 11 for the Windward Islands in Andrews in. One forward defensive for the 3rd time in the over, no addition to the total, and maybe that is what sort of resistance you were saying that would have come from Bascom.
Yes, that tail end for the Windwards always. Well, let me not call them tail end because they are
number 11, number 10, 11.
That lower order batsmen always wag that tail for the Windward Island.
Don't be afraid to call it a tail, man. You're down to the tail. In. Clips this one nicely out to square leg, and there is no run. The end of another over. 144 for 9. Sometimes we need to say it as it is. You're down to the number 11. We're down to the tail of the Windward Islands batting, but they're putting up very stubborn resistance in Andrews, supporting Edward. This is what the others, the lower order, should have done.
Yes. We are seeing now it is becoming frustrating that even the energy have been soaked up from the Trinidadians. You see, they have not even have that impetus anymore to try and out Andrews. You see, if you were so adamant in getting that, putting back your short leg, deploy your silly point, and these things could have created more trouble.
But he has removed the spinners who have been the dominant wicket takers and revert to the fast medium bowlers in Siwa and Agard. So there's a hint of frustration here when it comes to bowl. But the field is really widespread, inviting the single. I don't think I would approve of this tactics whatsoever. I never approve of this.
Well, maybe the captain have other plans. Need to see if it will work.
Outside the off stump and looking to slash that one through the offside missed, and there's taken by the keeper, no run. So there's a deep backward point. There's a deep cover. There's a deep extra cover. Deep long off. Deep long on. Deep square leg. A sort of a halfway to the fence square leg. A deep mid wicket and a straightish mid on. Agard in. This one he pushes out to the left of the man at third man. They're coming for one, and that's all they will have. If they attempted a second run, they'll be caught in with danger.
Yes.
So he goes up now to 67, 145. 145 for 9. And they're getting closer to the total. I thought they were aiming at. That's 150.
And that could be a psychological score. Knowing that even though the Windward Islands will not be happy with it, they would satisfy that they have reached that total. And
this partnership has certainly deflated the Trinidad and Tobago squad. Agard to bowl to Andrew. Andrew looking to hit this one. He gets something on it, just a single. Waiting the umpire's call. Did it hit the batting gloves? Yes, it did. Andrews goes up to 3. 146 now for 9. And this is real frustration.
Look at this.
That's what I'm telling you. The men are set in the country areas.
Okay. For the big shot.
Agard to bowl now to Edward. Edward hit this one. And no ball, and it is gone. And no ball. Out to long on, whitish long on, and no ball. Total up to 147 for 9, 147 for 9. Straining to go over that crease and giving them another single. No damage really, just an addition to the total, 147 for 9. As Edward certainly has befuddled the thinking of the Trinidad and Tobago captain. He's apparently not knowing how to dismiss them, more so himself or Andrews. Agard from this and other end in bright sunshine. In. Hits this one in the air, peeling off the edge. It is going close to the boundary. Coming back for another double.
49.
He goes up to 69. Upside down 69. 149 for 9. Certainly a partnership now of 43, and it's really, really frustrating to the Trinidad and Tobago team.
It will be. It will be. I mean, this is the tail, and you're looking to skittle it out.
And how dearly they're paying for the drop catch from Edward after lunch. How dearly they're paying for it. Because had they taken their catch, they certainly would have dismissed the Windwards lower than tail. But he got his chance, he's capitalizing it, and he's making them pay for it.
And one of the things, the encouragement that have gone from the team as well.
Forces this one out.
150.
And he's brave enough that he is giving the strike to Andrews, and the 150 is up, 150 for 9. He's brave enough to take the single and give back the strike to Edward.
So they should look at 175 now?
Well, this is the next target. Move from the 150 I was suggesting to 175, small steps.
Right.
In. Forward defensive. There's no run, the end of the over, so it would be facing the strike from the top end here. Would it be Edward?
Yeah.
Or would it be Andrews?
Edwards.
Edwards will be facing the strike. 150 for the loss of 9. 150 for 9. What would you have done, Cosnell, if you were the skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago team?
Right, clearly, I would have continued with Ramlal. I mean, he's one of the most threatening one we would have seen, and slow it up. Ask him to slow up the do not look to push it through. Yes, we've got the partnership. There's nothing you could do with that, but still knock at the door. At least Andrews may see one in the air looping, and may get a miscued shot. Even Edwards would have gotten a miscued shot. They have seen him being a bit uncomfortable with Ramlal, but as we do it here, a couple of six have been hit off the leg spin, and then he opted for his bowlers.
So you'll be willing to risk 10 runs, maybe 2 boundaries maximum in order to dismiss it?
Yes.
Okay. Good thinking. I believe that Ramlal with flighty deliveries, Andrews will not stay there and not be tempted and be trying to hit it somewhere, and he could easily lose his wicket.
Well, Ramlal comes now from the southern end.
Well, I said maybe I believe these guys up at the top are listening, because remember they are watching the live streaming as well. So the manager called the player, and based on your suggestion, right away we say Ramlal into the attack. So maybe they are listening. Ramlal from the opposite end now. He coming from the southern end to bowl to Edward. Let's see what happens. In. Flighted, and he lifts this one down to deep extra cover. The pushes for 1. He goes up now to 70. It's 151 for the loss of 9. 151 for 9. And this is where Ramlal comes to the picture now. Yes, just what you were speaking about. And to flight these deliveries, flight them, nothing fast, flight them to Andrews. Let's see if we can tempt him. In. Right.
And this is what I'm saying. There is not a silly point. There's not a short leg. If you're looking for that wicket, he almost offered a single there.
Because once the number 11 sees that short leg wrong, he's not going to push forward with any confidence.
Exactly.
I am supportive of what you're saying. Ramlal wrong the wicket now to Andrews. Goes and forces it with all the confidence in the world.
Yes, that is what it is. Confidence.
Yes, confidence with short legs in, silly mid on, silly mid off. He's not going to defend like that. He's going to try attempt to move them away from him. Ramlal in. This one driven out to backward point, and they misfielded. Maybe the pressure is telling on the fielders. He goes up now to 5, 152 for the loss of 9.
Trinidad have to be careful, very much. I know it's the last wicket pair, but they have not played the cricket that we have seen they have started with. Now it's at the end.
So this is really the opening pair for the Windwards.
Upside down.
Upside down. As Ramlal to bowl to Edward. Edward just... This one driven back to Ramlal, and there is no run. I wouldn't be surprised if Edward decided that I'm going to try and hit him somewhere into the river for 6. I would not be surprised. The field come in, the mid on, long off comes in, the deep square leg comes in, straightish mid wicket also comes in a bit, the deep extra cover comes in. Let's see what's going to happen, how Ramlal will bowl this delivery. This one hit it straight over his head. It's going to go to the boundary for past the rope. Another boundary to Edwards. He's up to 74, 156 for 9. And certainly, they have really lost it.
Clearly, even when that ball bisected the fielders there at mid-off and cover, you see the hand goes up in frustration there from Ramlal. So clearly, it is told back onto them. And they continue to frustrate the innings. The partnership of 50 comes up as well. And
the partnership, the pressure has been moved from the Windwards back to the Trinidad and Tobago squad, and they do not know how to attempt and handle it with some positivity.
Vincent comes back into the attack, leg spinner.
Interesting enough, let's see how Andrews would face it, because I will certainly put fielders around him.
Yes.
Let him try and see what he can do, but rather than have these fielders all over the countryside.
2 slips deployed.
Sing now, bowling change in. Going to be out now, going to be out. Yes, finally he is out. Finally.
There you go. And that's what it is there. Just I know the leg spinner, bring him into the attack, continue with the spin. It's just a matter of patience. He's been playing careful, and that one is very unfortunate. He lofted trying to turn it and was able to take the leading edge there from Vasan Singh, who culminate the innings there. 156 there for the Windward Islands.
A partnership of 50, exactly 50.
Yes. So 156 all out the Windward Islands. They will be more satisfied at this stage coming off, and a well-deserved Sewa took that last catch, which bring the disturbing, agonizing last wicket pair bring the curtain down for the Windward Islands, and the Windward Islands will be happy at where they are, Mr. Hines.
Complete figures, eh? So maybe we can take a short commercial pause and come back.
Yes, we'll take a short break and be right back here.
Welcome back here to the Cumberland playing field in this 5th and 6th place game between our match between Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. An early tee was taken and we went off the air temporarily. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning. We all having a delayed start due to a wet spot on the western end of the field. They won the toss and inserted the Windward Islands. The scorecard: Stephen Pascal caught Ramdu of James 16. Gibson caught Joshua James of Agard for 4. Devoni Joseph bowled Vision Singh 18. Morency Edward caught James of Joshua Davis without scoring. Edward not out 81. Kurt Murray run out 16 by Rambaran. Noel Leo bowled by Rambaran 7. Kevin Gassi LBW Rambaran 6. Jelani Joseph LBW Ramlal North. Salman Bascom bowled Ramlal North. Kelshan Andrews last man out caught Siwa of Singh for 4. 1 leg by 3 no balls, 4 extras. 156 or 49.1 overs in 206 minutes. Bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. No, the fall of wickets. 1 for 17 Gibson, 2 for 20 Pascal, 3 for 26 Morency, 4 for 47 Devoni Joseph, 5 for 81 Kurt Murray, 6 for 91 Noel Leo, 7 for 103 Kevin Gassi, 8 for 106 Jelani Joseph, 9 for 106 Solomon Bascom, 10 for 156 Kelshawn Andrews. Frustrating last wicket partnership of 50 was the feature of the Windward Islands batting. Edwards, Tariq Edwards, 81 not out, 119 balls, 5 fours and 4 sixes. So 156, 49.1 overs, 206 minutes. Tea was taken and the Windwards are out into the middle. The opening batsman for Trinidad and Tobago there at the middle. And it will be Ramlal and Orlando James. Ramlal and Orlando James. I rather suspect Ramlal will be taken for a strike.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ramlal has a blue helmet.
Orlando James. So 156, a very frustrating last wicket partnership for Trinidad and Tobago. The Windies are very happy with it. 50, which was really the feature of the innings.
Yes, it's a much looking scorecard coming off with having been skittled out. We have not seen much of Windwards being passing 200 except for first innings, second innings first innings for the first round. So they have been in that 100 marks.
The 150 mark, around the 150
yes.
mark.
So clearly, I'm not too sure if they will be satisfied having reached 150.
I think they're satisfied because that's what they're accustomed to.
So Gassi, he will take up the attack from the river end.
Gassi, right arm fast medium in. Ramlal on top of it, defends quite nicely. New ball, defended quite nicely, and there is no run. But certainly to the east of us now, clouds have moved away and it's nice blue skies. The place is really humid.
Very.
Yeah, very humid.
I've got a lot of water, thirsty water.
Yes, it's very humid. And the dark clouds have moved away to bright sunny afternoon here at Cumberland. So we'll play up until 6 o'clock, which will give us another 2 hours 20 minutes, 2 hours 25 minutes. A lot of time here at Cumberland. Maybe I'll sleep over. This one shot back of a length and Ramlal defend and there is no run. Well, not without loss, Trinidad and Tobago here in the response to 156 made by the Windward Islands.
Yeah, that is what you're going to get from Ramlal. That's how he's going to play. He's going to play himself into this game. Gassi, as he gets into his stride, you will see that piece being extracted. I believe he will share the new ball with Bascom from the other end. I'm not too sure as yet.
Gassi in outside the off stump, and that one from the movement of the wicketkeeper seemed to suggest that one cut back after pitching that lateral movement. No run for no wicket, but I saw Ramlal twice, batted 3 times, and he's a very stodgy type of opener.
Very. I do share. And interesting field, 3 steps and a goal. Just as the Trinidad started with that point cover. should I say, wideish mid-off, mid-on.
In comes Gassi from the southern end, outside the off stump. Again, well lined outside the off stump. Taking not too far out, but not forcing Ramlal to play. But certainly a much more respectable total than at 106 for 9. We're down to number 11 when you're expecting them to be dismissed for something beyond the 106, but not at 156. And they frustrated the Trinidad and Tobago attack. 3 slips and a gully cover, whitish mid. You can call them extra cover. Mid on, short leg, long leg. Gassi in. Outside the off stump. Not forcing him to play, taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So as I was saying, nice blue skies, probably the best weather we have seen for the day. And with the pitch definitely dried out. It has definitely dried out despite the cloud cover we had for the day. The sort of heat that was here plus this afternoon heat now will certainly have dried it out nicely. And if we had to gauge the way how Andrews and Edwards batting towards the latter part of it, you can clearly see the batting should be a bit easier this afternoon. This last delivery outside the off stump, allowed to go through by Ramlal to the keeper. No run for no wicket, a maiden over as Trinidad and Tobago responded to the Windwards 156.
Well, good start for the Windwards. Yes, they are now getting the better part of the wicket in terms of the batting. Where you rightly call it, it has dried out, and Bascom now will share that new ball, as I rightly said. And what James has to do now is to adjust himself to see whether or not there will be any swing on that ball. Bascom, who fastest of the attack for the Windwards, he normally moves that ball back into the right-hander, and I believe he will quickly look for it, but it has to be pitched up. We have seen where you have pitched up the deliveries more time, and you have reaped his reward instead of his back of the length deliveries.
Well, let's see how he responds this time. Quite a lot of time. We are playing up until 6 o'clock, according to the umpire's calculation. Hopefully to start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So they are trying to get in 87 overs for the day. We'll see if that is humanly possible when it gets very dark here this afternoon. All things are possible.
Now, I think about 6 o'clock you still have some light because of the way the sun set, because it goes down right, because the park is close to the beach.
It must set in the west.
Yes, it must.
Bascom, right arm fast, medium bowler in, pitched up and driven nicely through the covers here. They're gonna get at least 2. 1, and Ramlal put up his hand as like a traffic cop, saying no. But certainly 2 easy runs were there.
Yeah, this is what you will get from Ramlal. And again, he's bringing that same spirit of lack of urgency in the running. From the last game, it was something that really caused the Trinidad and Tobago team to have not scored many runs in the top order there. And there was no sort of urgency where ball go in deep into the field where he could have got turns the one into 2s, and he just settled for 1.
Well, he by now he should recognize this is their 4th game. He should recognize he have to get runs in wide outside the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper, and there is no run. It's all well and good for any player to defend their pitch, to defend their wicket. Nothing wrong with that. But whilst you're defending, you have to try and get some kind of runs on the.
You should. I agree with you on that. And you see that first delivery from Bascom, he pitched it up, so he's looking to see if there's any swing on that delivery. This other one a bit closer, but just need to carry it up a bit.
Bascom into Ramlal. Allow this one to go by, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no. I'm looking for the. Okay, right. So 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, deep square leg, and that's about it. 7-2. It's a 7-2 field. So he has to bowl the ball around off stump, outside the off stump. He cannot afford to stray because there's a big gap between mid on and square leg. Outside the off stump, lifting, but dying before it reach Devoney Joseph. And Bascom need to get his line sorted out quickly, because 156 is not any huge mountain to climb. But Andrews and Edward has given them a chance to fight with this 156.
Well, of course. And I think just reward have come from for Bascom more like when he pitched that delivery up. We have not seen he have got reward where he have bowled back of a length. And knowing and seeing Ramlal, he's not going to be bothered by these short pitch deliveries.
Not perturbed. I saw him at Park Hill, I saw him at Annesville. He's not perturbed. In wide outside the off stump, and certainly not going to attract any shot whatsoever from Ramlal in that situation. The ball must be bowled on the stump for him to defend. So in other words, Bascom should try his best to get him to play. 3 slips and a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and deep long leg. Certainly a 7-2. But the problem with it is 6-7-2, he has to bowl outside the off stump. This one wide outside the off stump. Taken cleanly by Joseph, no run. One without loss, Trinidad and Tobago responding to 156 made by the Windward Islands. Top score, well, there's only one principal score really. Edward, he got 81. And that's really about it. Bowling for Trinidad, Ramlal 2 for 24, Rambaram 2 for 26, Singh 2 for 30, a wicket apiece to Davis, James, Joshua James, and Jason Agard. So again, it's sort of at this point in time, even Stevens.
Yes, it is. The Windward Islands will be happy with the start. One told us that the Trinidadians have not gotten off with some sort of speed, as to say.
Are these bowlers bowling from the correct ends?
Well, yes. Gassis got just reward, and most of Bascom wicket, once he's playing here, have gotten his wickets from this end. Yes.
Not an end?
Yes.
Okay. So, Orlando James will be facing Gassi from the southern end. In, walks across and waits on it and defends it quite nicely. Slow pitch. And once it's back of the length, you can easily get on top of it and defend. Because the bounce, I would say, is fairly consistent.
Yes, Bascom, he got 4 wickets from this end against Jamaica. And I think Gassi, he got 2 in that game, stand subject to correction, the first innings. So clearly they are, well, they are somewhat comfortable with where they're bowling from. It's all about the win, which you not get at this late evening. So.
Gassi in. This one outside the off stump. It ran off the face of the bat, down to third man for 4. Inadvertently has gone to the fence for a boundary as he goes up to 5 without loss. Certainly a victory there for Gassi.
Yes, it is, and because you have the slips and the gully waiting. Another thing to see with that delivery, even though it went to the boundary, it died on its way to the slip and still maintained that pace to the boundary. So clearly it tells you there's still something in the track for the bowlers.
Yes, there's something in the track for the bowlers, because this morning that ball would have been reaching the bat slower and it would not have gotten to the boundary, but as the pitch has hardened up, it's just come on a bit quicker, and off the face of the bat, between third slip and gully, it raced across the outfield for a boundary. This one into the air, he could be out caught, he's out. On his legs, looking to turn it on the onside, hit the leading edge into the air, and James goes quite early, and the Windward Islands have struck early, buoyed by that frustrating last wicket partnership. James caught off the bowling of Gassi for 5.
Well, this delivery was a bit straighter, and the pitch just about on middle leg, middle stump, sorry. And there you see James looking to flick that one instead of playing straight with a straight bat, and it now brings Resonat to Kisundat to the crease. Number 80 on his back. Narad. So the batsman cross, which now no. So Ramlal and Kisundat is on strike. He takes the bail and take his guard. After it's become a trend within cricket, the batsmen take the bails and nail their guard.
Yes, so an early strike by the Windward Islands. Looking to turn that one. He played too early and he lobbed it up into the air, and a very simple catch to Jelani Joseph, who made no mistake. This one outside the leg stump. That one had a bit of pace in that one.
Yes,
outside the leg stump. Not as well lined as you would really like to. And by the time the wicketkeeper got across, he was able to just effectively stop it, but didn't catch it. But certainly that one had a bit of pace, and it 5 for 1. The man out in this over, Orlando James, caught Jelani Joseph off Gassi for 5. 5 for the loss of 1. Responded to the Windward Islands 156. Gassi from the southern end. Outside the off, man slashed away. We're going to get close to the boundary. We'll wait to see what happens. It crossed the rope 4 runs outside the off stump, and Kisunat slashed at that one. It raced along the raced past Gully and along the outfield very quickly indeed. He's up off the mark with 4, 9 for 1.
Well, that is what you're going to get from Kisundat. He's the aggressor for the Trinidad and Tobago team. This will be another wicket that the Windward Islands will want to get quickly, because he scores very quick. And what Ramlal would have left or allowed to go through to the keeper, quickly you see Kisundat punks on that passing Moranci for 4.
A good shot. Gassi in and driven out to cover, no run. 9 for the loss of 1 at the end of the over. A good start by the Windwards.
Yes, excellent start. They would want, and they have gotten the energy from that last wicket partnership that really kind of catapult them into a hype of energy. And there we see Edwards. He was off the field a bit, and he now comes on. He had some attention to. When I was downstairs, he complained of the heat that would have affected him, and so he was a bit having some attention there from the medical team. So he's back on.
Maybe a bit exhausted.
Well, he was getting water every over, so I guess maybe with the heat it gave him a slight headache. I'm not too sure. Cannot speak well from the medical standpoint of it.
So, Bascom will continue from this the northern end at 9 for 1 Trinidad and Tobago. Responding to Windward Islands 156. Bascom in. Again, as you quite rightly said, Ramnal, anything outside the off stump, he's not going to play a shot. Didn't. Through to the keeper, Devani Joseph, and there's no run. As against Kisunat will certainly go at that one.
Yes, that's a good channel in terms of a batsman who is looking to get off the mark, because Ramlal is not off the mark as yet. That's his 12th delivery, and that is what we have accustomed from Ramlal. So I'm not gonna be even disturbed and critique his style of batting.
Wide outside the off stump, and he's not gonna play that. He's not gonna be phased. He's not gonna be worried about what's happening. No way, from what I've seen of him. And it's a good ploy to have as an opening batsman. Good ploy. It sort of stabilizes the innings from the top.
Right.
So it's a good ploy. The only thing with it, I think the Trinidad and Tobago coaching staff, management, etc., need to work on him in terms of getting runs a little quicker.
I think that could come from rotating the strike. I'm not sure if he rotates the strike more, and that's what he's going to do. Once it's on his stump, he's going to defend there. He plays some kill shot, what we call kill shot, and rest it right there. He takes a lot of time to feel out a bowler, and clearly he's not, as you call it, perturbed whether or not it's eruption at the other end or it is quiet at the other end. All he knows that he's staying there for Trinidad and Tobago, and that's what the coach asked of him, and he's going to stay there.
He's obeying the instructions.
Yes. Very, very disciplined young man.
Bascom to bowl to Ramlal. From this, the northern end here at Cumberland in SVG. Well, I'm a little surprised at him driving that one outside the off stump, and he's off the mark, but certainly, normally, the normal Ramdal would have pushed that one, but he drove at this one, hit the middle of the bat, and he's off the mark with one. It's 10 for the loss of one. Are you surprised at that?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I was looking for it in the keeper's glove. But clearly a slight misfield there from, yes, the fielder there at point, which brings Kisundat on strike. So it will be interesting to see how Bascom lines himself up to Kisundat, who is more of an aggressor. He will have to continue just about around that top of middle of half stump, to see what will be aggression Kisundat will take to him.
Bascom from this northern end, outside the off stump, and they quite rightly said he is not going to stay there and allow some of these deliveries to go past. Right on top of it, middle of the bat, punched it out to the right of cover, to the left of mid-off, and there is no run. And certainly that was a shot of aggression there from Kisundat. And the thing about it, we have come to know him being the aggressor. The thing with it, he is not really scored as heavily as the Trinidad and Tobago squad would have loved. Bascom in, outside the off stump, and he bangs this one again. At the end of that over, you're seeing the aggression from him. It's the end of the over, 10 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago responding to Windwards 156.
Well, quiet start for Trinidad and Tobago. One of the things I always say about aggressors, they could get off and be lucky, but at the same time, the risk of losing a wicket is high when it comes to aggressors. You could get off, it could work with you, it could work for you, but you could also, in the process, lose a wicket. But in this case, he's still there. The Trinidad and Tobago team will be happy to see him still there at 10 for 1.
Yeah, but once you have an opening batsman, he's aggressive. His day will come when you just see the ball flying all over the ropes.
Yes, I agree with that.
You know, so it's the confidence level, I think, and being selective once you are the aggressor. Being selective is important. Because if you're going to play rash shots, you're going to get out. But if you're very selective, you can score a lot of runs. Virender Sehwag, India, tremendous opening batsman for India in all formats of the game. You know, even though Chris Gale, when he was in his heyday, scored very, very quickly.
Yes.
But
shot selection.
Yeah, it's a matter of shot selection. You know, so yes, it has its minus and its pluses. So it's a question of how confident you are in playing those aggressive shots. As Gassi in, and here we see Ramnal right on top of it, the full face of that vertical bat out to cover, and there's no run. And I believe the Windwards have grown accustomed to seeing the ball hit the middle of the bat without him looking for runs.
Well, as a matter of fact, the man at cover did not even look to effect any sort of urgency to feel the ball. He just waited until, and he's about some 15 to 20 yards away from the wicket.
Gassi in. Again, on top of it, we all come to defend that, no run. Gassi. So it's really turned out to be a beautiful afternoon. Really, really beautiful afternoon. Most of the clouds have gone to the west. And we are hoping that we'll have uninterrupted play between now and 6 o'clock. So we'll be able to get in as many overs as humanly possible. Gassi from the southern end to bowl to Ramlal. Ramlal again. High elbow, showing the full face of the bat. Textbook style. No run. 10 for the loss of 1 Trinidad and Tobago. As the Windward bowlers striving,
yes,
to effect another breakthrough.
Well, what the captain Stefan Pascal has to do quickly is not allowing Ramal to just be satisfied with just choking and defending. He has to create some sort of doubt in his mind as putting a short leg or if you're going to put in a man at silly point, try to disturb his peace.
One of the most difficult things I can tell you, having played cricket at all levels, when you have a batsman who is not prepared to score runs and just defending, it's not easy.
Yes.
Especially on slow pitches.
I agree with
it's
you.
not easy.
I agree with you.
So it's a matter of just bowling and hope when he makes his
an
mistake.
error. Yeah.
It's not easy, I can tell you that. There are two particular batsmen I hated to bowl to.
Right.
Gassi in, outside the off stump, on top of it, showing him the full face of the bat, the maker's name.
Yes.
And no run. 10 for the loss of 1. It's not the end of the over. This fella by the name of Colbert Sutherland. You don't want to bowl at him. He was just steady and steady and steady. He's not looking for any runs.
Frustrating, especially if it's a hot day.
So when we were playing against him, we tried to concentrate most of the time on the other end and leave him.
Right.
In, outside the off stump.
Calvert played for
Sion Hill.
That is sin for us.
Yeah, so it's like we just allowed him to bat and we concentrate on the other end, put pressure on the other end because he wasn't easy to bowl to, especially on any slow tracks. If it's a little bumpy and a little pacey, we'll then attack him with short deliveries. But on a slow track, you are in trouble with that guy.
Sion Hill.
You also remind me of Leonard Bechan out of Guyana. These guys wasn't playing shots. They just steady and preserve their wicket within their own right. Says you have to find ways and means of trying to dismiss them.
Right.
It wasn't easy. Take for instance at border. When you're bowling at beach and you turn over your arm.
So you were more like doing net practice.
Yes. Not an easy guy was out, man. Don't make nobody fool you. Not an easy guy. As against bowling at a Roy Fredericks was very flamboyant.
Right.
As Bascom from this to northern end into bowl to Kisundad. This one driven up on the offside, not timed properly. Total remains 10 for the loss of 1, 10 for the loss of 1. As play continues here, wonderful weather, a lovely setting here. The greenish, the foliage, everything is just beautifully set here. A sort of an English type setting. In England you don't really see this type of green around playing field, but they do have green, not the coconut trees and the other fruit trees we are seeing around. As Bascom in, allow this one to go by to the keeper and there is no run. But certainly, when you look around, it's a nice little setting. The only thing that's really missing is a couple of pavilions.
Yes. One of the things we need to note is a farming area as well. The persons from Cumberland and Coastal do farming, which are the two close communities nearby. Just above us, there are some persons who were placed because of a 2013 flood. They were displaced from their homes.
That's from Charles Village?
Not only, and also from places like Rosebank. So, this one is clipped off the leg. So there's that little village that they call Hollywood. Just about 30, 20, 25 houses, nothing much. So they will utilize the area for farming. And as you will know, camera may not show us the view, but Mr. Principal of the Peter Buller Secondary School is living on our eastern side there.
11 without loss, and maybe our viewers may be interested. How did they arrive at the name Coles Hill?
Well, I believe one of the best persons to answer is Mr. Ian Allen. He's
in. Allow this one to go by as expected. We can go ahead.
Yes, Ian Allen, who is a prominent cricketer here in the fraternity here in St. Vincent and throughout the Windwards. He's from Coastal. I spent most of his time in Kingston. But to be honest, I have not gotten the historic part of it.
Well, that is your homework. So tomorrow you will find out
certainly
tonight
do that.
And let us know how they arrive at Coles Hill.
I'll certainly do that.
A very interesting name is Westwood.
Yes, Westwood is the correct name. And
again, you are unaware as to how they arrive at these names.
Yes.
I have an idea why they arrived at Petit Bedell.
Yes.
I know that. I'm aware of that. As Bascom Inn, outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run, 11 out loss. Rose Bank, Rose Hall, Trumaka. I understand there's somebody was saying to me, there were some villages they gave to me. I can't remember all the name at Trumaka. I will have to try and find that list. Something in the region about 26 different names of small pockets in Chumaka.
In Chumaka alone?
Yes, I'm telling you.
I know there are some places. I went to the Chumaka Secondary School, the Chumaka Ontario Secondary School. I know places like Madame Goguet. You know.
Outside the off stump, a beautiful delivery this time. Forcing him to play a really beautiful delivery there. Online, touching down. He had to play it. Normally he would allow these balls to go by. This one is too close to this stump. He played, mistaken by the keeper, and there is no run.
Yes,
I am aware of Madam Goguet.
Yes, it's the first time I'm seeing Ramlal being committed to a stroke and being beaten. This is a rarity, I believe. It should go down in history. But yes, he's well beaten there. That's why Bascom has been knocking at the door, and he pulled him forward instead of playing back, and that's what it is. You have to go up, pitch it up there, and let it not be just satisfied with the short pitch delivery of playing back. But yeah, and I think too, for the viewers' knowledge, the vice president of the West Indies Cricket Board, Cricket West Indies have he's also from Coastal. Dr. Kishore Shallow, he's from Coastal. So good persons to ask. So I will certainly do my homework.
Gassi into Kissendat outside the off stump and forces it out to cover, and there is no run. 11 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, I became aware of Madame Goguet into that little area, get down overlooking this beautiful site, you know, and quite a few areas. And I was also told of the different species of mangoes that are around. There's not one species, all kind of name I heard for the first time in my life. As Gassi into Kisundat, there's a Yorker, and he's out. A Yorker. Well, he isn't too pleased with that decision from umpire Banwari. Seemed to be a bad pad type of situation at Yorker.
Well, he was caught.
Well, he had to be out. There seemed to be, but he stood there wondering how was he out, caught or LBW. He wasn't too sure. But be that as it may, he is out, and we have to go down as a catch. It have to go down as a catch because he lifted his finger.
Yeah, well.
So Kisunat goes caught by whom? Who took the catch?
Well, I believe he will be spoken to by the umpires.
So who has the ball in the hand? We are not too sure. Who is that? Who? Oh, Edward? Well, we'll put it on card, Edward.
So Edwards is one. Well, actually...
And he got 10.
Yeah.
No, he got number runs, 10. How many runs he got? 10.
So Rambaran comes into the attack, and it was LBW Gassi. The umpires now convinces LBW.
Well, we were so uncertain as to what really happened because they were peeling, and a very belated
decision.
Index finger went up, and that is maybe why Kisundat really stood there.
Yes.
Because he wasn't really too sure what happened. So I figuring there was a bad pad. So the thing about it, it has to be given LBW.
Yes.
But so we are saying it's caught, but then the third umpire has clarified and said yes, it's an LBW decision. Maybe in contact with the umpires out there.
Yes, I think that's a very good decision there by umpire Mohan. The reason being is that it was a full delivery, and the only doubt it would have caught in the umpire's mind is if it hit the bat on its way through. But it appears that it just clearly hit the batsman full on his toes and ricochet to the third slip. So it wasn't a caught as we initially thought. Is LBW in that process. So second wicket for the Windward Islands. Rambaran.
Right, so Rambaram defended that one well. It's 11 for 2, being confirmed by the official scores. 11 for 2. Last man out controversially given LBW by Bandwari by Gassi for 5. Again, if we had monitors, we'll be able to say exactly what happened.
Yeah, I believe too that
this one online to the left-handed Rambaram, who defended quite nicely. Total remained 11 for 2. So Ramlal on 1, Rambaram yet to score. Batsman out Orlando, James Scott, Jelani Joseph of Gassi for 5. And Kisundat, LBW Gassi for 5 in this over. 1 for 5, 2 for 11. Windward Islands clawing their way right back to try and take total control of this game.
Yeah, it shows how important that partnership really bring back the energy for the Windward Islands. And they have come out and decided to play this one. It's badly lined.
Badly lined outside the leg stump and is pulled away to long leg, but the man is down there. That's Bascom. He's off the mark with one. That's Rambaran. At the end of the over, it's 12 for the loss of 2. Yes, I said the only thing could have really cleared it up and convinced us as to which way he sent him out, whether LBW or caught. And the third umpire did say to us he was LBW, so we go with that.
Yes, but the Trinidad and Tobago team would have to be very careful. That's 2 wickets down. I mean, 150 may look as a small total, but you cannot be there playing willy-nilly, as we normally say, and not be careful with your shot selections.
Yeah, the thing about it with this is that they have lost the initiative they got when they had them at 106 for 9. And through that last wicket partnership of 50 has swung the balance, so to speak, the energy, the motivation to windwards. It's not 256, it's 156, but it lifted their spirits from 106 to 9 with a cluster of wickets tumbling down outside the off stump from Bascom, back out on the onside, and there's no run. The cluster of wickets that fell, where we at? 5 for 81, 6 for 91, 7 for 103, 8 for 106, 9 for 106, and certainly they were in the dumps, so to speak. And the 10th wicket partnership between Andrews and Edwards, and they were able to take it by adding 50 runs to 156, which means a big difference in the way the Windward Island players are looking at their situation. For our defensive, Rambaran pushes back to the bowler, and there's no run. So the pendulum definitely swung to the Windward Islands, and now they have taken 2 further wickets, mean they are really and truly clawing their way back into this match. They're really on top at this moment based on what we saw. As a question, can they continue it this afternoon, or will Trinidad be able to extricate themselves from this position? In. Clips nicely through the onside, they're going to get 1. So Rambaran goes up now to 2. Rambaran is on 2. And our good friend Ramlal on 1. 13 for the loss of 243 runs behind a small matter of 143. But in this context, it's a mountain to climb.
Well,
a lot of not as tall as that. That mountain there. What's the name of that
That's the
mountain?
Belial's mountain.
The Belial Mountain is extended Belial that has
Yes.
come back this way to
Yes.
Cumberland. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
On that ridge where you see the digital
yeah,
tower,
yeah.
you could take that trail and actually come right back down in the Cumberland Valley. You could end up in Walilabu, which is an known for anchorage of yachts.
Yachts.
Yes.
Okay. So where's that area here with those satellite signs up there?
Right. So that also could take you over to Walilabu. Most of the farmers and fisher folks sometimes traverse that area.
Okay. Thanks for the information.
Yes.
I was wondering what's the name? Bascom Inn. This one clipped into the air by Ramlal. They're taking one. They're coming back for a second, and Ramlal decided Nick Ramlal decided I'm going for a bit of runs. He's gone up to from 1 to 3.
Well,
it's 15 for the loss of 2.
It's changed to see Ramlal taking 2 runs.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And in the process, he dropped his bat in the middle of the pitch. So it was that comfortable for him to take 2 that he could get home even without his bat.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so we know they're going back to the situation in the North Leeward area, whereby we know the French had a tremendous influence on this side of the country. Bascom to Bowl to Ramlal, the stodgy Ramlal. Outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Chatibelair is about French. Pitibelair is about French. Fitzhughes is about French. So the French did have a big say, maybe because of the distance between Guadeloupe, Martinique, St. Lucia with their patois.
Yep.
And it came across to this part of the country, recognizing these hills. They never venture to go beyond North Leeward in terms of extending their influence.
Yeah. Most of the settlement took place in the northern part. But quite interestingly, the people in the north here don't speak patois, the St. Lucian patois.
As Bascom, while he misses his run, he will continue. The thing about it is that they didn't spend as much time, or there wasn't this cross-breeding, so to speak, in terms of teaching the patois or the French. This one outside the leg stump, losing his line is Bascom, striving for pace. The end of the over 15 for the loss of 2. So there wasn't this cross-breeding, there wasn't enough time spent, because there's always the bacchanal, as we tend to call it, between the French, the Spanish, and the English.
Yep.
Eventually, the English were able to grab hold, finally, of SVG.
Luckily.
Well, what do you say? Luckily, yes and no, because there's tremendous influences. Martinique, Guadeloupe, French.
Yes.
Dominica is sandwiched between the two countries.
Very much so.
And they do a lot of patois,
Creole.
a lot of Creole, a lot of French in Dominica. A beautiful country.
I must say good afternoon to the folks in St. Lucia.
And Dominica, good afternoon to you as well.
Yes.
My good friends down there, Thomas, TK, Ovin, and all the others. My very, very good friends there. I was asking about my good friend, former police. I'll get his name in a little while.
Good afternoon to the folks in Grenada's.
As Gussie will continue from the southern end in, outside the off stump and drive in to the left of Cover Fields, and there is no run. 15 for the loss of 1.
Permit me to ask you, Mr. Hines,
right ahead, man.
With your experience, with Ramlal at the end there, and he's satisfied with just plugging one in, how does it affect a batsman who's looking to score? You've been an experienced cricketer yourself. Does that take a toll on you as an attacking batsman?
No, it doesn't take a toll, because if he's in the side for the first time, you'll understand. As Gussie in, wide outside the off stump, and see the umpire might have been tempted to call a wide as a fairly wide, striving for pace. Total remain 15 for the loss of 2. Yes, you have a batsman in your team who's been playing with you a little while, and you come to recognize this is the way he bats, so it doesn't bother, it don't faze you, because that's the way he bats. So if you're batting with him, realize, right, you get 1, you get 2, it doesn't frustrate you. What it helps you in recognizing you have an anchor at the other end. So it's for you to bat and keep the scoreboard ticking in. Outside the leg stump again. That one had a bit of pace on that one. And had he touched that, the sun would have raced to the boundary before it did come down with a bit of pace. So I would say it's a plus.
Yeah, but okay. So as a batsman, do you attack or do you try to play with him?
Well, what you needed at the other end is the match awareness as to the situation of the match.
Right.
It's for you to determine that, because you know that is exactly what he does. He drop an anchor. So we have to stay here, and the other batsmen have to stay and try and make runs, carve out runs. On top of it goes Rambaran, no run, 15 for 2. So to me, it's a plus. So you know for sure, yes, he can get out, but you know for sure you're not going to get no big shots from his end.
Right.
So we can afford, when the loose balls comes, to try and score. So you can easily move the total from, let's for instance say from 30 for 2, or in this case 15 for 2, to 100 before. You might very well get 60, and you may only have 10, but you know he's the anchor, he's there. In. Outside the leg stump and tickle the way down to wide-ish long leg, fielded by Bascom. The return comes in 16 for 2, and certainly to me Ramlal is a plus in this Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yes.
Yes, because they have some shot makers around in the team.
Yes.
So he holds well.
I've seen that. And I believe the management team would have seen his commitment and have opted for him in the top. Unlike Jamaica have batsmen who could come at different.
But
position.
incidentally, he is not really. He did not come to St. Vincent to open the batting.
Oh, okay.
One of the openers got injured.
Oh.
So they had to find somebody to open innings.
Well, it paid out well for him.
In. Outside the leg stump and taken cleanly by the keeper, no run, but certainly that one with some lateral movement, pitch a wrong leg and moved away from the batsman. A very good take by Devon Joseph, the wicket keeper. So as I was saying to you, he did not come to St. Vincent to open the batting for T&T. So they had to find someone after the opener got injured, and because of his performance, they decided to leave him where he is. So that is exactly his history here in this CWI Rising Stars Under-19 tournament here in SVG. And he has been, to me, he has been fairly successful in holding the Trinidad and Tobago top order together.
Yes, as we see the physio running on to the track, the keeper and taking that one may have ponged his knee on his way down to clean up that one. Just a bit of spray will do. I do not think that a
the magic
serious
spray?
injury, yeah, that's what you call it.
But there's so many stories around this magic spray, you know, Cosnell, whereby I'm certain you looked at sports generally on the television. You're missing no cricket. The wicketkeeper seems to have fallen on his left knee, and the physio is there and they're effecting whatever repairs they can. So you're not missing any cricket. Windward Islands 156, Trinidad and Tobago 16 for the loss of 2. With a slight hold up here. Yes, as I was saying to you, these magic sprays, I don't know what is magical about them. Because I have used it when I was playing. You know?
Right.
But the thing about it is suddenly you tend to get better. Very similar to, there's an injury and you take a bottle of water and you have the water, rinse out your mouth, so to speak, in local parlor, and you're back to go again.
Is it a ploy to say break the concentration of the batsman? Because as you alluded earlier on, these little breaks tend to break that momentum flow for batsmen.
Yeah, but in this day and age, the umpires have been told to be very strict.
Right.
So in this situation where he fell on his knee, you have to allow him time, the team time, for him to recuperate, to continue. But in the olden days, you can use it as we tend to call it tricks.
Right.
But now the umpires are very strict. So
Right.
they will check and see exactly how badly damaged the area is, whatever area.
Right.
We have seen whereby they have used deodorant.
Okay.
In those days, they use deodorant and spray on whatever injured part, and you're up and ready to go again.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So it's all sorts of tricks, you know. I tell water is the key, because water tends to get you better.
Yes.
The deodorant spray on your knee or ankle, wherever, and you're up ready to go again. So there's
Maybe the coolness of the
something about it. Something about it. You know,
well,
but all is well. The players are moving around. Bascom, no, there'll be a change of bowling at this the top end here, the northern end.
yes. So I see a new bowler marking out his run up.
Is it Andrew? Is it Andrew gonna bowl? Yes, it looked like him. And he's fresh with that stubborn partnership that he participated in with Edwards.
Yes.
So he should be raring to go.
Full in confidence.
That's right. As Andrew from this the northern end and to bowl to Rambaran, who is on 2.
One of the things he would have to do is to be on spot, like as Bascom handed over to him, and you would want him dead on spot, as we would normally say here.
Wrong the wicket, Andrews from the northern end in. This one outside the off stump, and on top of it is Rambaram and defended it out to gully, and there is no run. So, you know, for our viewers with the slow going at the cricket here, divulge into a little bit of a history, you know, in relation to a person knowing what is happening here in the North Leeward area, in relation to Cumberland, is on the northwestern side of the country. It's a ground that has been built within recent times because a lot of the activities took place at the Pettibadell playing field. Andrews in, clips away nicely on the body, clips away nicely. They should have 2 here. 1, they're coming back for a second. Rambaran goes up to 4, and it's now total 18 for the loss of 2. 18 for the loss of 2. And some wonderful sportsmen has come out of North Leeward.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
yes, they have excelled very well.
Mike Finley, Ian Allen, Will Slack, Kishore Shallow, a host of other people in other areas, athletics, academics, and so on. In outside the off stump, and he played at that one. He definitely played at that one. Beaten, taken cleanly by Devon Joseph. 18 for 2. Certainly a very good delivery there from Andrew.
Yeah, and that is what you would want as you come into your strides to bowl at the batsman is uncertain as to your pace, where you vary it, where he clipped that one for 2 and he was looking to more like come into the shot, but he was then beaten for pace in that case.
Andrew in outside the off stump, paper caught behind, and umpire says yes, he's out. Driving outside the off stump, certainly you heard a big sound from where we are, and he is gone on his way. When things working for you, it's working for you. Rambaran driving, taking the edge, and here is Andrew continuing from where he left off from the partnership.
Unacceptable. That the previous delivery, he was beaten, and I do not know what got the better of Rambaran there, but he went after a serious one that was a bit wider, and there you go for a drive, and only to take the inner part of that edge and go to the keeper, and Trinidad and Tobago losing their 3rd wicket.
And in real trouble here now.
Ramnat now comes to the crease.
At 18 for 3 there. Real problems in here now. And
Rajiv Ramnat,
the century maker from the previous game, he
well, as we say, Ramlal is still there.
Ramlal, that's the point I'm making. He's still there. Whilst the wicket are falling around him like mangoes falling off a ripe tree. A mango's falling off a tree, the ripe mangoes are falling. So the thing with it is a question with somebody decide to stay with him. Very similar to the Edwards situation, need somebody to stay. You know, and they've gone 3 wickets, and the winner certainly are positioning themselves towards one of strength in this game, having made 156, recovering from 106 for 9, and they have taken 3 Trinidad and Tobago wickets for 18, and they are very buoyant out there. That energy from that partnership has spilled over into their bowling, and they're really right on top in this game here, and will take a monumental effort from Ramnat and from Ramlal to try and keep the Wolves at bay.
Well, certainly Wolves at bay, as we are at the Cumberland Bay here, and see Andrews is really a mixed bag, you could say, in this over. He's been clipped for 2. beaten Ramdat.
When things are running for you,
Going for you.
it runs for you, because he had this partnership and he stayed there and he put on this vital partnership. And here it is coming now and he has taken a wicket. A vital wicket for the Windward Islands. Andrews in to bowl outside the off stump to Ramnath, through to the keeper, no run. But besides some of the names we called, there were others yesterday really do not come to mind. I understand there was a tremendous fast bowler from down that side. He was real slippery,
Okay.
from what I was told. And quite a lot of cricket was played at the Trumaca Bay.
Yeah.
Did you ever play cricket?
Yes,
the
please.
fastest
Jules
pitch in St. Vincent.
Yeah.
That's Jules Anthony's modern times.
Yes.
In the olden days, there's this red clay from Belial Hill that they organized for the pitch. And I understood it was the quickest wicket in St. Vincent.
Oh, unfortunately, I'm not that.
It's clipped away nicely by Ramnath off his hips, down to a wideish long leg. He's off the mark with one. And it's the end of the over. Yes, there's also Calder Williams, who played for St. Vincent as well,
Yes.
a former MD who passed on
Yes.
recently. He also played for St. Vincent from this area. And there were a number of others I understood. Some wasn't in my time. But unfortunately for us in this country, we do not have somewhere where you can go, like a documentation center, towards looking at and listening and reading about these former greats.
Well, for the viewers' sake, the West Indies T20 player, Kedrick Williams, he's from Spring Village. It's not too far from here. And we have had female as well, Fornell Charles, who have represented the West Indies. She also is from Spring Village. And many who have put up their hands. One of the person who works at the ground here, Sherry-Ann Williams, a sister of Kedrick Williams, she have represented St. Vincent. So yes, you're right in that of the players who have come out of this area. Does Gassi continue to keep Trinidad and Tobago at bay?
And in those days, the facilities weren't as they are today. I know you are well aware of the situation at the Chateaubriand playing field. Very small. I was able to play some cricket there and got a few pounding from some local lads, but I gave them back the pounding because it's so small and tremendous entertainment.
Right. Let's see. This one gets on top of the bunks. Good bunks still coming out, even though we're going into the end of the day.
Huge crowds, especially on the roadside.
Right.
It's so close. Huge crowds, and you see different pots cooking with different cuisine from North Leeward.
Right.
And you can only do one thing, and that is to perform.
Or you're booed if you make
exactly.
No? And I don't believe that there was restriction in terms of bouncers. And
no, there was
pace
not.
Was something.
You just had to learn to play cricket.
Very well. Well, in this case, Gassi, who now takes the attack, seems to be in a winning position. To say in terms of his line and length, he's winning the battle here. Ramnath, who just comes in the wicket, is looking to somewhat anchor his innings there. Good afternoon to my good friend in Bermuda. Let's say good afternoon to the persons around Trinidad, our sister living in Diego Martin. This one was, and that's the thing, you're playing handsome shot, but you're going directly to the fielder. So good field placement here by Stefan Pascal, the captain.
But Ramnath has to be careful because he is, to me, from what I've seen and from the records, he seems to be the linchpin between Windward Islands and making further inroads into their batting. 156 look like a very tall order at this particular point in time.
And he has to be careful, as you rightly said, because you quickly could see 20 for 4, so his shot selection, and they still maintain that 2-slip, 3-slip area.
They're quite rightly doing the right thing, attack, because there's nothing to lose. A few runs is not a problem. They won't bowl out for 110. You know, it's 156, and with the energy, it makes life easier for them, the Windwards.
So Trinidad and Tobago. Again, goes to a fielder to hand. Brings you over to an end of the over. Yeah, 19 for free. If you have just turned on your television in Trinidad and Tobago, you're seeing the under 19 cricket here at Cumberland. It's 19 for 3. They bowled very well and was able to restrict the Windward Islands to 156. And now they are in search for that 156. They are 19 for 3. Ramlal and the man who is from Central Trinidad, I believe, yes. Ramlal and Ramnat, they're doing battle now. And the double R's at the crease. So you have to be very careful. They're wearing the same helmet, just about the same height. But Ramlal, who is much slimmer, so we're being able to identify them, and he carries number 17 on his back, and his way of style of playing is much different from Ramnat. As this one, he has to make negotiation with the ball, but no run.
Had this game been played at Pettibodell, you've seen a huge crowd.
Yes.
There's no ifs and there's no buts, because the people in Nortley would support cricket. I saw football matches there. They support football as well.
Yes.
You know, but with the shift here, far better conditions, cheese and chalk in terms of the facilities, and that's how it used to be. That's how it is today. Not many persons here. Ramlal defend that nicely. We come to expect that.
Yeah, I think the reason being too is that because this is somewhat, what we will say, seating away from most of the villages. Because even when you have what we call locally here goat matches, you will see the crowd around the cricket. So it's not like cricket is dying. It is there. But people now have become more accustomed to the short versions of the game, and you know. But clearly it's still a good build up here. This one, and good axe there by Andrews. They've been knocking that bat for Ramlal, something we've not been seeing too often. Most deliveries prefer to leave them, but this time Andrews keep hitting that bat.
I would like to venture to say something that may be controversial. I would like to see local matches in North Leeward continue to play at Pettibodell for the crowd's sake. Because a lot of people can't tell me last they've seen a match at Pettibodell. Yes, they have moved from there to here, but I would love to see this delivery outside the off. Some similar defend, no run. I love to see a match or two down there, as we tend to call it locally, goat matches. And to see the turnout, what it's like with some music and so on. And you'll see a tremendous turnout of persons down there, because they do love the cricket there.
Well, flight going into the Argyle International Airport there. Look, most one of those international flights. This is flighted on the leg stump, no run.
Maybe that's Kraft flying over from St. Lucia, if my geography is correct.
Yes, the height of it could tell. I'm not too sure, but the tail of it looks someone like a British Airways. But I'm not the specialist in that. But from the tail, knowing that the British Airways.
Yes, and the way they are taking that slight angle there is definitely heading for Argyle. To go over the sea and then to line up the strip to go and land. I think that is, you're absolutely right.
So things are lining up here for a safe approach. A little bit of disturbance for the Trinidadians in the little air pockets in the run scoring here, and they're 19 for free. So still the energies with the Windwards. He's opted to come around the wicket, Andrews. This one is much straighter. So the full face has been presented. I believe we have now seen who have made that bat for Ramlal, because I've been presented from the time he have gone to the crease there.
They will really have to try and get him out, because he will steady and he can weigh down the bowling attack. the way he bats. He's there for the longest while, and how many he has? 3. It doesn't really matter to him.
Shiv no Chandapur kind of innings.
Tajnarain Chandapal, not Shiv. Chandarain, who's slower than his father.
Really?
Shiv. Yes, I'm telling you.
Okay. Well,
He
I believe
reminds me
each
of
team
like
possesses.
a Craig Braffett type of person, Craig Braffett
Okay.
type of batting. It's very slow, but he's difficult to out.
So we've seen the first hint of spin from the Windward Islands. Tariq Edwards, the man who top scored the innings. And he's also the leading wicket taker, as you rightly said there, for the Windward Islands and for the tournament so far. And see now Pascal, the captain, is policing the fielders around the field. I would have maintained the pressure in terms of the infielders and then allow him to force to go over the top, but you see one slip being deployed and leg slip.
The taxes are very important at this point in time.
So this one first up solved, full going over the man at cover. He goes out to the boundary and now rolls into the rope, and he puts his hands up in an apologetic manner to the captain, saying, "I'm sorry, that one's just a loosener."
Yes, it was a loosener, full toss, and he lifted it over extra cover purposefully for a boundary.
So Ramnath, welcome boundary for him to somewhat loose the shackles. 23. And he's whipped to the man at Whitish mid on. Goes straight for 1. So 5 off 2 balls. Now that the spin is introduced. And I believe that Ramlal now he's in the attack. He will not look to do much scoring of the rest of the deliveries.
I think it would be interesting to see if a full toss comes, what he does.
Well, I've seen it in the last game and he stroked it back. And haven't done much. There's no sort of urgency. And as you rightly said, it doesn't matter even though you're trying to play that anchor role that you don't look for runs. There's lots of spaces on the ground that you could get ones and turn them into twos. Well, look at this. What we call, I believe he caught even the fielder and Terry and Edwards by surprise that he took a quick single there.
Caught everybody by surprise.
Yes, because the man is in the circle, the mid-on fielder is in the circle, and he stroked it to him. He was pushed hard to him somewhat, and he sprinted off. So Ramnath cools this one down. As the evening sun here at Cumberland looks for the west to find some comfort. So it's played to Gassi. Short mid wicket brings you over to an end. And the Windward Islands are 26 for 3.
Trinidad and Tobago.
The Trinidad and Tobago team 26 for 3.
Nothing to really write home about. Nothing to really write home about from that over there from Edwards. Full toss, half volleys, and he didn't disturb the batsman whatsoever. Even Ramlal is confident enough to push and go for a quick single. And Edwards will have to get into the groove in order to continue to keep the pressure, because once you allow this pressure to ease, batting become a little easier and freer.
Yes.
And it's a matter of loosening the grip, so to speak. So the question of how well the Trinidad and Tobago pair out there, Ramlal and Ramnath, survive for the rest of the afternoon against this varied Windward Islands bowling attack.
Well, the pressure of Andrews to Ramlal, who have bowled a very good over, continues. Bit of a misfield there by Kurt Murray. Yes, Kurt Murray at cover. and they were able to come through for one. So we're seeing what they are asking is that natural angle go across the right hander. There is still 2 slips waiting for that shot, and the cover is flocked with fielders. So the running between the wicket is much better in this game with Ramlal. There you see that inner part of the bat goes out to mid wicket. So a lot of traffic on the main road, the main Leeward Highway here. Lots of passing vehicles, persons on the outside selling their little meals. That's what they want. That's what they're looking at. The great stop there by Edwards. He's really been getting something going for him. And excellent stop. I sure he saved 4 runs there, because that one's quartered off
Yes,
quickly.
certainly saved 4 runs, but the confidence level is high. Having just come with an 81 not out, so it's pretty high. So, as I said, one thing is going for you. Things just continue to happen positively for you, the individual, and by extension, the team.
Yes. That one's squirted just off the outside portion, just what they want that delivery to do, to angle across Ramnath. He just lost his run up in this one. And Mr. Hines, the Cumberland Valley is known for a lot of chichi catching, what we call chichi. I was, the last commentary stint I did, St. Lucian said in their parlance they call it a twitwi.
Twitwi.
Yes.
Dominique is known as Titiri.
Okay. So as you would always find, different Caribbean countries. Well,
it's the same thing basically. Twitwi, Titiri, same thing.
Right.
But so I can look forward to some Twitwi from here.
And I'll be honest with you and with the viewers. As much as I'm from this area, I have never ventured at a Twitwi river.
Never ventured to try and catch some Twitwi?
No.
Wow.
But I know the art. I know what is required.
Towards hauling in a good catch.
And if I'm invited one of these days, or maybe for the sport, I'll just go down there and just change his angles, come over the side. It's a tremendous cricket shot. And
Great
even
shot,
if the opponents of that team would have applauded that shot, and the only thing that was missing from that shot is a camera pose.
Yes, that was a spanking off drive there from Ramnath. Pitched up in the slot, and he really drove it sweetly past the right of extra cover to the left of mid-off. They didn't have a chance. Probably one of the shots of the day. Really, really wonderful shot.
It's already for 3. So we're seeing some rebuilding process.
As I tell you, he is the key individual in terms of scoring, because Lamlal, we know what's happening with him.
We have come to satisfy our taste. We've come to satisfy our taste with Ramlal. That is going to be his style. That's always end of the over.
The thing about it, Ramnath got a century here in the last game, and he is confident enough, having played in the square already, the field, the surroundings. Maybe he has already told himself, I am going to try and get another one.
This is his 3rd game here, so he's adjusted quickly. As we see, Ethan Gibson, he comes into the attack, and just that 1 over for Edwards.
I believe they're going to switch ends. If he
If
has come for 1 over, I believe they're going to switch ends. Well, Larry Edwards is one of the key spin bowlers in this Windward Islands team here. So I rather suspect it's a switch of ends.
Tariq Edwards. Larry maybe.
No, not Larry. Tariq Edwards. I rather suspect Tariq will come here to replace Andrew.
Okay.
I'll see if I'm right.
Well, I've trusted your judgment early, along with the umpires. And I wonder, it appears to me that Nathan is going to do medium, something that has changed, because he's known more for his leg spin. Because the keeper,
Is that Ethan?
yes, Ethan Gibson, So because the keeper is back, so I'm seeing it makes me remember, if for the viewers, that even Kedrick Williams, he started as a spinner. Many persons will not know that.
I am well aware of his career.
Yes, and
As an opening batsman.
as an opening batsman as well. But oh my goodness, Ethan has something there. Even the team is surprised with the way he's hitting that bat. And well, good axe there from Ethan. So a very handy, crafty player for the Windwards. He can do the leg spin. He can do a better medium, and he opens the bat. Yeah. This one is topped on the leg side. His parents is here. They are viewing, and a bit of story have always followed him wherever he goes to play cricket. So that parental support has been there, even for some of the players here.
So too, Solomon Bascom, his parents are also here as well.
And Pascal, father is here as well, Stefan Pascal. So that's a good thing that the parents are taking the initiative to support their kids. So good start so far with the medium pace by Ethan Gibson. Have some Canadian background to him, and spent a lot of time. He have played in the recent VPL T10 tournament that's normally held throughout here in St. Vincent. So he's somewhat familiar with what is expected of him. So the skipper, Pascal, trust him to do the medium. She's been doing very well. So far this one is passing that man a cover, but it sped across him with some speed and it went to the boundary, and the first delivery that was pitched up, and Ramnath, who was waiting and lurking, got the opportunity and dispatched that one.
Yes, a fine shot there from Ramnath. It was in the slot, and he deliberately, in 2020 style, slammed it over the away from the extra cover to the fence for 4. Safe shot, 4 runs, as he continued to take the fight to the Windward Island bowlers, Windward Island's team generally, as they found themselves in real problem. They're still in problems with the total being where it is.
Well, Gibson decided to say, let me see if he can do it again, a bit slower this time. And Ramnath said, I'm not enticed anymore. I've got my just reward already. And he let that go through to the keeper. Good take from the keeper. So Gibson showing that he have all it takes to be a medium pace bowler. Keeper taking that one waist high. And, good action. This one again almost draw Ramnath. And at the last moment, he had to pull away from it. And at the end of the over, the score is now 35 for 3 in the first break after tea.
Yes, so we're about to have a water break here. And the thing about it, the Windward Islands being dismissed just on the stroke of tea. And the umpires took tea immediately. And they're out since then. And Trinidad and Tobago innings, Orlando James, he was first to go, caught Jelani Joseph of Gussie for 5, looking to turn one on the leg side, took the leading edge and ended up at mid-off, and he was out caught for 5. The total was 5. Next to go was Narad Kisunat. LBW to Gussie for 5. Whether it's LBW or caught, we have to leave it as LBW to Gussie for 5. Yorker style delivery. And then that was at 11. And at 18, Rambaran, he was caught. Joseph, the wicketkeeper of Andrew for 4, playing loosely outside the off stump, taking a big outside edge. And at 18 for 3, the Windward Islands very buoyant that could try and slice through the Trinidad and Tobago batting. However, they have been met with some resistance here from the Stodgy, the Obdurate, and Ramlal, who is on 4. And Ramnath, the century maker in the last game, he's on 16, and the total has gone up to 35 for the loss of 3, 35 for the loss of 3 at the first water break. And Garcia's taking 2 for 2. Garcia's taking 2 for 10, and Andrew has taken 1 for Gassi, 1 for 8. Those are the wicket takers for the Windward Islands. 2 for 10, Gassi, 1 for 8. Andrew, as the Windward Islands be pressing on between now and 6 o'clock to see how much inroads they can make against the Trinidad and Tobago team. But they are being denied by some stubborn resistance from the stodgy, the obdurate Ramlal, and the attacking Rajiv Ramnath, and the total have been advanced 22 runs to 17 runs to the good since the fall of this third wicket to 35 for 3, 121 runs behind. All of the afternoon to go, another 65 minutes according to the playing conditions. The umpires are hoping to have in 87 overs for the rest of the day. I have my doubts about it, but we'll just wait and see when 6 o'clock comes. Would they be able to get in 87 overs at the end of the day? You know the conditions far better than I do. So I'll ask if you really believe they'll get in all the overs for the rest of the day.
Of course. This is just what you're going to expect for the rest of the evening here in Cumberland. Clearly, and speaking of experience here, there is no sort of rain until maybe about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
No, there's no rain to come. I was more looking at the time left and the number of overs still to be bowled.
Yes.
That's the question I was posing.
Of course, because more so when you, as you rightly call it, Tariq is going to pick up from this end. The sun is going to leave its rays of light here at Cumberland, and will be able to get some time in and as much time as possible.
At least the skipper himself out there, Pascal Mayers, again, I believe they're telegraphing some of these suggestions that are being made here, and as I predicted, you will see Edward from this end.
Well, clearly, seeing Tariq bowled in this tournament from at Cumberland here, most of his wicket has been gathered from this end. It is something that is with the wind, because the wind is blowing across him. He tails that delivery into the right-handers. So he will be more pleased, somewhat to say, with bowling at the right-hander from this end.
Well, I am not really too sure about the skills he have in terms of being able to think batsman out, pulling and tugging and pulling and flighting. Right, not out. That can't be out. So it's a matter of being able to use the variety. Slower ball, faster ball, the turning ball, the straight one, the arm ball. I am not too sure if you have all these skills around. I don't know.
Well, we saw that there is a much slower delivery, the variation that you're talking about. We saw where Ramlal, when he was bowling, he actually flighted somewhat a skitchu, which only got the best of Bascom. So you're right, he has to use his variations here. And there you have Ramnath. I'm not so sure if he have adopted or mirror the style of Ramlal. I do hope not. And, this one, the shot is dropped. It's dropped. The man who you would have wanted, and knowing that he have gotten coming off 100, he was dropped by Gassi.
Well, fortune favors the brave. Flighty delivery, slower on his legs. He went back. It was too close to him. Pulled to the right of Gassi, who grasped it. And what a crucial drop it is.
My goodness. And the effort there seems as if he did not even see it coming. He just stretched his hands out and allowed it to hit his hand. Boy, oh boy, how crucial can this drop catch be?
Very similar to what happened to Edward. He got a crucial catch very early in his innings. He went out to pummel them to the tune of 81 not out. So we'll just have to wait and see if there will be a repeat of the rebuilding process continued by Ramlal and Ramnath, but certainly a bad miss.
Well, with a mid-wicket conference by the umpire, they are looking at overrate, and they will want to get as much overs in. And if the pace is to continue, then it will not meet the objective. So Captain Pascal was called in. Now switch ends there for Andrews.
So what do you think they could be were discussing?
Well, Andrews is back on, so clearly they want to know maybe if he was...
Bowled his 6 overs?
Yes.
I don't think he bowled his 6 overs.
No.
Did he bowl 6 overs? Andrew. About 4 he bowled. Andrew, the bowler. He bowled 3. He can afford to come back.
Yes.
That's what I'm speaking about, the use of
tactical
fast bowlers who can bowl 6. So as I said, Barbados exploited it beautifully and tactically. And here it is. Whether
Pascal.
Inadvertently or advertently, the skipper for Pascal tried it, and he's going to Andrew from the southern end. And he can definitely, he's legally entitled to bowl first delivery on line, on length, and there is no run. But certainly, it was really a question of changing ends. So I will have Edward down this end and him back at the southern end, where we saw Ethan Gibson bowled 1 over. But I will give him another over too.
Yes,
What I saw from that over from him.
Yes, he really hit the bat hard. Yes. We asked some questions. Ramnath again now adapting to show that full face of the maker's bat. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's textbook shot. Show the maker's face and let them feel proud of the bat that they are sponsored. And something that Windwards would not want at this time. They could have been 37 for 4, but a drop catch in the last ball of the over there. So it's still 37 for 3. It's Trinidad and Tobago battled away. Slower delivery down the left side. Missed out Ramnath will feel. Had he had hold of that, he would have gone definitely for 4.
Yes, but certainly it was a slow delivery. So that's why he missed it, the variation. So, Ramnath missed it. So, credit to the bowler, but I don't think it was not lined as well as he really would love it to have been. And the battle continues as the Windwards through Andrew trying their best to effect another breakthrough.
So, see. Andrews again. High arm action. And by having some information, there you see it. He needs to run off the track. He's running into that danger area. And you have done some umpiring in your career. What for the viewer's sake? What is the danger of running on that? What we call the danger area. After this delivery. Someone asks. This one is whipped down to fine leg. So why the umpires will always scold the batsman, the bowler to run off the danger?
It's the rules of the game, the laws of the game. Because if you are to come in with your spikes and the ball wrong the wicket, you are going to disturb the surface that the batsman is using. So they have to protect the batsman. Because once these balls that with the spike marks, and if it's badly spiked, it can very well hit off a good length and you can get struck. So there is protection there for the batsman. There's no big deal in running over the wicket and running off because you tend to run off. When it's come to wrong the wicket, you're going to run into the track.
Right. Slow ball again. So end of the over. Score remains at 38 for 3.
38 for 3 here at the Cumberland playing field. Quite a lot of chatter here today in relation to the history in Windwards and all the other things. And Cosnell is assuring me that I'll get some choo-choo tomorrow. Treaty cricket is a lovely, lovely, lovely stuff, my brother. You organize that with some really, really lovely stuff. You trust me. You strew a lot of the treaty with a bit of a curry and so on. Really wonderful stuff.
Well, I'll tell you, the thing now that is in so is avocado. So a lot of avocado.
Well, we tend to say locally zabaka.
Yes. Well, the viewers
But it's
call
pear.
it pear.
But it's in plentiful, and it's what the medics tend to call it good fattening food, good fat. So you can eat as much as you possibly can. It will not disturb your whole mental being, because to be honest with you, I do love zabaka.
Okay.
You can mix it with farine. I'm not too sure if the viewers know about this, the farine. And within recent times I understood you can have some grated coconut in it as well, and it gives a magnificent taste.
Yeah, as Gibson, as you rightly call it, is given another over from this end. Oh, well, good and certain T-Day presented to Ramnot.
So where you are, do have avocados
Yeah,
at your home, ready to be eaten?
I will not say ready to be eaten. I know of a couple I left at my home that will be consumed. But they will be consumed sometime over the weekend for sure.
Okay.
That's the time frame I know.
Well, I can bring some bread, and you can bring one tomorrow. It will be destroyed.
Well, this is a cheating game, so this one is dropped it. A return catch that was banked back to him. He would be disappointed he didn't take that. A second opportunity goes begging for Ramnot.
Well, fortune favors the brave. Pitched up, and he drove it with a lot of bottom hand. And it was a difficult one, but he should have definitely hold on to that one. And he missed it, and this is the second life now for Ramnot.
Well, as we will normally say, he's living on a thin thread. Well, how caustic can the second opportunity be? And as you rightly call it, give him another over. And he has been very punctual in his line and length there. He have been asking Ramnot a lot of questions.
Yes, I've played this game long enough to realize what's what. I am saying to you all the while, I believe these people have ear for what we are suggesting here. Because most of the times I've indicated or suggested certain things, and within a couple of minutes they are going through with it.
Well, I believe because of experience. So a good option for Captain Pascal in bringing on Gibson. And in a case where you may have a fifth, sixth bowler option, he has come in and really have held his line here. And, let's see. So
Sweetly. This is going to be a boundary.
Well, that's an exquisite cover drive. Don't take it away from the over that has been well bowled so far. He's been asking Ramnot to drive in this over. He did. He was dropped, and then this one he was able to bisect and threaded that field at cover, and then made off.
The second shot like that we have seen him play.
Yes.
Through the offside, all along the ground. No chance for none of the fielders. But are they going to pay the price for that drop catch?
No. Well, that's 4 more runs added after his drop catch. And this one again down the ground, past the man, a much better shot straight to this time. And foremost, so Ramnot really putting back that pressure on the Windwards and letting them pay for the job catch.
A sublime off drive in the area again, and rather than going through the offside, he drove it sweetly straight. You couldn't ask anything straighter than that, straight down the ground for another boundary. 2 fine boundaries there from Ramnot. He rolls up to 26. Taking the fight to the Windward Islands bowlers, 46 for 3, and the Windward Islands team gradually losing grip of the tight situation. They had them at 18 for 3, a partnership now of 28, and growing in confidence.
And that is what you don't want as a Windward Island team, that the two batsmen at the crease, because Ramlal is not even going to add to that. He's going to take his time and watch everything play out.
He's on 5.
While the aggression has been done by Ramnath, who you rightly call coming off a 100, and so he should be able to be in some nick of form.
Yes, his confidence is high, and knowing, going back to your original discussion about Ramlal, knowing that there's an anchor at the other end, he can afford to try and do what he should do, and that's score runs, because you're not going to lose a wicket from Ramlal and that easy, except you get a beauty.
Well, and just continue. This one is peel off the edge down to third man. It will not get to the ball, it will just get close, and they come back for 2. Two more to the total.
Yes, that one peel off the edge, pass on the ground, past close fielders, the 2 slips and the gully, and he collects 2 more. So Ramlal goes up now to 7, supporting Ramnath at the other end. Crucial wicket. Defended as we expected to, out in the cover area, and there is no run. So that is the importance of Ramlal to this team.
Yes.
He is there. He is giving solid support to, I will say, the shot makers.
Yes, shot callers.
Shot callers. And he's ensuring that he do not open any door, any window to the Windward Islands bowling attack. He's shut shop up. If he gets 1 here, 2 here, he's comfortable. As Andrew in outside the off stump, and we may have seen Ramnath going to play an attacking shot at that one, but Ramlal picked the line up and allowed it to go through to the keeper, and there is no run. If there were 2 batsmen, if there were a batsman to get out tonight, I believe the Windies would rather have Ramlal back in the pavilion.
Is it that he's that annoying?
He's very annoying. He's not looking to play shots. That's the point I'm making. If he gets 1 here, a 1 here, or 2 here, but he's holding up the Trinidad and Tobago cards, which is very good for our defensive, showing you the full face of the bats.
Something we have come accustomed to, the full
exactly.
Face. And the thing that I credit Ramlal with is that he has not offered any sort of opportunity, whether it be a run out, whether it be he was only beaten once.
And he was beaten by a beauty 1 time.
1 time, and that's it. Is either he's leaving it or he's satisfied that he could get enough bat onto it.
He's getting the center of the bat onto that ball. So the willow is being hit by the leather. As Andrew from the southern end, or the Kingston end as we want to call it. That's so people, viewers will know exactly where he's coming from. Again, very similar, online, textbook style, out to cover, no run. 48 for the loss of 3, 108 runs behind. Trinidad and Tobago at 1 time tottering on 18 for 3. And this partnership here has certainly given hope to the Trinidad and Tobago squad. As the clouds have moved away, it's a blue sky. Sun is out in all its glory. The first time we are feeling some heat from the sun at this hour, 12 minutes after 5 here at Cumberland in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Andrews in, wide outside the off stump, and our good friend Ramlal allowed that one to go through.
Not disturbed.
No addition to the total, no wickets is falling as he continues to do justice to his selection on this Trinidad and Tobago team, and in the position he was asked to fill, and he has done it admirably.
Of course, 48 for 3. Partnership of 30. See another yacht doing anchorage, just as Ramlal is doing here. They will be spending the night in Cumberland. I believe most of the yachties, the visitors will come ashore, have some of the local delicacies. As you see, Edwards. So a bit of mixed up from this end. Edwards, Gibson, Edwards. So not too sure what is the plan here for the skipper from this end.
Who is going to bowl now? Edwards has come back. He gave Gibson 1. But I thought you would have given him 2 straight. He gave him a second one, and that's it. Off you come. Give me the ball. Back to Edward. Little bit of a maybe he's starting to get a little frustrated because shots are being played, catches are being dropped. Ramlal is holding up one end. It's a teasing kind of situation. Edward in, flighted and clipped away beautifully down to long on for a single by Ramnath. He goes up now to 27, I think it is. You can check with the scorer.
Yes.
Right, I know I had it right. 25 and 9. 49 for 3. Edward into Ramlal. Full toss, and you quite rightly said.
He's not even gonna
He's
hit
not
that.
going to put that away. I believe it was Ramnath. It was certainly gone somewhere over the boundary.
Of course, we would have to throw that back from the seaside.
Somewhere, he certainly would have gone with it. Ended up somewhere, either the banana, the plantain area, or the coconut area on the western side. In. Back he goes and stabs it out to cover. No run. 49 for 3. 49 for 3. And then he's standing there tall for T&T.
And I think the Windwards bowlers are more comfortable but bowling at him.
At him, yes. But they're not going to out him. Forward defensive, full face of a bat in the approved fashion. Head well over the ball, high elbow. You're not going to pass him, my brother.
No.
They'll be happy to see him dismissed tonight. Back he goes and he clips this one. They're going to have a single. And that brings up the 50, I think it is.
50 comes up.
50 for the loss of 3. And 50 for 3 will get the time in a while. 50 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago responding to the Windward Islands. That's 80 minutes as Edward in. Forward defensive goes Ramnath at the end of the over. 50 for the loss of 3. Trinidad doing a recovery okay in the form of Ramnath and Ramlal.
Yes, certainly the energy and the momentum has really gone from the Windwards, having dropped Ramnath twice. You would not expect opportunities from Ramlal to see, but clearly the Windward Island has to further capitalize on these opportunities if they are going to restrict the Windward Islands anyway further.
That's one of the 5 things that happen in life. I'm not too sure if you're well aware.
Opportunities gone.
Opportunities missed. That has gone.
So change of bowling again from the river end, Keith Murray.
Yeah, he's Pascal is mixing it up, looking to get a breakthrough tonight. I think that is what is happening. Yeah. So it's caught Murray, left arm wrong, and he'll be bowling to Ramlal. From the southern end, passes umpire Bandwari. Full toss and pushed it. I would say pushed it out to wide, long off, and there is no run. 50 for the loss of 3 as the game continued to just sway a little bit here from the momentum from the Windwards, balancing itself out. Outside the off stump, too wide. I'm not going to be attracted to that.
Not at all.
No way.
New bowler, same method.
No way, it doesn't matter. As I said to you, I believe the individual, if they are to get a wicket tonight, they'll prefer. It will be Ramlal.
He's beaten.
Forward defensive. Beaten. Shoot to wicketkeeper Devani Joseph. Appeal for stumping. Not out, says umpire Mukan. You think about it, you're not giving him no chance for stumping or catch. Full toss are being patted away. And he's showing you a broad defensive bat. A real difficult customer.
Very. Second time he's been beaten by the left arm spin now. The much slower one.
Murray from the southern end in brilliant sunshine. Forward defensive, and he pushes it out to extra cover, and he did not feel taken by mid-off, and there is no run. And you're hearing a couple individuals clapping, asking them to try and get another wicket tonight. They realize the importance of one of these wickets for the Windwards. Back, allow that one to come on slow, very slow pitch, and he defended it well. and there is no run, as he has been doing since the start of this inning.
But that's how Court Murray is going to bowl. He doesn't put no sort of energy into his bowling. He's going to just come there and loop it over and extracting the turn off the track.
I think he was looking to play a shot of anger, but it bounced and turned away from him, and he was quickly out of the shot.
Yeah, he has adjusted himself and said, that's not me.
That's not me. True to the keeper. No run. 50 for the loss of 3. Trinidad and Tobago looking to rebuild their innings, having lost 3 wickets. Orlando James for 5. Narad Kisunat for 5. And Rambaran for 4. Rajiv Ramnath is on 25, and Nick Ramlal on 9.
Edwards continue.
Edwards from the northern end, forward defensive, was Ramnath, and there is no one. But certainly, Cosnell, glorious sunshine now this time of the afternoon. There's no two ways about it. This is the hottest part of the day thus far. Flighted, and he came down on it, pushed it back to the bowler, and there is no run. 50 for the loss of 3 as Edward, the off spinner from this to northern end, the Shatibilaya end. Full toss, and he lifts this one over his head, just over the head of the man at the long off.
Leo.
Who's that?
Leo.
He didn't have a ghost of a chance. It was traveling away from him, and he gets away with that. And a single ensues. He's on 26, 51 for the loss of 3. 51 for the loss of 3. Edward really tried something. They almost paid off. But for our defensive, Ramlal defensive nicely, and no run. Certainly, it is a moral victory there for Edward. Tried something, almost paid off. As if the fielder were back, a bit before, they would have had a dolly of a catch. Anyway, in. Back he goes, and he forces this one out to extra cover, no run. That was probably one of the more attacking shots we've seen from Ramlal. All along the ground. He's not giving any opportunity to get him out. You have to bowl and get him out. He's not giving no wicket away. Wide outside the off stump, you would have find that Ramnath would have gone at that one to try and square cut. He says, no, you bowl at my stumps. End of the over, 51 for 3. See, you're running away from this hot sun that is coming into us here.
Yes, it's a bit troublesome now. Yeah.
We have shifted our position from being in the sun to one of cool, because there are 2 poles here. That's certainly
much better.
Yes, much better. Apparently you were looking to go at the top.
Any sort of evasive action from the seat.
51 for the loss of 3, Trinidad and Tobago, as it's Murray from the southern end to bowl to Ramnath. Oh, that one spun across him, beaten and bounced and turned. Though slowly. It wasn't any prodigious bounce and turn. It went across him, certainly turned, and he was beaten.
Yes.
That should put a little bit of a doubt.
Yeah, well, it actually caught the keeper by surprise as well.
Caught everybody by surprise. Again, very similar, forward defensive, and there is no addition to the total. But certainly 2 exciting deliveries there from Murray.
Yeah, I think what the batsman Ramnath need to do is to change his guard. And remember, it's a left-arm spin.
The problem...
And he has to understand that ball is coming to him like a leg break.
Murray in. Back he goes and tugs this one down to long leg. They're going to have 1. And that's all they will have. It goes up now to 27. Ramnath, 9 in the strike. Murray in, flighted, and here we see that one hit in the middle of the bat from Ramlal rather than beating him as it did Ramnath. His composure is good. Murray into Ramlal. This one flighted, beaten outside the off stump, but he's covering his stumps. And he's not pushing across the line, he's going straight down. So once it turns, they're going to miss the bat.
Of course.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
He's somewhat hiding late behind that, his bat, behind his bat.
Murray in. Back he goes and cuts this one to backward point. No run. The end of a pretty good and interesting over there from Murray. 52 for 3. Questions were asking that over from Murray.
Yeah, I think what the Windward Islands should have done with that over is use that over to gain back the momentum, because if you put the pressure back on Trinidad and Tobago with some dot balls that they've been getting, it would have worked in their favor. But you see, I'm not too sure if it is the fatigue of the day that is creeping in and they have just gone through the motions.
They're out in the middle. They ought to know what is needed. But as you quite rightly said, there need to be something that can happen that will rejuvenate the Windward Islands. They were really buoyant at 18 for 3, but since then they're falling flat. As these two batsmen in Ramlal and Ramnath continue to rebuild the Trinidad and Tobago innings and take away some of that energy that they brought to them, having a 10-wicket partnership of 50. And it's creating some problems for the Windward Islands team, but they are batting and batting and batting for their country. That's important. Edward to bowl to Ramnath from the northern end. Forward defensive in approved fashion. Right over it, head right over it, and pushes out to mid, long off. And there is no run. 52 for the loss of 3. 52 for 3. As Edward in to bowl to Ramnath. Forward defensive again, well flighted delivery, and he's right on top of it, and there is no run. This has been a very good and workmanlike inning so far from Ramnath. Yes, he has gotten 2 chances. Back he goes and he pulls him away for 4. That one floated, but it was slow, and it's gone for 6. Back, I actually missed it in the background. With all those trees and the red ball, I actually missed that one.
Yeah, he swiveled on that one very quick. He was short of a length, a bit short there by Edwards. And he quickly pounced on that and got volley for his shot.
Yes, and he played it in the air because I missed it with that background, the green background. So, but anyway, 6 runs over a maximum. Back and driven out to extra cover. No run, but certainly... whilst Ramlal is holding the fort, he's playing shots. And very good shot selection, barring, I would say, 1 shot thus far. He should have been out, but that's the name of the game. In. Back he goes and he tugs this one again down through mid-wicket. He's going to get some runs there. 1. They're coming for a 2nd. And the return comes in, and Ramlal had to skip as the return came in. 60 for the loss of 3. 35 now to Ramnath. 35 to Ramnath. And they're well inside the 100 mark now. Rather at 18 for 3, they were 138 behind. Why was one wide outside the off stump, and he is an opportunity missed there by Ramnath. Should have really put that away. One away through the offside. Missed. And through to the keeper, and there is no run. 60 for the loss of 3, as they are now 96 runs shy of the Windward Islands total. It's not a big total, but yet still they can work with it. 2 wickets can change this whole complexion.
Of course, it can. And what the Windward Islands should not wait for is for end of the play to see if they could come back tomorrow and skittle out. They need to continue to change the bowlers, rotate them, and see what they could get from the bowlers.
I think they are trying, and the key man this afternoon is Murray. From what I've seen, he's getting the ball to spin slowly and bounce. He is the key individual, and a catch can easily come up to the man first slip or second slip. Forward goes Ramlal.
And that's
Pushes
why I
it out.
believe I'm not taking away from the 2 overs that Gibson bowled. I believe he should have continued with his leg spin because we see what spin did in terms of the Windwards attack. And clearly this now from Murray is showing that there is some porches in terms of spin for the wicket.
Full toss and just push to mid off, no run.
Ramlal, that is.
That's Ramlal.
Yes.
Certainly it was a full toss. He really should have capitalized on it. But that's his style. Back he goes and forces it out to extra cover, and there is no run. 60 for the loss of 3. Trinidad and Tobago recovering from 18 for 3. 42-run partnership between these two. Murray in. Forward defensive. Run it out from the face of the bat to backward point, and there is no run. 60 for the loss of 3. We have a next 30 minutes to play. It's a long day we are having due to the late start this morning, due to a wet, just a portion of the outfield that was wet. And Hayes is driving it out to extra cover. Well, I should rather say pushing it out to extra cover, and there is no run. Murray to bowl to Ramlal. Back he goes and stabs this one out to cover, and there is no run. They never made an over, as we saw some attacking shots being played there by Ramlal. Surprising to all of us, but he's there, and his intention is to steady until 6 o'clock. You can clearly see it.
Clearly. And this is what I was talking about. If you put that pressure back onto Trinidad, they are another maiden, and you're seeing that they are not cheering, they're not clapping, they're not putting that energy back onto Trinidad. We have seen where Trinidad in the last game against the Leopards, where they soaked up some deliveries. Even the same Ramlal, he soaked up some deliveries, and the pressure was placed on him to score, and he was able to give away his wicket, I would say, in that game. So clearly there's still hope if you put that pressure onto the Trinidadians.
So, Edward, the off spinner from this northern end, flighted and pushed back to the bowler. There is no run. But if he is going to bowl at this pace with the tactics, I would have certainly put a man down in the deep corner area.
Clearly.
Forward defensive again, there is no run. Once you're going to bowl like that, have a man sort of a halfway and tempt him to go over his head and move. I will definitely move the backward point and shift the covers a bit squarer. That one certainly bounced and turned a quicker one.
Yes.
And he fended it out more so with his body. But he's still there.
Of course.
Good variation there on the part of Edward.
And I guess you will believe in the theory that catches win matches.
Oh, catches also make you lose matches. Back and Bowens, and he pulls this one down to deep square leg, and a single. He goes up to 36. And I believe if he comes into a lack of experience too, if he comes from over the wicket and flight those deliveries on middle and leg, and with that extra fielder out there, you'll be asking Ramnath to do something different. Wide outside the off stump and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. No addition to the total. 61 for the loss of 3. 61 for the loss of 3. Since the burst of speed from Gassi, 2 for 10. And here it is. He just pushes that one, I should say, to the right of wide mid on a single. He's finally gone into double figures. He's on 10. And the total up now to 62 for 3. But he is fulfilling the role that they ask him to do. No, we're doing commentary. Don't stay here. Don't make no noise. We are doing something here.
72 deliveries. That
62 for the loss of 3.
Yes.
As
yeah.
62 for the loss of 3. As Murray in. Back he goes and forces this one to cover, and there's no run. 62 for the loss of 3, 36 to Ramnat, 10 to Ramlal, who faces the left arm spin around the wicket in Murray. Murray to Ramlal. He's just, I would not say push it, I would not say hit it. He just strokes this one back to the bowler to his left. And the total remains 62 for the loss of 3. Maybe they need to change their tactics to Ramlal to try and get him out.
Well, Mr. Hines, you have trust your judgment for the entire game. What tactic you think should be used against Ramlal, because he's just satisfied with just blocking? And you made mention that there were players who's just hard to bowl at.
I agree. As Murray in, full toss, out to extra cover, no run. You see, the thing with it is, again, if you're bowling from that end, if he bowls from over the wicket and try to pitch it on the stumps to turn and bounce, he has a chance. But this type of bowling, you don't have any chance with this guy. Back, and he clips it away out to mid wicket, no run. Even the loose delivery is being spared.
Of course.
By Ramlal.
So clearly he's visioning tomorrow.
I think that's what happening, visioning tomorrow.
Yes.
Murray in, full toss and driven, no run, a maiden over, 3 full tosses. He got away with it in the over, and 62 for 3. And as I said to you, I honestly, he's a hard customer to out. But I believe that is why, from experience, it's a question of putting pressure on Ramnath.
Yes.
Towards getting effecting a breakthrough. Because this guy with his spin bowling, it's slow. Yes. It's bouncing, it's turning, and he is on the back foot waiting.
Just for that turn.
Just for that turn. It's not easy to bowl at, to be very honest with you. I'm not saying he cannot get out. He can get out, but it's very difficult with this type of bowling here. So maybe Pascal need to mix it up a little better now, a little more as we come into the close of the day's play. Back, spinning into him, that's slowly, that's Ramnath, and there's no run. Certainly, I think you need to mix it up a little bit in order to try and force to get a wicket tonight. Edward in, forward defensive, and pushed out to shorter straight, extra cover, and there's no run. I believe in that, trying to get away. A wicket is crucial for the Windwards here tonight.
Of course. It goes into the night with a better momentum.
Oh my goodness. That one bounced.
Yes, it did caught the batsman by surprise. Appeal for LBW there. Not even the appeal is convincing.
That was too high. It definitely bounced. That's what I'm saying, over the wicket, and he's gone over the wicket.
Yes.
It makes sense here to bowl the ball on the off stump. In. That's the line, that's the length, that's the area around that stump. And the defended by Ramnath remains on 36, 62 for 3. And this has been a pretty good over. They're probably one of the better overs bowled by Edward. Too wide outside the off stump. And Ramnath allowed that one to go by Ala Ramlal. Outside the off, allow it to go by. Too far out. Edward in. Back he goes. Certainly turning in, but not close enough to that off stump, but a very interesting over. We've seen the ball turn and bounce, though slowly.
Yes, and that's what
I would suggest that Murray should come over the wicket and pull those ball around middle stump with that slow bounce and turn to see if he can do
the natural angle.
The natural angle to see if you'll be able to find the edge of Ramlal's bat, trying to get him out.
Well, if I could remember correctly, is that he was caught in that same suggestion that you're making in the last game, where he angled the ball straight to the slip cordon with the natural angle. But in this plight now, the Windward Islands is looking with Murray bowling. He's coming from a wrong, which means he's dropping it middle leg to get it cut across him. So I'm not too sure how effective that will be for the Windward Islands and Murray as he comes in, and just the ritual. This one is shielded off.
It's clearly outside the off
yes.
stump. If he is bowling over the wicket, he will think twice to play that
Yes.
shot. Or lack of a shot.
Lack of a shot. And, so he's doing everything he can to secure his wicket here. Trinidad and Tobago is known for its football team, the Soca Warriors. And I don't believe that Ramnal could even make that team in terms of time on that field for football. Yes. So, here we go.
Maybe he can play in the back line, the defense line, or the goalkeeper.
Well,
He
yes.
has a wonderful defense.
Well, I'm not too sure his speed, because he doesn't seem to be like a person who have a lot of speed between the wicket either. So his defense will have to be very meticulous. And, this one again, stretch exactly way down the track. It's not being disturbed. I believe he's doing his warm down stretches right there. And maybe that's the message he's telling his coach. Get that rag tucked in his back. He seemed not to leave one to question the rag in his back, because he's not breaking a sweat.
And never maiden over there. Another tempting over to Ramlal. But he's equal to the fast task, defending all his word for himself or his country, as the total remains at 62 for 3. They have been stalled a bit in the last 2 overs. And I do not think it will worry Ramlal. It probably worry Ramnal. Not Ramlal. He is quite comfortable to stay there.
Of course. But Ramnal, he's seeing the close of play. So I believe the message would have sent out to him to see close of play and do not try anything rash and give away a wicket. So, this one is tucked. There is
but the thing about it, 20 minutes is a lot. 20 minutes is a lot of time to try and defend. So still have to try and get the singles or twos somewhere.
Well, there you see a single that is stuck into the leg side, and the Ramnal said, I'm not even going to bother with that. And this one is foul shot there, we will say, from Ramnat. Some losing concentration there.
Certainly going leg.
Yes.
That's the way I'll see it is. Definitely going leg, striking him on the pad. And umpire did the correct thing, not out.
So a bit of excitement from the Windwards.
It's not going to be easy to keep defending for the next 20 minutes without
knowing that you're an attacking batsman.
A rotational strike is important.
Well, so we have, you see, fielders are making some adjustment.
Testing the patience of Ramnath.
Oh, but Ramnath now. Here we have the last ball of the over for Tariq. And, flighty delivery, same response. So end of the over.
Because now this is really what they call the patience game.
Of course.
Waiting and hoping for something to happen.
Yeah.
Somehow or the other, I would suggest to Pascal that he try something to get a wicket tonight, because they are intent on defense.
Yes, you
There's
bring back your
looking
pace.
for a run.
Yeah, and lay your pace will take a last
They
over.
could sacrifice 10 runs, 12 runs, trying to get a wicket.
Yep, I agree with you. And he's just content with bowling. Murray, it's not been bad. It's been very economical. And that's all you're gonna get there from Ramlal. Ramlal will give you enough time in the world to commentate on anything that you wish to, whether it is from Suriname in the south to Jamaica in the north, and 3 enough islands in the Caribbean coming together to make up the West Indies. A lot of cricketers have come from the Leeward Islands, St. Martin to be specific, and this one is beaten. He's shredded the the field and got 2 runs. And he seemed just trickling through, as we would say, trickle through. And the last time he got a half century, took him 267 balls for his half century.
But he's doing his work for his country.
Very well. Very well. And I would say if you're a young cricketer and want to know what it is to have temperament at a crease, this is the batsman you should want to emulate. As this one is played straight to the man. 2 more deliveries to come in this over. And just a tick of time. And I believe that if Gibson is given the ball, he should take a spin, some leg spin. This one is much faster in the air from Murray. Haven't done any damage to Ramalal. 2 runs so far from the over. Quiet evening here at the Cumberland playing field. Full toss, Jivon out again, no run. It brings you over to an N. The Leeward Island 64, sorry.
64 for
three.
the loss of 3. As the 2 batsmen, you can clearly see the intentions is to preserve their wicket tonight without taking any undue risk and ensuring that the Windwards do not get any more breakthrough. They have had 3. We're going to stay here and bat and bat. There's another 15 minutes to play, and let us see it through. Whether we get another 2 runs, 3 runs, it doesn't matter. The important thing is not to lose a wicket.
So we see Edwards continue. Full delivery. And not being bothered there by Ramnath. This one again presented the full face. Nothing disturbing. And 64 for 3 to the 32nd over, sorry. And Ramnath is on 36. Ramlal is on 13 from some 90 deliveries. He's bowled him! Bowled him! A delivery that spun right back, and there goes that celebration. And boy, oh boy, look at the time to lose a wicket. He's been too careful, and that delivery dragged right back onto his stump. And the man who has been given 2 lives, Mr. Hines, he's now walking back at the brink and at the close of play. Well, close to the close of play. Boy, oh boy, such an unfortunate circumstance.
Yes, I've just gone to help myself in the washroom. How did it happen?
He was bowled. The ball played back onto his stumps.
Actually trickled back onto his stumps?
Very much so. And brings Bechu, who have gotten a half century in the last game here. And this is another post you will call Ramlal Jr. He will be looking to soak it up for the rest of the evening, but you have to be careful because you don't want to end up there like Ramnath.
So Ramnath, as you said, actually played on. The ball hit the bat and rolled onto the stump, and he tough luck. Well, that's just the wicket that the doctor ordered for the Windward Islands. And Ramlal is still there, but the important thing, a wicket has fallen. And they would have preferred Ramlal, but anyone at this particular point in time, with just a few minutes to go before close the play, anyone would work. And they have gotten the wicket of Ramnath, and he's gone for
36.
Yeah, he went for 36. It's now 64 for the loss of 4 as Larry Edward.
No,
huh?
Bechu comes in.
Oh, Bechu. of the middle of the bat, pushes it back to Tariq Edward, and there is no run. That's Tariq Edwards' 15th wicket of the tournament, the leading wicket taker. And here you see the man in the red cap. T&T noted for the red, white, and black, hoping to defend the rest of the evening in. Allow that one to go by outside the off stump. The end of a successful over there as far as the Windies is concerned. Maybe another couple of overs and they're off for the day, but at least they have made a crucial inroad late in on this day one, with Ramnad being bowled by Tariq Edward for 36. So it's Beshu and Ramlal who are at the crease.
So it will take another 92 runs to go past this first innings total.
Well, we're not too sure what is going to happen tomorrow. So it's a matter if they're going to defend for the rest of the evening. Back he goes, Ramlal, and defend, and there is no run. Do you think we might see him batting right through and be not out at the end?
Ramlal?
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, no doubt with this attitude.
Forward defensive, and there is no run. Because certainly he's not giving nobody any chance whatsoever. He's there looking at the ball, keeping his eyes on the ball, and defending very well. Again, on top of it, out to extra cover, no run. 64 for the loss of 4 Trinidad and Tobago, responding to 156 made by the Windward Islands, 81 from Tariq Edwards, as again pushes this one extra cover, and he's going to get an easy single this time on a misfield, and he goes on now to what, 12, 13? I think he's up to 13.
He moves on to 14.
14, he's up to 14. Nicholson 14, and Beshu yet to score 65 for the loss of 4.
Well, Mr. If I'm being honest, that looked like a deliberate misfield to get Ramlal off strike. It went straight to the field, and you see the little nod.
You're assuming?
Assuming, yes, I am.
Murray in. This one driven. This time driven more forcefully by Beshu out to wide mid on, and there is no run. 65 for the loss of 4. Murray in. And the leg stump, and he clips this one away. They're going to come for 1. He's off the mark with 1. 66 now for the loss of 4 at the end of that over. 2 runs in that over. They're not bothered about the scoring rate. It's a matter of trying to survive now that they've lost Ramnad with what, 9 runs, 9 minutes to go in the day's play.
Yep.
As Edward will continue from this northern end, and the sun is going across the little hill there.
Yes.
What's the name of that hill?
Well, that's part of the Coast Hill Mountain Range.
Coles Hill Mountain Range. We know tomorrow, God's willing, where they got that name, Coles Hill, from. Flighted outside the off stump and defended by Beshu, and there is no run. And certainly it has gone down, and I believe that's the end of the sun for the day. You can see the area covered in shade. Back he goes, defended it, slow turn, and there is no addition to the total. Certainly it is good weather, good. This one driven up to mid on, and there is no run. The light is good, so there's really no problem with that. The sun is definitely going down towards the west, and we'll be doing the sunset. Back he goes. It's so slow. Back he goes and waits on it and defends it. You know the color of the sun just before it dips?
No, I wouldn't.
Try it this afternoon, or one of these afternoons. You'll be surprised at the color. As Edward in, back he goes and forces it out on the onside to mid wicket, and there is no one. The color of the sun once it hits the horizon goes down is green.
Okay,
You
interesting.
test it for yourself, and you will see what I'm telling you. As Tariq Edward to bowl to Beshu outside the off stump. He allowed that one to go through the end of another over. I've been interested to see the bowling figures of the two spinners was really been bowling in tandem this afternoon here. Yes, I was told that years ago by a senior citizen, and I tested it myself over a couple of times, and I recognized he was absolutely correct.
Okay.
So for our viewers, if you want to check it out, certainly you can, because Cosnell will be checking it out himself. I'm not saying today.
A lot of assignments given here. A lot of assignments given here.
Well, you don't expect.
Knowledge is power.
As Murray in, back goes our partner there, and he's going to get one. That's Ramlal. They should come for two. They should come for two. He says no. He says no. 15 to him, 67 for the loss. 67 for the loss of two. And he's been batting now for 2 hours plus. Yes, 2 hours and 15 minutes. 12 minutes, sorry. That's the length of time. He's on 15. He's not humbugging no one. He's doing his duty as assigned by the Trinidad and Tobago management. He's doing his country proud by holding up one end. As I said, he is the key individual to get out for the Windwards. As Murray into Beshu. Beshu tickles this one out on the onside down to deep backward square. And he gets another run. He's up to 268 for the loss of 4. 68 for 4. As our very good friend, our dear friend, Ramlal, comes back into strike. It's 5 minutes before 6. Play should stop at 6 o'clock. As bowled again, right on top of it. Defended. How many times have we said defended? Since 20 to 4.
Well, maybe our viewers will be saying that's an overuse.
No, it's not overused. It's what is happening. We have to say it as we see it.
Yes.
And they are dependent upon us. So give
call it
live, call it as we see it. 68 for 4. Certainly the sun has dipped and it's in shade, but it's good light. There's no dark clouds hanging around. Good light. Back he goes and steers this one out to backward point. Forcing shot there from Ramlal. We do not see this often from him. He remains on 15. Beshu on 2. 68 for the loss of 4. 78 runs behind. My goodness. He was beaten initially, and because of the slow pace, he was able to check it, and it ran off the face of the bat down to gully, and there's no run. The end of another over as both batsmen converge. It's now 4 minutes to 6. We'll see if they get in 2 overs in the time allotted. We are not sure, but we'll see how it goes. Because certainly, if I would have asked the umpire at the time, and they was only going to bowl 1. But again, all this is the value of experience they would gain. As Tariq Edwards, a little bit of a gardening down there up at the top end by Beshu.
Well, I believe this will be the last over.
My goodness, a full toss, and he really should have put that one away. Whether it's 3B most 6 or whatever, he really should have put that one away.
It's add to the total.
As Edward in, full toss, he stood right there without using his feet and just pushed it out to extra cover, and there is no run. 68 for the loss of 4. And we see the sun coming back up. Probably has made a turn. Here it is on his legs, and he clips it away to mid wicket, and there's no run. 68 for the loss of 4. Trinidad and Tobago responding to the Windward Islands 165 for our defensive, and they're going to get an extra run here now. 1, so he goes up to 3. That's Beshu. 69 for the loss of 4. I think there's another delivery remaining, and then I think they will get an next over.
Because the sunlight is back out.
Sun is definitely back out. Maybe it there's some trees over this way.
Yes.
Where to cover the place for our defensive in the approved fashion. It's as we have grown accustomed to it. Since quarter 20 to 4. As Ramlal pulls out of it, and according to my watch, we'll get 1 more. As Edward in defensive, and that one taking the outer portion of the bat. And it's the end of the over. So 3 to Bashan, 15 to Nick Ramlal, 69 for the loss of 4. I believe we are into our final over for the day.
Yep.
I should be, and I rather suspect they may have achieved the target of 87 overs. With the ball not going anywhere and just plodding and defending. I rather suspect at the end of it all, when we check the scores, I suspect they will reach 87 overs.
Yes.
Suspicion.
Well, they're going into the 37th over here.
As the scores are away from us. Back he goes and turns this one away. They're going to get a single. He goes up to 4. If it's 37, that'll be 86. Yes. Anyway, they did well to bring it where it is. 70 now, 70 for 4, and it brings Ramlal back into strike.
Yeah, full toss. Push back to the ball.
Juicy, slow, full toss, and he just pushed it to extra cover. Back he goes and forces it out to cover. And there's no run. 70 for 4 Trinidad and Tobago. 86 runs behind the Windward Islands total of 156. As we're into the final over of the day's play. In comes Murray. Back and he tickles this one away out on the leg side down to deep backward square. He's up to 16, 71. 71 for the loss of 4. And certainly, that sun is not going to come back up here for the rest of the afternoon. Believe you me, it is definitely gone. So it's a matter now of survival here for Trinidad for the next 2 or 3 deliveries. As I said, the scores are definitely away from us. In he comes, he bowls forward defensive, and there is no run. 71 for 4, 71 for 4. T&T responding to the Windward Islands 156 late. Coming close to 6 o'clock here at the Cumberland playing field on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as Murray in to Bashu allowed us one to defend, and that is close of play. The bails have been taken off by umpire Banwari. It's the end of the day's play. Trinidad and Tobago responding to the Windward Islands 156. Now at the close of play on day 1, 71 for 4 as we try to get some 37 overs, as we try to get some information from the scorer in relation to this innings here, so we'll be able to give you update.
So it's a good innings by Trinidad and Tobago. Tough ask.
So the Trinidad and Tobago remain facing back with LBW Kevin Gassi for 5.
71 for 4. 71? Yes, please.
Orlando James caught Jelani Joseph of Kevin Gassi for 5. Rambaran, he was caught Joseph or Kelshan Andrew also for 5. And Ramnath Bull Edward for 36, faced 70 balls, and he struck 8 fours and 1 6. 8 fours and 1 6. And maybe you can read the bowling.
Yes, and Gassi, who led the attack, he got 2 for 10 from his 6 overs. In that he got 3 maidens. Bascom really did not trouble the wicket column from his 4 overs.
Give us his overall.
Yes, so
Bascom
4 overs, no maiden, none for 6. Andrews 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Tariq Edwards 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. And Gibson, who had those 2 solo overs, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 13. Kurt Murray bowled 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9. Wicket fell at 1 at 5 for 1, 11 for 2, 18 for 3, 64 for 4, and no extras so far. Discipline bowling there.
Not out batsmen, Ramlal, and how many?
Not out batsman is Ramlal, who is
16,
on
16,
16, and Beshu he's on 4 from 18 deliveries.
Beshu on 4. So it's 71 for 4 here at the Cumberland playing field as the day's play just ended. Windward Islands batting first got to 165 thanks to our last wicket partnership between Tariq Edwards, 81 not out, and Keshawn Andrews. His contribution was 4, but he held it up tremendously at 106 for 9. They put on 50 and made a big difference into this game. Edward faced 119 balls, 5 fours and 4 sixes. And the overall total 156, 49.1 overs, 205 minutes. Bowling for Trinidad, Agard 1 for 37, James 1 for 5, Davis 1 for 26, Singh 2 for 30, Rambaran 2 for 26, and Ramlal 2 for 24. And 9:45, 9:35, 9:45, and Ramlal not out 16, Orlando James 5, Kishundad 5, Rambaran 5, Ramnath 36, 70 balls, 8 fours and 2 sixes, and Beshu not out 4. The bowling for the Windward Islands, Gassi 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10, Andrew 5 overs, on maiden 1 for 11, and Edward 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. So at close of play on day 1 here, the Windward Islands 156, Trinidad and Tobago 71 for the loss of 4 at close of play. We'll be back here to resume streaming tomorrow at 9:45, 9:45 in the morning. So we'll be here. So for the time being, we lock it down until tomorrow morning, God's willing.
Yes.